Hello everyone, I'm Vikramaditya. Welcome to JH Softech. And in this session, we are going to discuss about SAP ABAP various projects and topics. And this is a complete collection of all the sessions that we have on SAP ABAP. So SAP ABAP tutorial is here for you. But I'd strongly recommend you to go ahead and use this as a recap video and not to learn from the beginning. So if you are looking out for learning any course from the beginning, please do contact us, and I'd strongly suggest you to go for a trainer guided sessions, because it will be very easy for you to understand and go through that. Whether it's not just software, whether even when you're learning something like a bicycle or a car or going to a gym, it's always recommended to have an instructor beside you, because it will give you a lot of clarity, and it will simplify the things a lot. And I hope you understand this with the example. So do contact us if you are looking out for a job oriented course on SAP, any module, ABAP or any other module. So I'd recommend all the technical background professionals and students to go ahead and learn SAP ABAP, which has a great future in the coming years. Happy learning, and here we start with the tutorials.
So we are starting with the new concept of module pool program. So module pool program is also called as screen program, is also called as dialog programming, or it's also called as dynamic programming. And these are the various names for the same concept. So in this session, what we'll be doing is we'll be designing a screen, and in the screen we'll create some database table fields. We want to update this database table through a screen. So we'll design a screen, and with that screen we'll be updating the data. So before that, let's do a very simple scenario in which we need to understand the steps. Okay, let's understand the flow. First, we need to go to SC38, create a module pool program. Then we have to go to SC51, design the screen. Then we have to go to the SC91 transaction, wherein we create a transaction. This is what we'll do now. So let's do a very simple one. Let's do a very simple one. So we'll just simply discuss. This is not a scenario, just to understand the flow. So we'll go for just jh underscore sample one, create sample program. Here, instead of executable program, we have to give it as module pool program. Say okay. Then we have to go ahead with. Now in this, we'll go for this. We are not doing anything. We are not entering anything. So, and then we have we created a program of type module pool. We have to come out of it. Then we have to go to SC51. In the SC51, we just need to give the same program name which we have given there, and we'll give any screen number. So the screen number can be anything from 0001 to 9999. So I'm giving it as 100. Create. screen 1, go for flow logic, and comment this, go to the layout, we'll go for it, text sample program, and then save, bam. And then we need to double click on these modules. So in this, we have just done a program. That was in module tool program. We just activated it. We didn't write even a single line of code. Then we went into SC51. We have to come out of this program. And what we did in SC51 is we just gave the same program name that we have done there. And we have done this 100. And we have gone for create. Once we clicked on create, so we have got this module status 100 and user command. So then we have this element list. Element list, we just can ignore that. Flow logic. Then we'll go for this layout. So in the layout, we are just simply writing this in text. Okay, I'm just selecting this and dragging it here and saying that. Double click on it, and then we have set text one. Okay, text one is already existing. Okay, you go for text two. You give the name as text two. Say India, India, and then we just save it. This text should be appearing on that, nothing else. So we'll just have to double click on this module. So basically, these are the predefined events. Process before output and process after input are predefined events, which will help us to link between the program and the module tool. So process before output is something where we will write something which has to come on the screen. By default, what has to be present on the screen will be written in process before output. But after clicking something, if some user has given some input, after the user input, what has to happen, we'll do it in the module tool program. This is process after input. So process before output and process after input. Process after input is something in which we're going to write anything that we click something, then what should happen is what we'll write. So we'll double click on it, say yes, and it should get created in our main programs. We'll select the main program, and this module automatically comes here, and that connects the program. Then come back. Then we have our process after input. Say yes. Main program. Say okay. This is what we have. So we have these two things. These two modules have been generated now. Now just activate this and come back. And we have to also make sure that this is also active. I mean the module pool also is active. Once it's been done, these two steps are done, then we have to go to SC91 and create a transaction code. SC93, sorry. SC93, we have to create a transaction code. Let's do that now. So we'll come back. We'll go with SE93 Z JH underscore ZH1. Okay, create JH1. Then we go for program and screen. The first one, say OK. First one should be there. So screen number is mandatory here. So we have done something like what the program is ZJH underscore sample one. This needs to be given here. And then the screen number. The screen number where we have only one screen, 100. Save. This. Let's say OK. Say OK. Now ZJH1 is the one we have. So we'll go ahead with ZJH1 here. Say OK. And this gets come. This whatever screen we have designed will come. So we just wrote to text here, sample program in India. That's it. Now what we have to do is, let's say, see, you don't have the exit button or something like that, and standard buttons also will automatically become grayed out. So if you want to just keep enter a push button here saying that exit, and it should be exiting, then we can write that logic here. So for that, what we need to do is we need to go into this so in this we'll go for layout, and we will give a push button. So we'll give a push button here, say PV1. So we'll go for exit here. So FCT code also we are writing at EXIT. So for that, whatever exit code we have written there, for that value we have to write the logic in the program. Okay, for that we have to write the logic in the program. So let's say here in the input. So if somebody is giving input, something should happen. Case SYU com. And use when exit. Input. Okay, so this is not an executable program, so we have to come back and enter the transaction code. So exit button is there. If you click on this, it will come out of the transaction code. So we just designed that button in the module pool here. So what we just did is we just went into this and clicked on the push button, selected the push button, here selected the push button, and just drag and drop. So when it drag and drop like this, you get this. We have to give some name here, DB2 or some name, any name, it's okay. So this is like the refresh or something. So here FCT code is REF. So if you write REF, what should happen is something which we need to decide in the program. So previously for exit we wrote is EXIT. So for the same EXIT we wrote the logic there. So after doing this, we went back to our program, and in the program we write the logic for that. here below there. If I would have given the FCT code as ext, then here also we would have done ext only. We would have written ext. So this is a very simple example in which we are just understanding the flow, and then how do we actually work it out. So if you want to get a by default a status or a title bar, let's go for title bar. Let's give the title bar as we have to give it as in three characters. So we go for ZJH. Z is not required here. You can just simply write JHS and then double click on it, and we have to maintain the text there. Go for the title. We have sample module code for JHS. Just say OK. That's it. It's been maintained now. We can just activate this. And screen by default that name should come here. Maybe that title is not active. Let's see. Okay, that title should appear here. You see, whenever we have a screen design in the pop-up, that title will appear. I'll just show that. So it's something in default has to come on the screen. Then we'll write in the process before output. And if you have some user input and after user input something has to happen, that will be done in the process after input. So there is a table with ZJH underscore EMP in which we have three fields, and we have this is a salary and int 5 and then 5. Okay, and this, so we'll go ahead with we just want to update this data. So if we have a delivery and maintenance allowed with restrictions, we will not be able to enter the data directly into the table. So these are all standard tables will be of this type only, delivery and maintenance allowed with restrictions, because SAP doesn't want anyone to update the data directly into database tables. They want it through screens. That's what we are doing now. So for that, we'll go ahead with the SE38. We'll create a program, and then we'll mention this table and we'll update the data into table. So we don't have even single record in this. We'll update the data through the screens, and that data we can see it from here. Number of entries is 0. So now we have to update the data into this particular table. So for that, we'll design the screens, and we'll write a program, and we'll design the screens so that the data gets updated into this the database table. So for that, let's go for SE38. In the SE38, we'll write this program name ZGH underscore EMP. So we'll go for ZGH underscore say employee update employee update program, and we'll go for execute. No, not executable. There should be module pool. You should go for module pool. Save. So we'll declare first one internal table and work area. So IT underscore EMP type SAP this ZJHMP1. In fact, we don't have to declare this internal table. If we just declare the work area, that will be fine. Yes, we'll just declare W underscore EMP type this table. That's it. So activate this, and once it's activated, we have to come out of this program, and we need to go to SE51 transaction to design those values. So here, when we go for this one, we have to give the exact same program name. Otherwise, there will be a mismatch. So we have to give this as 100. Create. So the flow logic. So we'll uncomment these two, and once we uncomment, we'll go to the layout, and in the layout, we'll be designing these fields. We'll be entering these fields. So for this, because we have to get the data fields from the program, we have to click on this button. There's an orange button here, dictionary program fields. We have to click on that, get from program, and we have to select these fields. Just say OK, and then we need to write the text for that. So this is okay. So double you get this employee number, employee name, and salary. So I'll give this as text one, employee number. Text two, employee name, salary, and then we are designing. These are the text that we are designing here. and these are the field names that we have dragged and dropped so that it will automatically get linked with the work area fields which we have given in the program. So we'll click on this push button, click on the push. So this is PV1, this is save button, FCP code, SAV, save. For exit ext. Okay, so we just went back here and then activate. Once it's active, so okay, so we need to double click on this so that this gets created in the program. First the status 100, say yes, say create, yes, in the main program, say okay. So these modules gets created here. So once these modules are created here, you just save it, and all that we have to do is we have to write the logic in the process after input, because if you click on something, something should happen. So we'll go for case syucom, in case when um, when SAV insert into is insert into the table name ZJH1 ZJH underscore EMP1 from values w underscore mp. So whatever data we are entering in the screen will directly come update in the get updated in the work area. That is actually have been updated again into the table, the database table directly. So when ref clear w underscore mp, when ext play program. So once this is updated, we'll go ahead and now this is done. So we're just inserting the data into the table from the work area. That's all. So we can again write the messages here. We can maintain the messages like if size of our c is equals to 0. So we can say if size above c is equal to 0, you can say message i001 of, there is a standard message class called 00 with successfully completed. We can write this as message A001 of this with failed, could not complete, and if sorry. Okay, this is updated now. So once this is updated, we can go ahead and execute it now. But first of all, we have to create a transaction code for this. ZH2 create. So we'll go ahead with the program name here. The program name is setgh underscore emp update. We're doing it, and the screen number that we have here is 100. Save it, and once it's done, we'll go ahead with set change to 1 now. Set change to 1, enter. So when we save this data, let's say 1000, employee name Hari, and salary 1000, save. So successfully updated. Now let's say I'll try to update with the same. So it's okay. So now we'll say I'll try to update the same thing with say yes. Just try to upload this. It says could not update. Why it could not update is because the 1000 value whatever we have is already having some. I mean, like the table is already having a value with 1000. So if I go for 1001 and then yes, Solving. Save. Successfully updated. 1002. And just save. Too large. Okay. Save. Successfully updated. This is done. Now, once we have done it, if you click on refresh, all the values will be gone. If you click on exit, it will come up. So now we'll go back to the table. We'll go to the table and check that. Table name display. So we have these values. So these values got updated in the database table in the backend. So this is a project in which we are updating the data into a database table through screens. So for search help, for the drop down values, so to get the drop down like this, let me explain you once again. So the main intention for creating the search help is like, you should get that, the pop-up, and click on this, you should get the drop down with values. So this is what we are actually planning to do. For that, what we are doing is we are going to go ahead with the search help. So let's maintain the search help for this. For that, we need to go to S11 and we need to go for search help, and we have to go for this search help sh per um, address. Search help per address. Create elementary search help address. Selection method. Selection method is z customer underscore a. No, z customer underscore r. Z customer underscore r is the table name, right? So table name have to be given here. Z customer underscore r. And for that, in that we have to give the field names which we need to get as a drop down. Okay, we have to get it for address, right? So we'll give it as a only. A only. So A means we'll give this customer number. First field is anyways customer number, and the second field is the address. And then we'll go for 1, 2. These are the positions. We can get the positions here. So we just select import and export parameters here and activate. So once it's active, so this search help has been maintained. The search help name is zsh underscore address. So what we just did here is we just gave the field names and import and export. Import is like for giving to the system. Export is what we want to get in the drop down in the display. So we want to get two fields, customer number and customer name. So both. So we'll go ahead with the data type. Let me go. So we have address. In address, like we have go to further characteristics, display change. Here you need to give that that search help name. The search help name is zsh underscore address. We need, to, we need to give that here. Search help name, and the parameter is address. If we have to get the drop down for addresses, we have to give the parameters. Then save, activate. So once it's been done, once you have maintained the search help and assigned it to the data element, you'll automatically get a drop down at the table level. So when you see the table level, when we go and check the table level, the data will automatically come there. table level. It's not yet WM implemented. Still getting activated. Once it gets activated, we'll be able to see the drop down there. So we have done that. Okay, this was successfully activated. So once it successfully gets activated, we can go ahead. We can now see that display. We can now see that drop down. So the drop down, if it comes, then the the purpose of the search help will be done. So once we understand this search help, like once let us get the output, and then once we get it in the drop down, after that we'll go ahead with the other things. So basically, what we did is we just went into S11, created a search help, and then after creating the search help, we assigned that search help to the data element level, and we activated the data element. That's what we have done. Now you can see here a drop down. Now this pop-up, this symbol has come. You can click it and you'll get the drop down with the values. Whatever values are there, you'll be able to see them. So this is the main purpose of search help, maintain the search help. This is done.
All right. So can we use the same search help that we have created for multiple tables as well?
Yes, we can use it.
Or is that okay?
Yeah, you can use it for multiple tables as well. Yeah, yeah, you can try it out. Heck. Okay, so we can use it. So we'll go ahead with the. Let's say you want to get the drop down from two tables. You want to get that drop down from two tables, then what we have to do is we have to go for help view. Z HP and help view for this customer. Create. Now we'll create the help view. Help view is for that drop down should come from multiple tables. So customer data. Now what are the fields that we have to go for relationship is? First field is Z customer underscore A. We'll go for relationships and we'll select this. It's already been there. Just copy relationships. Select this and just say copy. Now this automatically comes like this. And view fields, in the view fields we have this table fields. We'll select all the fields. Customer A, we have customer number and customer address also we'll select. Then we have table fields. Customer R, we have customer name. Then we have just save it in the object. This is a help view. So activate. Now for the search help, instead of giving that table name, we can give this search help name, the help view name. So when we get the help view name, we'll get the fields from all these two tables. From these two tables, we get the fields, and in the drop down, you can get all the three fields. Means from the two tables we can get the fields in the drop down, which we are going to do it now.
Okay. So we can get the values from both the
Exactly.
the tables.
Both the tables. That's the significance of help view. So we have this as done. So set hv underscore cust is the one we have. So let's create a, let's go to search help with help view. So create elementary help view using help view. So that help view name we have to be given here. And now you can get and get the data. Now you'll get the all the fields. You can get all the fields now. Customer number has to come first, then address, then customer name. Get like this, and position 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 1, 1, and just activate this. Now so this is the one we have. So sh underscore help is the help name, search help name. So we need to go back into the data element level of this. Let's say we'll put it for address only, or we can also put it for this customer number. Let's see. Okay, let me update it for customer number as of now and customer address as of now. So instead of this zsh underscore address, I'll give it as that zh underscore help. And now the field name is address only, but let me select it again from this. So address. Now we'll go for activate. So once it gets activated, we'll get that in the drop down. So in the drop down, you'll get all the three fields. You'll get the three fields. Customer name also we are getting it here. So this is the main purpose of help view. So help view is for getting the more help from multiple tables. So if you want to get the help from multiple tables, you have to go and create the help view.
Okay.
This is the one we have. Okay, so in the HANA HF400 ABAP programming, we were discussing about the CDS views. So we were discussing about the DDL, and DDL is the data definition language. So we'll discuss a few more options that we have in DDL, and then we'll go for the display data control language. So DCL is something which will be used for authorizations and all. So here we have this is the input parameters. Okay. Yeah, so we were discussing about this in core data services. This is the association that we have to discuss. So this is the associations. So in the associations we have this core to data services, and in the core to data services, like we have provide extended support for treating relationships between the entities. So for example, like I'll give you this one example. Let's understand the associations concept here. So here in this, like we have data from one table, Z custom. Z custom is one table. I mean, no, not Z custom. This is select from S book. S book is one table. So S book is one table. As book association to is S custom as customer. So this S custom is something like will be defining the relationships between the tables. So targeted with optional alias. So cardinality optional. On condition represents join condition. So on means it's a join condition that we have, and see this book S book is something which as book is there. This is alias name which is optional, need not be there. So select from S book association to S custom on book dot custom ID is equals to customer dot ID. So this is kind of this thing. So previously it was like uh, we used in the classical join, we used to have inner join, right? Inner join Z custom as customer equivalent association. But here instead of this inner join, we have this association. So we are replacing the inner join with the association. Okay, so and then we have these are the field names. Okay, so then book dot log currency as currency code. So this is the alias name. Currency code is alias name, and this as total underscore amount is alias name. So sum book dot LOCCURM. So sum means it will add up and show all the values like. So we can sum up the values of this customer region, customer discount, where customer dot country is equals to US, group by, and group by. These are the conditions. We are writing the group by. So I mean, like this basically is the sum is the aggregation. Aggregation means adding up all the values. Then we have this project list.
విక్రమ్ నాకు అర్థం కాలేదు.
యాక్చువల్గా మనము ఇన్నర్ జాయిన్ కి బదులుగా అసోసియేషన్ యూజ్ చేస్తున్నాం. అది కాన్సెప్ట్ నెంబర్ 1. కాన్సెప్ట్ నెంబర్ 1 ఏంటంటే ఇన్నర్ జాయిన్ కి బదులుగా అసోసియేషన్ యూజ్ చేస్తున్నాం. అది
ఇక్కడ ఎస్ కస్టమ్ అనేది వేరే టేబులా?
ఎస్ కస్టమ్ అనేది వేరే టేబుల్.
ఎస్ కస్టమర్
ఎస్ కస్టమ్ అనేది వేరే టేబుల్.
సో ఇన్నర్ జాయిన్ దాంట్లో అసోసియేషన్ వచ్చింది టు వేరే టేబుల్ కి యాజ్ కస్టమర్ ఆన్. ఓకే, అలియాస్ బుక్ ఇచ్చారు కదా.
అలియాస్ నేమ్స్ అనేది పక్కన పెడితే వేరేది
ఎస్ బుక్ నేమ్ Yes, ఓకే. సో, ఇప్పుడు ఇన్నర్ జాయిన్ కి అసోసియేషన్ కి డిఫరెన్స్ ఏంటి? వాట్ ఆర్ ద అంటే బెనిఫిట్స్ ఆఫ్ అసోసియేషన్?
బెనిఫిట్స్ అనేది ఏంటంటే ఇట్స్ మోర్ లిబరల్ దెన్ ఇన్నర్ జాయిన్. ఇప్పుడు ఇన్నర్ జాయిన్ లో ఏంటంటే మనకు కార్డినాలిటీ చెక్ లో డిఫరెన్స్ వస్తుంది. కార్డినాలిటీ ఆప్షన్స్ ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు మనకి ఇన్నర్ జాయిన్ లో ఏంటంటే లెఫ్ట్ అంటే ఇన్నర్ జాయిన్ లో బోత్ ద టేబుల్స్ లో వాల్యూస్ ఉంటేనే అప్పుడు వచ్చేది. అసోసియేషన్ లో ఏంటంటే ఇన్నర్ జాయిన్ లాగానే, కానీ ఏంటంటే మనకి ఇక్కడ ఇంకా ఆప్షన్స్ పెట్టుకోవచ్చు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ లైక్ మనకి రైట్ సైడ్ టేబుల్లో డేటా లేకున్నా కూడా మనం డేటా అంటే లైక్ వాల్యూస్ వచ్చేటట్టుగా అది. సో కొన్ని ఆప్షన్స్ అంటే ఒక 2-3 అడిషనల్ ఆప్షన్స్ ఉన్నాయి అసోసియేషన్ లో. ఆల్మోస్ట్ మనం ఇప్పుడు యాజ్ ఆఫ్ నౌ వీ కెన్ థింక్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్ as ఇన్నర్ జాయిన్ ఓన్లీ. మన అబాప్ లో ఉన్న ఇన్నర్ జాయిన్ కి
ఓకే. సపోజ్ డేటా లేదు అంటే దానికి ప్రైమరీ కీ ఉండాలి కదా ఫర్ షూర్.
ఉండాలి, ఇక్కడ కంపల్సరీ ఉండాలి.
అంటే డేటా ఉన్నా లేకపోయినా పుల్ అవుట్ చేస్తుంది అంటే దీనికి ప్రైమరీ కీ ఉండాలి కదా, అందుకని అడుగుతుంది.
యా ఉండాలి.
ఇన్నర్ జాయిన్ కూడా ప్రైమరీ కీ ఉండాలి కదా?
ఉండాలి. ప్రైమరీ ఇన్నర్ జాయిన్ కి కూడా ప్రైమరీ కీ ఉండాలి.
గ్రూప్ బై అంటే అన్ని వచ్చేస్తాయి, ఇంకా ఏమేమి ఉన్నాయి ఏంటి, డూప్లికేట్స్ కూడా వస్తాయి కదా గ్రూప్ బై లోని.
డూప్లికేట్స్ కూడా వస్తాయి. డూప్లికేట్స్ కూడా వస్తాయి. అయితే మనకి ఏమవుతుందంటే ఇప్పుడు గ్రూప్ బైలో ఏంటంటే అసలు గ్రూప్ బైలో ఏం చేస్తున్నామంటే ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీకు బుక్ డాట్ క్యారీడ్ ఉంది, బుక్ డాట్ లోకల్ కరెన్సీ ఉంది, కస్టమర్ రీజన్ అండ్ కస్టమర్ డిస్కౌంట్. గ్రూప్ బై అన్నప్పుడు మనకు ఈ వాల్యూస్ ఒకవేళ బుక్ డాట్ క్యారీడ్, బుక్ డాట్ రీజన్, బుక్ డాట్ డిస్కౌంట్, ఇప్పుడు ఈ అంటే క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్ వాల్యూస్ ఏమైనా మ్యాచ్ అవుతే వీటిని సమ్ చేస్తుంది. అంటే ఇప్పుడు సమ్ దేనికి ఇచ్చాం మనము, బుక్ డాట్ లోకల్ కరెన్సీకి ఇచ్చాం కదా. అయితే ఇప్పుడు ఈ లోకల్ కరెన్సీ, సో ఒకవేళ ఈ లోకల్ అంటే క్యారీడ్ రీజన్ డిస్కౌంట్ ఈ మూడు సేమ్ ఉంటే ఈ బుక్ డాట్ లోకరంని అది సమ్అప్ చేస్తుంది. అంటే సేమ్ కస్టమర్, సేమ్ అన్ని రీజన్ సేమ్, డిస్కౌంట్ సేమ్, అన్ని సేమ్ ఉన్నాయి, కానీ ఒక్క లోకల్ కరెన్సీ ఒక డిఫరెంట్ ఏంటంటే అది సమ్అప్ చేస్తుంది.
ఇక్కడ లోకరం ఎక్కడ డిఫైన్ చేసాం మనం?
అది బుక్ అనే టేబుల్లో ఆల్రెడీ ఉంది ఆ ఫీల్డ్. అంటే ఇక్కడ ఎస్ బుక్ లో ఉంది ఫీల్డ్, అది డిఫైన్ ఏం చేయలేదు మనం, అది ఎస్ బుక్ లో ఉంది.
ఓకే. అది ఈ స్టేట్మెంట్ మరి ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ అయ్యేటప్పుడు బుక్ డాట్ క్యార్ ఐడి, బుక్ డాట్ కరెన్సీకి అదే కస్టమర్ ఐడి, డిస్కౌంట్, ఈ మూడు అవుతే అప్పుడు సమ్ ఆఫ్ కరెన్సీ చేస్తుంది కదా.
అంటే ఆ కరెన్సీ కాదు, అది వాల్యూ, యాక్చువల్గా అది అమౌంట్.
అమౌంట్ చేస్తుంది. రీజన్ కూడా ఒకటే అవుతాయి, క్యార్ ఐడి రీజన్ ఒకటే అవుతాయి.
ఒకటైతే అది గ్రూప్ బై.
కానీ అది ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ అది ఏ కండిషన్ లేదు కదా.
కండిషన్ ఏం లేదు, కానీ అవి మ్యాచ్ అవుతే సేమ్ వాల్యూస్ ఉంటే యాడ్ అవుతుంది అంతే. అంటే సమ్ అని ఇచ్చాం కదా ఇక్కడ.
ఓకే.
ఓకే, సో ఇది అసోసియేషన్ కాన్సెప్ట్. అసోసియేషన్లో మనం గ్రూప్ బై చేసుకోవచ్చు. అండ్ అసోసియేషన్ అనేది మనం యాజ్ ఆఫ్ నౌ మన అబాప్లో ఇన్నర్ జాయిన్ లాగా. సో అండ్ ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే మనకి అబాప్ ఇది ఈ కోడ్ అబాప్ కాదు, ఇది మనం ఇక్కడ రాసింది అబాప్ కోడ్ కాదు, ఇది ఎస్క్యూఎల్ కోడ్ అనమాట. సో ఇక్కడ అసోసియేషన్ టైప్స్
వన్ ఏంటి అసోసియేషన్ ఆఫ్ వన్ ఇక్కడే ఉంది, కింద కూడా ఉంది.
అసోసియేషన్ 1 ఏంటంటే
అసోసియేషన్
ఇక మళ్ళీ ఇంకా అసోసియేషన్స్ కూడా ఉంటాయి కదా. సో అంటే ఇంకొక టేబుల్ ని కలిపినప్పుడు ఇంకొక అసోసియేషన్. ఓకే, అసోసియేషన్ లో అంటే మనకి ఏమంటారు, అసోసియేషన్ 1 ఉంది, అసోసియేషన్ 2 అది కూడా చూద్దాము. సో అసోసియేషన్ టైప్స్ ఏంటంటే ఇక్కడ మనకు అసోసియేషన్ లో ad hoc association defined and used in the series using the join. అంటే మనకి ఇది నేమ్ నార్మల్ జాయిన్ లాగా. దీంట్లో ఏం చేస్తున్నామంటే హలో
కంటిన్యూ చేయండి.
యా ఓకే, సో CDS ట్రీట్స్ రిలేషన్షిప్స్ లైక్ కాల్డ్ అసోసియేషన్స్. ఇప్పుడు మనకి ఏంటంటే జాయిన్స్ బదులుగా మనం ఇక్కడ అసోసియేషన్స్ యూజ్ చేస్తున్నాము. అండ్ అట్ ఫస్ట్ క్లాస్ సిటిజన్స్ టు సింప్లిఫై రీడింగ్ రిలేషన్షిప్ బిట్వీన్. ఓకే, సో ఇప్పుడు మనకి ఏదైనా అసోసియేషన్ టు సింటాక్స్, ఈ అసోసియేషన్ 2 అనేది ఎక్కడ యూజ్ చేస్తాం. అండ్ ఆన్ కండిషన్ అంటే నార్మల్గా మన కండిషన్. దీంట్లో సింటాక్స్ ఆఫ్ ద ఆన్ కండిషన్ syntax of on condition. సో ఇక్కడ మనకి ఏంటంటే సిడిఎస్ వ్యూస్ లో అసోసియేషన్ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ జస్ట్ లైక్ ఎ జాయిన్ లాగా, కానీ స్లైట్ డిఫరెన్సెస్ ఉంటాయి.
విక్రమ్, అసోసియేషన్ ఆన్ అంటే అప్పుడు జాయిన్ అని అర్థమా?
జాయిన్ అనండి. సో ఆన్ కండిషన్ ఇస్ సిమిలర్ టు ద సింటాక్స్ ఆఫ్ జాయిన్. సో జాయిన్ లాగానే. సో ఇందులో ఏంటంటే మెయిన్ డిఫరెన్సెస్ ఎక్కడ వస్తుంది అంటే బేసికలీ మనం ఇక్కడ కార్డినాలిటీ డిఫైన్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. కార్డినాలిటీ ఏంటంటే 1 to 1, 1 to n, n to 1 and n to n కార్డినాలిటీస్ డిఫైన్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. గోయింగ్ ఫార్వర్డ్ విల్ సీ దాట్. సో ఇక్కడ మనకి ఏమవుతుంది అంటే ఫ్రమ్ కండిషన్ ఓకే, సో CDS association types. Okay, let's see the benefits of association here. Association can be used ad hoc in the definition of CDS views. Also defines the association itself. So in the case any query from CDS view, including the ad hoc association, implies the corresponding join is executed in the database. So CDS view fully expose an association for further use by including the association name in its project list. So మనకి ఏంటంటే ఇది అసోసియేషన్ చేసిన తర్వాత చేసిన అసోసియేషన్ చేసిన టేబుల్ని మళ్ళీ వేరే దగ్గర యూజ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. అది ఆ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను చెప్తాను. సో మనము ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్తో బాగా అర్థమవుతుంది ఇంకా, అంటే లైక్ ఇన్స్టెడ్ ఆఫ్ గోయింగ్ ఫర్ థియరిటికల్. సో నేను ఒకసారి
ఇక్కడ అసోసియేషన్ లో మనం ముందు జాయిన్స్ ఇన్నర్ జాయిన్స్ చేసినప్పుడు ఒకటి అంటే టూ చేసాం, 3 చేసాం, మల్టిపుల్ చేసాం కదా. సో ఇప్పుడు అసోసియేషన్ లో మనం మోర్ దెన్ 2 టేబుల్స్ జాయిన్ చేయగలమా?
చేయొచ్చు.
అంటే సేమ్ ఏంటి కోడ్ సేమ్ ఉంటుందా?
కోడ్ సేమ్ ఉంటుంది. అది కూడా మనము సిస్టంలో అంటే మనము లాగిన్ వచ్చాక చేద్దాము. సో ఇక్కడ ఏంటంటే ఐ జస్ట్ షో యు దిస్ అసోసియేషన్లో సో ఇది నార్మల్ సిడిఎస్ వ్యూ. ఇది సో నార్మల్ సిడిఎస్ వ్యూ అనుకుందాము. దీంట్లో ఇక్కడ అసోసియేషన్ యూజ్ చేసాము. సో అసోసియేషన్లో ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు మనకి అసోసియేషన్ జస్ట్ లైక్ జాయిన్ లాగా యూజ్ చేస్తున్నాము. ఇది 2 టేబుల్సే, వీఆర్ యాడింగ్ 2 టేబుల్స్ ఓన్లీ. సో ఇక్కడ మనకి
విక్రమ్ ఈ దీని డెఫినేషన్ లోని స్లాష్ కస్టమర్ పోస్ట్ కోడ్ అని ఉంది, అది ఏంటి? బ్యాక్ స్లాష్ ప్రిఫిక్స్
అంటే ఇక్కడ మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నామంటే సెలెక్ట్ ఫ్రమ్, ఇక్కడ ఈ లాజిక్ ఒకటి అసోసియేషన్. సో సెలెక్ట్ ఫ్రమ్ హెచ్ అంటే ఫీల్డ్స్ దీస్ అంటే ఇట్లా కూడా రాసుకోవచ్చు. అంటే స్లాష్ కస్టమర్ హైఫన్ పోస్ట్ కోడ్ అంటే ఇక్కడ నుండి డేటాను తీసుకురమ్మని చెప్తున్నాం మనం. సో కస్టమర్
స్పెసిఫిక్ ఫీల్డ్స్ నుంచి,
స్పెసిఫిక్ టేబుల్ స్పెసిఫిక్ ఫీల్డ్ లో నుంచి డేటా తీసుకురమ్మని చెప్తున్నాం.
ఓకే,
ఎగ్జాక్ట్
అంటే మనం నార్మల్ గా కూడా రాస్తాం కదా కస్టమర్
అంటే ఇక్కడ ఫ్రమ్ అని రాస్తాం కదా. ఇక్కడ ఫ్రమ్ ఎస్ బుక్ అసోసియేషన్ టు ఎస్ కస్టమ్ యాజ్ కస్టమర్. ఇక్కడ కస్టమర్ అని రాసేస్తున్నాం, అంటే టేబుల్ నేమ్ ఇక్కడ రాస్తున్నాం. కానీ ఇక్కడ ఏంటంటే వీఆర్ రైటింగ్ దిస్ కస్టమర్ హైఫన్ పోస్ట్ కోడ్. అంటే ఇక్కడ మనము ప్రతిదానికి టేబుల్ నేమ్ డిక్లేర్ చేస్తున్నాం.
అవును, టేబుల్ నేమ్ డిక్లేర్ చేస్తున్నాము. పోస్ట్ కోడ్ సిటీ అని ఉంది కదా. సో మనకి ఫీల్డ్ నేమ్స్ డిఫరెంట్ ఉంటుంది కదా. పోస్టల్ కి పిఎస్టిఎల్, సిటీకి వేరు ఉంటుంది, స్ట్రీట్ కి వేరు ఉంటుంది కదా. ఫీల్డ్ నేమ్స్ మన నేమ్డ్ నేమ్స్ కదా, పోస్ట్ కోడ్ సిటీ అన్నది.
దట్స్ రైట్. కానీ కాకపోతే మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నామంటే ఇక్కడ ఈ కస్టమర్ అనేది టేబుల్ నేమ్, పోస్ట్ కోడ్ అనేది ఫీల్డ్ నేమ్, అంతే. సో టేబుల్ నేమ్ హైఫన్ ఫీల్డ్
అది ఆటోమేటిక్ గా తీసుకుంటుందా? ఫీల్డ్ బ్యాక్ అంటే టెక్నికల్ నేమ్
ఆటోమేటిక్ గా తీసుకుంటుంది.
ఓకే,
కానీ ఇక్కడ మనకు ఇంకొకటి లాజిక్ ఇక్కడ ఇందులో మిస్ అవుతుంది. ఎందుకంటే సిస్టమ్ కి చెప్పాలి కస్టమర్ అనే టేబుల్ ఈ ఎస్ కస్టమ్ అనే స్టాండర్డ్ టేబుల్ కి ఇలా రాయాలి. ఎస్ కస్టమ్ యాజ్ కస్టమర్ అనేది రాయాలి ఇక్కడ, లేకపోతే అది రాదు.
అలియాస్
కస్టమర్ అనేది రాయాలి ఇక్కడ. అది ఇక్కడ లేదు ఈ కోడ్ లో అని చూస్తున్నాను. లేకపోతే సిస్టమ్ కి అర్థం కాదు కస్టమర్ అంటే ఏంటి అనేది. అదొకటి ఇందులో లేదు, చూస్తాను నేను. అది లైక్ ఇట్ షుడ్ బి దేర్ యాక్చువల్లీ.
డిఫైన్ H4 అది ఇచ్చినప్పుడు హ్యాజ్ వాడు పక్క ఈ స్టేట్మెంట్ యాజ్ అని రాయలేదు కదా. హ్యాజ్ పక్కన రాయలేదు. సో అంటే యాజ్ అన్నది కంపల్సరీయా, మనం ఇగ్నోర్ చేయొచ్చా ఇన్ కేస్ సినారియోకి అవసరం లేదంటే?
అవసరం లేదు, అలియాస్ నేమ్స్ అవసరం లేదు, యాజ్ ఇట్ ఇస్ గా యూజ్ చేయొచ్చు. యాజ్ అనేది అలియాస్ నేమ్ కంపల్సరీ ఏం లేదు. అలియాస్ నేమ్స్ కంపల్సరీ ఏం లేదు. ఇది ఒకసారి చూద్దాము. ఫిల్టర్డ్ అసోసియేషన్స్, ఇదేమో ఫిల్టర్డ్ అసోసియేషన్ అంటే లైక్ అదే మనము రిస్ట్రిక్ట్ చేయడం, డేటాని కొంచెం రిస్ట్రిక్ట్ చేయడం బేస్డ్ ఆన్ సమ్ లాజిక్. సో ఇక్కడ మనకి బుకింగ్స్ అనేది ఒక టేబుల్.
జీరో వచ్చింది అసోసియేషన్ పక్కన.
యా జీరో యాక్చువల్గా నార్మల్గా విల్ స్టార్ట్ విత్ 1. Yeah,
0 1 2 3 స్టార్ ఇచ్చారు కదా.
that will have
సారీ 0 అండ్ స్టార్ ఇచ్చారు.
యా కార్డినాలిటీ కోసం ఇచ్చాము. అది కార్డినాలిటీ అనమాట. 1 ఈజ్ సంథింగ్ విచ్ ఇస్ 1:1. ఇక్కడ మనకి 0 అండ్ స్టార్. సో మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నామంటే వీఆర్ డిఫైనింగ్ ద కార్డినాలిటీ as 0 to n. అంటే మనకి ఒక్క రికార్డ్ కూడా లేకున్నా కూడా స్టిల్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు గెట్ ద డేటా. సో నార్మల్గా మనం 1 to n ఇస్తాము. 1 to n అంటే ఏంటంటే 1 ... స్టార్ అంటే అప్పుడు ఒక్క రికార్డ్కి 10 రికార్డులు నెక్స్ట్ టేబుల్లో ఉన్న ఇట్ షుడ్ బ్రింగ్. సో అది 1. ఇక్కడ 0 స్టార్ అంటే ఏంటంటే లైక్ ఒక్క రికార్డ్ లేకున్నా ఫస్ట్ దాంట్లో సెకండ్ టేబుల్లో డేటా ఉంటే తీసుకురమ్మని. సో ఎస్బుక్ యాజ్ బుకింగ్స్ ఆన్ కస్టమర్ ఐడి. సో ఇప్పుడు మనకి ఈ కస్టమర్ అనే దానికి డేటా లేకున్నా, ఈ కస్టమర్ అనే టేబుల్లో డేటా లేకున్నా ఎస్బుక్ లో డేటా ఉంటే అది తీసుకురమ్మని చెప్పి మనం సిస్టమ్కి చెప్తున్నాం. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఒక కస్టమర్ నంబర్ 100కి కస్టమ్ లో డేటా లేదు, కానీ ఎస్బుక్ లో డేటా ఉంది. ఆ ఎస్బుక్ లో ఉన్న డేటా కనిపిస్తుంది. సో దట్స్ అసోసియేషన్ వి హావ్, కార్డినాలిటీ అన్నమాట. ఎస్ కస్టమ్ లో 1 to 3 కస్టమర్స్ ఉన్నాయి. 1 to 3 కస్టమర్స్ కి మాత్రమే డేటా ఉంది. ఎస్ బుక్ లో 1 2 3 4 5 6 ఉంది. 4 5 6 అనేది ఇన్నర్ జాయిన్ లో వదిలేస్తుంది. కానీ ఇక్కడ ఏమంటున్నాము, మనం 4 5 6 కూడా డేటా తీసుకురామంటున్నాము. దానికి ఈ ఎస్ కస్టమ్ లో డేటా ఖాళీగా ఉంటుంది.
అవును, అది ఎస్ కస్టమ్ ఖాళీగా ఉంటుంది. ఇది రెండు ఒకటే ప్రోగ్రామా లేకపోతే వేరేవేనా? అంటే
ఇప్పుడు మనం చూసేది వేరే ప్రోగ్రామ్ ఏంటి ఇదా? ఇది రెండు వేరే. అంటే ఇక్కడ వరకు ఒకటి, ఇక్కడ వరకు
అంటే మళ్ళీ సెలెక్ట్ ఫ్రమ్ ఫస్ట్ ఇచ్చాడు అందుకని వ్యూ
అది వేరు. ఇక్కడ నుండి వేరు. అంటే ఈ ఫ్లవర్ బ్రాకెట్స్ ఎక్కడైతే క్లోజ్ అయిందో అక్కడ వరకు ఇదొక వ్యూ, ఈ కిందది ఇంకొక వ్యూ.
సో మనం ఒక వ్యూ క్రియేట్ చేసింది ఆటోమేటిక్ గా వ్యూ వేరే వ్యూలో యూజ్ చేసుకోవచ్చా?
చేసుకోవచ్చు.
ఓకే, ఇక్కడ బుకింగ్ 1:2 ఇక్కడ అసోసియేషన్ ఇవ్వలేదేంటి మరి?
సెకండ్ దాంట్లో అసోసియేషన్ ఫస్ట్ దాంట్లో ఇచ్చాము. అప్పుడు మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నామంటే ఈ వ్యూని మనం ఇక్కడ యూజ్ చేస్తున్నాం.
బాయ్ అంటే మీరు వ్యూని యూజ్ చేస్తున్నారు కదా, మరి కొత్త వ్యూ క్రియేట్ చేసినప్పుడు బుకింగ్ కార్డినాలిటీ యూజ్ చేస్తున్నారు కదా. ఇక్కడ 1:2 ఫ్లైట్ ఎఫ్ఎల్ డేట్.
అవును.
ఇక్కడ కార్డినాలిటీ యూజ్ చేస్తున్నారు. అక్కడ కార్డినాలిటీ డిఫైన్. నాకు ఆ బ్రాకెట్స్ దగ్గర కొంచెం ఇది ఉంది, అసోసియేషన్ ఆఫ్ 0.
ఇప్పుడు స్క్వేర్ బ్రాకెట్స్ లో ఉన్నది కండిషన్.
ఓకే,
స్క్వేర్ బ్రాకెట్స్ లో ఉన్నది కండిషన్. ఇప్పుడు మనం ఏం ఫిల్టర్ చేస్తున్నామంటే ఎఫ్ఎల్ డేట్ 2015-01-01 ఉంటే దానికి సంబంధించిన డేటాని బుకింగ్స్ లో నుంచి ఒక డేట్ తీసుకుంటున్నాము 2015-01-01. దానికి రిలేటెడ్ డేటాని మనము బుకింగ్ క్యారీడ్ NY_booking carried లోకి తీసుకొస్తున్నాం. అంటే ఇది పర్పస్ ఇది. సో ఇప్పుడు ఇక్కడ 2 types ఆఫ్ ఫిల్టరింగ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. మనం ఇక్కడ ఏం చేస్తున్నామంటే ఫిల్టర్ చేస్తున్నాము. క్లాస్ సి ఉన్నప్పుడు బిజినెస్ ఫ్లైట్స్, క్లాస్ వై ఉన్నప్పుడు బుకింగ్స్. ఈ బుకింగ్స్ అనే దాంట్లో క్లాస్ సి ఉన్నప్పుడు బిజినెస్ ఫ్లైట్స్ కి, అండ్ క్లాస్ వై ఉన్నప్పుడు ఎకనామిక్ ఫ్లైట్స్ కి, క్లాస్ ఎఫ్ ఉన్నప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ క్లాస్ ఫ్లైట్స్ కి 3 డిఫరెంట్ టేబుల్స్, 3 డిఫరెంట్ ఫీల్డ్స్ లోకి మనము ఈ ఒకటే ఫీల్డ్ లో ఉన్న డేటాని మనం 3 ఫీల్డ్స్ లోకి స్ప్లిట్ చేస్తున్నాం. ఓకే, సో
యా ఫస్ట్ దాంట్లోని మీరు బుకింగ్స్ ది అది చేస్తున్నారు. సెకండ్ వ్యూ లోని నాకు ఇది ఉంది కదా, బుకింగ్స్ ఆఫ్ స్క్వేర్ బ్రాకెట్స్ లో 1:2 FL డేటా ఈక్వల్స్ టు మనకు ఒక డేట్ ఇచ్చి దాన్ని క్యార్ ఐడి చేశారు. బుకింగ్స్ తోటి ఒక డేట్ ఇచ్చి దాన్ని కాన్ ఐడి చేశారు. సో కాన్ ఐడి చేసినప్పుడు అది ఎలా యాక్ట్ అవుతుంది అంటే ఏంటి, ఈ వ్యూ క్రియేట్ చేసినప్పుడు మన అసోసియేషన్ క్రియేట్ చేయలేదు, అండ్ ఈ వ్యూ లో కార్డినాలిటీ చూపిస్తున్నారు 1:2 అని. 1:2 అంటే ఫస్ట్ ఎస్ కస్టమర్ టేబులా, అది నాకు అర్థం కాల.
1:1 అంటే 1:1 అంటే
1:F అంటే క్యార్ ఐడి అని స్పెసిఫై చేస్తున్నప్పుడు ఆ బుకింగ్స్ 3 ఉన్నాయి కదా, బిజినెస్ ఫ్లైట్స్, ఎకానమీ ఫ్లైట్స్, ఫస్ట్ క్లాస్ ఫ్లైట్స్, ఈ మూడిటికి సపరేట్ గాని చేస్తున్నారా అని.
ఫీల్డ్ నేమ్స్ వస్తున్నాయి. ఫీల్డ్ నేమ్స్ వచ్చిన తర్వాత FL డేట్ అనేది ఫిల్టర్ చేస్తున్నాం. మళ్ళీ ఇక్కడ ఫిల్టర్ చేసి ఏమంటున్నామంటే FL డేట్ లో 2015-01 అని ఉన్న వాల్యూ ఒక్కటే తీసుకురమ్మంటున్నాం. 1:2 FL డేట్ అంటే ఇందులో ఒకటే డేట్, ఒకటే ఈ 2015-01 ఉన్న డేట్ కి ఉన్న వాల్యూస్ ని ఒక్కదాన్నే తీసుకురమ్మన్నాం. అది ఇక్కడ మనం చెప్పేది కింద.
1:2 అంటే దేంట్లోంచి HA 400 DD1 SF C1 నుంచా?
దాంట్లో నుంచి, ఆ వ్యూలో నుంచి.
1:2 అంటే
ఆ వ్యూని మనం ఇక్కడ కింద దాంట్లో టేబుల్ లాగా యూజ్ చేస్తాం.
ఓకే,
ఫస్ట్ వ్యూని సెకండ్ వ్యూలో టేబుల్ లాగా యూజ్ చేస్తున్నాము. ఒకటి ఏంటంటే మనం ఇక్కడ క్లియర్ గా అర్థం చేసుకోవాల్సింది కార్డినాలిటీ కోసం. సో కార్డినాలిటీయే బాగా అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి. సో ఇదైతే మీకు క్లియర్ అయిపోయింది. అంటే కండిషన్ ఏంటంటే RC ఉంటే ఒక ఫీల్డ్ లోకి, అంటే ఇక్కడే మనము ఒకటే ఫీల్డ్ ని 3 ఫీల్డ్స్ కి స్ప్లిట్ చేసేస్తున్నాం. ఇది మన ABAP లో అట్లా పాసిబిలిటీ లేదు. అయితే మనము సెలెక్ట్ స్టేట్మెంట్ లోనే ఇవి 3 ఫీల్డ్స్ లోకి స్ప్లిట్ చేస్తున్నాము. కానీ ఇక్కడ మనం అర్థం చేసుకోవాల్సింది అంటే ఈ కార్డినాలిటీ కోసం ఇంకా క్లియర్ గా అర్థం చేసుకుందాం. మనం కార్డినాలిటీ ఒకటే. సో అది నేను ఒకసారి కార్డినాలిటీతో ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చేసి అది చూపిస్తాను. కార్డినాలిటీ ఒకటి మనం క్లియర్ చేసుకున్నాం. సో నెక్స్ట్ వచ్చేసి కోడేటా సర్వీసెస్ విత్ ఇన్పుట్ పారామీటర్స్. ఇన్పుట్ పారామీటర్స్ ఏంటంటే మనం సెలెక్ట్ ఆప్షన్స్ పారామీటర్స్ యూజ్ చేస్తాం కదా, అట్లా యూ కెన్ యూజ్ ద పారామీటర్స్. సో నార్మల్ గా మన ABAP లో పారామీటర్స్ యూజ్ చేసినట్టే ఇక్కడ కూడా. So comma separated list of scalar input parameters with type. So parameter types like parameter types predefined or data element. So this is what we have. Parameters can be used in projection list as data element. So ఇప్పుడు మనం ఏంటంటే ఇక్కడ ఈ పారామీటర్ ఏదైతే ఉందో
అన్ని ఒకసారి అర్థం కావట్లే.
ఇప్పుడు మీకు పారామీటర్స్ అంటే తెలుసు కదా, ఇన్పుట్ ఇస్తాము స్క్రీన్ లో. ఇన్పుట్ ఇచ్చిన తర్వాత అక్కడ ఉన్న వాల్యూ, దాన్ని మనం పారామీటర్స్ అంటాం కదా. అయితే ఇన్పుట్ పారామీటర్స్ అంటే మీకు ఒక క్లారిటీ వచ్చింది కదా. ఇప్పుడు ఇన్పుట్ పారామీటర్ నార్మల్ గా మన యాప్ లో సెలెక్ట్ ఆప్షన్స్ పారామీటర్స్ యూజ్ చేస్తాం, అక్కడ వాల్యూస్ ఇస్తాం. అదే సేమ్ పారామీటర్ ని మనం ఇక్కడ డిస్కస్ చేస్తున్నాం. ఓకే, సో అక్కడ మనం ఏదైతే మన ABAP లో పారామీటర్ యూజ్ చేస్తామో సేమ్ అట్లాంటిదే పారామీటర్ యూజ్ చేస్తున్నాము. సో ఇక్కడ మనకి ఏంటంటే ఈ టార్గెట్ కరెన్సీ
మరి 15,2 ఏంటి, అది స్మోకర్ అది చేస్తున్నాం క్యారెక్టర్సా?
క్యారెక్టర్స్.
మరి 2 అనేది ఏంటి, పాయింటర్సా? అంటే పాయింటర్స్ అంటే డెసిమల్ పాయింట్సా?
డెసిమల్ పాయింట్స్ అంటే ఇప్పుడు అన్ని నంబర్స్ అంటే 15 నంబర్స్ అండ్ 2 వచ్చేసి డెసిమల్ వాల్యూస్.
ఓకే, మిగతా కోడ్ అంటే కామన్ ఏమైనా ఎక్స్ దెన్ లోకల్ ఈక్వల్స్ టు పారామీటర్స్ కరెన్సీ కన్వర్షన్.
సో మనం ఇప్పుడు కేస్ స్మోకర్. సో ఇప్పుడు ఈ స్మోకర్ అనే దాంట్లో ఈస్ when x అన్నప్పుడు అంటే ఇది మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నామంటే ఇది ఇట్ షుడ్ బి
చెక్ చేసినప్పుడు కదా, ఇన్ కేస్ స్మోకర్ అన్నది చెక్ చేస్తే
మనకి ఈ కండిషన్ ట్రిగర్ అవుతుంది. when వెన్ లో ఇక్కడ మళ్ళీ ఎండ్ కేస్ రావాలి మనకి. ఇక్కడ ఎండ్ కేస్ యాక్చువల్లీ ఈ కోడ్ కంప్లీట్ గా లేదు, బికాస్ కేస్ మనం కండిషన్ రాసాం కదా. సో కరెన్సీ కన్వర్షన్, ఇక్కడ కరెన్సీ కన్వర్షన్ యూజ్ చేస్తున్నాము. సో ఇప్పుడు మేజర్ గా మనం ఇక్కడ ఫోకస్ చేసేదంటే ఇన్పుట్ పారామీటర్స్. ఇన్పుట్ పారామీటర్ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మీరు ఇన్పుట్ పారామీటర్స్ విత్ పారామీటర్స్, ఇప్పుడు మీరు త్రీ ఇన్పుట్ పారామీటర్స్ డిఫైన్ చేస్తున్నారు. టార్గెట్, స్మోకర్ ఫ్యాక్టర్ అండ్ నాన్ SM_ఫ్యాక్టర్. ఈ మూడింటికి పారామీటర్స్ ఇస్తున్నారు. వీఆర్ గివింగ్ పారామీటర్ టు 3 ఫీల్డ్స్. అదేంటంటే టార్గెట్ కరెన్సీ, స్మోకర్ ఫ్యాక్టర్ అండ్ నాన్ స్మోకర్ ఫ్యాక్టర్. సో ఇప్పుడు ఇవి 3 ఫీల్డ్స్ పారామీటర్స్ లాగా డిఫైన్ అయిపోయాయి. సో అప్పుడు డిఫైన్ అయినప్పుడు ఏంటంటే దానికి మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నామంటే ఇది ప్రాపర్టీస్ ఇస్తున్నాము. అండ్ ఇక్కడ టార్గెట్ కరెన్సీకి ఏంటంటే S_కరెన్సీ కోడ్ లో నుంచి ఇస్తున్నాము. ఈ అబాప్ ఫ్యాక్టర్ అండ్ స్మోకర్ ఫ్యాక్టర్, నాన్ స్మోకర్ ఫ్యాక్టర్ ఏంటంటే మనము ఇది లైక్ అబాప్ కరెన్సీ అనే ఫీల్డ్ లో నుంచి కాపీ చేస్తున్నాం ప్రాపర్టీస్. ఇప్పుడు పారామీటర్ స్మోకర్_ఫ్యాక్టర్ అంటే ఈ స్మోకర్_ఫ్యాక్టర్ కి ఒక పారామీటర్ ఉంది కదా అది. సో దెన్ లోకల్ కరెన్సీ ఇంటూ ద స్మోకర్ ఫ్యాక్టర్, ఇక్కడ ఎల్స్ లోకల్ కరెన్సీ ఇంటూ నాన్ స్మోకర్ ఫ్యాక్టర్ అండ్ యాజ్ అడ్జస్టెడ్ అండర్స్కోర్ అమౌంట్. ఇది పారామీటర్స్ యూజ్ చేసి ఒకసారి అంటే పారామీటర్స్ యూజ్ చేసి కూడా మనం ఒక సినారియో చేస్తాము. సో విల్ డూ దట్ సినారియో, దట్ విల్ బి మోర్ క్లియర్ ఫర్ యూ. సో పారామీటర్స్ వచ్చేసి మనం ఇన్పుట్ వాల్యూస్ ఇచ్చి ఆ ఇన్పుట్ వాల్యూస్ కి ప్రకారం మనం క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం ఇంటర్నల్ గా, అంతే. సో అది పారామీటర్స్ ది సింటాక్స్. ఇక్కడ ఇంకా సింపుల్ గా ఏంటంటే ఇది 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 సింపుల్ గా ఉంటది. సో ఇక్కడ ఏంటంటే విత్ పారామీటర్స్ FL date abap.dates. సో abap.dates అంటే ఇది డేట్, అంటే abap.dates అనేది ప్రీడిఫైన్డ్ డేటా టైప్. సో మనకి abap.dates లో ఈ FL date అనేది డేట్ లాగా డిఫైన్ అయిపోతుంది. I select from this is a existing view ID bookings, ఇది కార్డినాలిటీ. అండ్ ఇక్కడ మీరు ఫిల్టర్ చేస్తున్నారు 1:FL date ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు పారామీటర్ లో ఇచ్చిన FL date ని తీసుకోమంటున్నాం. పారామీటర్ లో ఇచ్చిన FL date ని booking_carried లోకి తీసుకోమన్నాం. ఇక్కడ booking_carried లోకి carried డేటా వస్తుంది, ఇక్కడ carried డేటా వస్తుంది. ఇది కూడా నేను ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చేసి చూపిస్తాను. బుకింగ్స్ మన ఈజీగా అర్థమయ్యే ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ తో చెప్తాను. సో అనోటేషన్స్ ఇన్పుట్
అన్నీ ఒకసారి చెప్పకండి, కన్ఫ్యూజ్ అవుతాం.
అదే నేనేం చేస్తానంటే వీటన్నిటికీ నేను సిస్టమ్ లో చేసి చూపిస్తాను, మీకు క్లారిటీగా ఉంటుంది. సిస్టమ్ లో చేసి చూపిస్తాను. ఇది ఎట్లా కాదు కానీ మీకు ఒక్కొక్క ఆప్షన్ మీకు ఒక కాన్సెప్ట్ రాసి నేను చూపిస్తే ఇన్ని రోజులు చేసినట్టే. అంటే యాక్చువల్లీ నాకు ఇవాళ సర్వర్ లేదు, అందుకే ఇదంతా డిస్కస్ చేస్తున్నాను.
నిన్న క్లాస్ కూడా పంపించలేదు విక్రమ్, అసలు నేను చూస్తున్నా.
రికార్డింగ్ కదా, సరే పంపిస్తాను. నేను ఇప్పుడు పంపిస్తాను. అంటే యాక్చువల్గా ఏంటంటే డౌన్లోడింగ్, ఇప్పుడు నేను గోటు మీటింగ్ లైసెన్స్డ్ వర్షన్ కొన్నాను. దాంట్లో ఏమవుతుందంటే నాకు ఇట్లా డౌన్లోడ్ ఆప్షన్ వస్తుంది, నైట్ మొత్తం పెట్టినా కూడా డౌన్లోడ్ అవ్వట్లేదు అండ్ స్టక్ అయిపోతుంది. ఇది ఏంటో నాకు అర్థం అవ్వట్లేదు. ఇది ఒకటి ఇంకా ఇప్పుడు కూడా
లేకపోతే మీరు రికార్డింగ్ ఆప్షన్ మాకు యాక్సెస్ చేసినా మేము రికార్డ్ చేసుకుంటాం. సో మేము ఆటోమేటిక్ గా డౌన్లోడ్ చేసుకోవడానికి ఉంటది.
ఓకే, అంటే మీకు ఇప్పుడు రికార్డింగ్ అనే ఆప్షన్ రావట్లేదా?
మీరు యాక్సెస్ ఇవ్వాలి యాక్చువల్లీ రికార్డ్ చేయాలంటే.
అవునా, ఒక్క నిమిషం చూస్తాను. అట్లయితే అది ఇదేదో బాగుంది, ఎందుకంటే నేను ఇట్లా నాకు ఈ లైసెన్స్ వర్షన్ కొన్నాకే ప్రాబ్లం అవుతుంది. యాక్చువల్గా నాకు ఆఫీస్కి లైసెన్స్ వర్షన్ కంపల్సరీ కావాలి అంటే అది తీసుకున్నాను మీటింగ్స్కి. సో లైసెన్స్ వర్షన్ కొన్నాక ప్రాబ్లం అవుతుంది నాకు. అంతకంటే ముందు హ్యాపీగా మనకి లింక్ వచ్చేది. ఇక్కడ యాక్సెస్ ఇవ్వడానికి లేదు ఇక్కడ. సెండ్ వెబ్.
యా ఇక్కడ యాక్సెస్ యాక్చువల్లీ పాత దానికి యాక్సెస్ ఉంటది, నార్మల్ దానికి ఆటోమేటిక్.
మరి అట్లయితే
లేకపోతే వేరే లింక్ చూడండి విక్రమ్.
నేను ఒక పని చేస్తాను దాని రేపటి నుండి నేను ఆ పాత దాంట్లో అంటే లైసెన్స్ నాన్ లైసెన్స్ వర్షన్ ఫ్రీ వర్షన్ ఉంది కదా అదే చేస్తాను. ఎందుకంటే నాకు ఇక్కడ డౌన్లోడ్స్ కి ప్రాబ్లం అవుతుంది, సిస్టమ్ స్టక్ అయిపోతుంది. అండ్ ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే నాకు మళ్ళీ ఇదంతా అప్లోడ్ చేసి చేయాలి. మీకు అందులో ఏంటంటే సింపుల్ గా లింక్ పంపించేస్తే మీరే డౌన్లోడ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు రికార్డింగ్స్. అది బాగుంది, ఫ్రీ వర్షనే బాగుంది. సో ఫ్రీ వర్షన్ కి నేను లింక్ ఇచ్చి నేను ఇందులో నుంచి అంటే ఆఫీస్ కి కూడా ఇందులో నుంచి చేస్తున్నాను కదా, సో అది డౌన్లోడ్ చేసేస్తాను. డౌన్లోడ్ చేసేసి మీకు అది అంటే లైక్ సారీ అది వేరే లింక్ లాగిన్ అయ్యి నేను మీకు అది షేర్ చేస్తాను రేపటి నుండి. ఇవాళ మటుకు ఐ ట్రై టు సెండ్ యూ దట్ యెస్టర్డేస్ ఇది నేను నిన్న ఈవినింగ్ పెట్టాను ఈ రికార్డింగ్. నిన్న ఈవినింగ్ పెట్టినా కూడా అది ఇంకా నడుస్తూనే ఉంది, 36% అయింది. అందుకే సిస్టమ్ కూడా స్టక్ అయింది బికాస్ ఆఫ్ సమ్ రీజన్. ఓకే, ఎనీవేస్ లైక్ మనము ఇవి సిస్టమ్ పైన రేపు డిస్కస్ చేద్దాం. మనం సిస్టమ్ పైన చేద్దాం రేపు, వన్ ఆఫ్టర్ ది అదర్. So this is an ALV report, and this ALV report is for getting the data from LFA1 table. It's a very simple ALV report in which we are just going to focus on how do we get this data. So we have we will first create a structure. It will be easy for us if we create a structure here. So SE11, and we'll create a structure. Or for structure, I'm creating a structure here with all those fields, and structure is something which will have all the properties. Like instead of creating a structure locally, we're creating a structure globally in the data dictionary. So we'll write with all these fields. Okay, just need to have these field names. So name 1 ORT01, LFNR, LAN1 underscore GP, name 1 underscore GP, ORT01 underscore GP. Because underscore GP is something which is already there here, that's the reason we are adding it up.
Okay.
So this is vendor details. So we have these 4 fields. So data IT underscore LFM, type standard table of ST underscore LFM, W underscore LFM, type ST underscore LFM, and then select options S underscore LFM for W underscore LFM hyphen LFM. Now we can simply select these fields from LFM into table IT underscore LFM, where LFM Next underscore. Now after this, instead of writing this, instead of writing that loop statement and all, what we'll do is we'll just simply call a function module, and that function module happens to be, we have to click on the pattern and call a standard function module that's called reuse underscore ALV underscore grid underscore display.
So this function module, is it like a standard one, or was it something that you created previously, sir?
Yeah, Rashmi, sorry, I was on mute. So yeah, this is a predefined one which will have all these options. So these all options will by default come there.
Okay.
These all options will be there. So in this, we are not going to touch all these options. We are going to touch only two things now here. That is, one thing is IT underscore LFA1, and then we are going to have this as structure name. Structure name, we have to update the structure name. For this, we have to also update this exporting. So we have this as ZST underscore LFA1. So these are the structure name and the field catalogs. That's it. Only two things that we are giving here. Say, oh, it's ZST underscore LFA1. Activated. If you execute it, I give some 1000 and here we'll give 9000. So these are the values. Okay. So these values are coming in the grid display, and if you can just make it like this, you can get it. These are the values. So this happens to be a very simple ALV report in which we are just calling the function model, and the function model itself is doing all the work. We are not doing anything here.
Okay.
It's passing this two parameters, and then we'll keep exploring the other parameters as well.
Okay.
Okay, so there is something called field catalog. In reuse underscore element grid underscore display, by default the field catalogs are coming, but when it comes to a program where we have list display, so we have old one is ALV underscore reuse underscore ALV underscore list underscore display. So we'll write another program with these things, these fields. So let me write another program here, and we'll use another table. So program ZJH LFA1, instead of LFA1 we'll go for LFB1 will be there, or we can have KNBK. KNBK is customer bank details. Okay, so we'll go ahead with the data. Okay, for this again we have to create KNBK. For KNBK again we have to create a structure. Okay, let's do that again. So what we'll do is like KNBK. Okay, we need to create a structure here. So let's take 4 or 5 fields here. So we have this 4 fields, bank details. Okay, so let's go ahead with the select statement. Select from KNA1, KNBK, from KNBK into table IT underscore KNBK, where KUNNR is underscore KUNR. Then we have to call this pattern use underscore ALU underscore underscore. So in this reuse underscore display, we have this. So in this also we just need to uncomment these things. Exporting, then structure name. This is ZST underscore KNTK. So this is a list display, which was the old one actually. So very long back we used to use only list display. We didn't have grid display at the time. Later it was introduced. Like I'm talking about early 2000 and something like that. So very long back. So if you just see, so you'll get the data. So you cannot drag it like this. You cannot open it up like this. So this is a list display actually. So what we'll do is like we can have a choice like this, like, and we can also build the headings and all on our own as well. That we'll see in the next session, later session. But let me introduce one radio button kind of a thing in which you can choose which output should come. So we'll go for parameters. We'll go for parameters and p underscore rb1 radio button 1, radio button group g1, rb2 radio button group g1. This opening. So we have to go ahead with here. What we're doing is for radio buttons at least two options are mandatory. So we are saying this rb1 is rb1 radio button g1, rb2 radio button g1. So here we have this rb1 is equals to x, we have this rb2 is equals to x, we have in this. We'll go ahead with pattern release and grid display. So what we're telling to the system is if you select the second radio button, you display the grid display. First radio button, you display the list display. That's what we are telling to the system. So we'll uncomment this. Structure name ZST underscore KNVK. It's activated. So we'll have RB1, RB2. So if you select RB1, 1000 and 5000, you'll get execute and you'll get this data. If you select RB2, then you'll get the output in this list display. This is what we have. Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah. So now see, no one will be able to understand if they see S underscore K in RB1, RB2 when they open the customized transaction. So what we do is we need to go to utilities. No, go to text elements, selection text. If you go here, this can get the description from the direct RB1. We select this list display. Grid display. So list display and grid display is that. So you can, by this they can easily find out, like, what is list display, what is grid display. They can find out those things, like, so by seeing this description they can find out what is it.
Okay.
Now if you want to have your own text in the output, then we have to create field catalogs. So let's say you are getting by default this field names, right? Bank key, account name. It is directly taking it from the standard table. So we can go ahead with the field catalogs. We can build the field catalogs and write our own values there. And we can also change the pattern. Like, we can change the order. For example, like you have in the list display, if you see, first customer is coming, then country is coming, bank key is coming, account. But you want the country key first, and customer should come later. Bank key should come later, bank account should come first. So if you want to change the order, if you want to change the text and all, then we have to use the field catalogs that we are going to use. We're going to build the field catalogs and then we are going to write that program. We're going to do it tomorrow, but before that we'll just explore this radio buttons. Okay, radio buttons is clear, right? So structure, work area.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so these are the standard function models that we have used in our program today, Rashmi. Reuse underscore ALV underscore grid underscore display, reuse underscore ALV underscore list underscore display. So I think we have time. So if you're okay with that, we can go ahead with the uh, ALV report with the field catalogs.
Yes, sir.
Okay, field
Yes,
catalog.
sir. I'm clear with it.
Yeah, field catalogs are something. Field catalogs are something which are basically used for positioning of data. And header text details. So for header text details and positioning of data, we'll go for field catalog. So in the field catalogs, which are popularly called as FCAT, so we'll be writing something like field catalogs. For field catalogs, why we are going for field catalogs? For positioning of data and header text. If you want to change the header text and change the position of the data, then we can go for field catalogs. So for field catalogs, we have to build additionally certain things here. Let us do that. We'll take Mara data. Here we need to give something like type pools. SLIS. SLIS is a type pool. So the type pool has some definitions like type declarations in that. So if you see the type declarations, all the type declarations will start with types. Side.
Okay.
So type declarations are there. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead with the S underscore LIFNR for Okay, so we have to declare for positioning of data. We need to declare two more extra things called IT underscore FCAT. Type SLIS underscore T underscore fieldcat underscore ALV and W underscore FCAT. Type SLIS underscore fieldcat underscore. So we just need to add additionally two declarations. We have IT underscore FCAT, W underscore FCAT. This will be for positioning of data. If we get into this, these are predefined internal table and structures. So that's the reason we didn't give types and a table of. We just gave SLIs and so, because if you double click on it, it is defined as a internal table. We get into it. So we do have this, and inside this we have this some field, and in this figure again we have this. So these are the fields that we have: row position, column position, and all. So we do have row position and column position details in this.
Okay.
Okay, so these are the fields that we have. So in these fields like row position and column position, we'll be knowing, and field name. So we are making use of the column position, and we are making use of field name, and we'll make use of another field called text, cell text. Cell text means the selection text. So because we thought of changing it, so we have cell text. Here we have cell text underscore.
Okay.
So this is something which will change. So we'll go ahead with
Yes.
that. So field name is LIFNR. So text underscore M is equals to vendor number. Append W underscore FCAT to IP underscore FCAT. So second field is so field name will give it as in the land one, and we can change the order. Let me change the order. Actually, with
Yeah.
the main purpose is to change the order, right? So we'll take name one here, and we'll take this as vendor name 3 4001 city vendor city, and fourth one is land one country. So we are purposefully changing the this thing.
Okay.
So, and we are defining our own text, our own field pattern, and like the order. So we're changing that. So let's go for select statement. Select LIFNR. What if we change the order here also? See, if the structure order, the structure in the order in which we have the structure, same way we have to
Mm-hmm.
write in the select statement. What if you don't write? Okay, what if you don't write? It will throw an error. So how to solve that error also, I'll tell you. Then I'm taking this here as name one, and ORT01 land one. So this is not in the order of this structure. So from LFA1 into corresponding fields of IT underscore LFA1,
Okay.
where LFA in S underscore LFA. So when you write corresponding fields up, it doesn't throw error. Otherwise, it will throw an error for sure. So after this, we'll go ahead with this pattern, and we can call this reuse underscore LV underscore grid underscore display or list underscore display, and then we can uncomment this again exporting. And there's no need of giving the structure now. We need to give the field catalog. Even if you give the field catalog, it will come. So IT underscore FCAT is a field catalog, and have IT underscore LFF. Save syntax. into table. So we'll get this back.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So now if you see vendor instead of country, which was by default the order, we've changed the order. Like we got the vendor name here, we got the country, and we got the vendor city. So we can change the positioning, and we can also change the text on the top. So for that reason, we are making use of this what do you call this field catalogs. The main purpose of field catalogs is that we can go ahead and change the positioning and the text. Okay. So this is about that. So there are many things that we have to discuss in the field in the what do you call in the ALV reports that we'll discuss in the coming session tomorrow. So we'll try to get this
Okay.
top of page we have to do, interactive ALV report we have to do. We have a couple of things that we have to do. We'll do it in the tomorrow session.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Fine. Okay, Rashmi, we're done with the session, so we'll continue tomorrow. And
Tomorrow same time, sir?
and that's what I was about to ask. By default, it will be same time, Rashmi. But in case if you change slightly, which time would you prefer?
I'm okay, sir. I'm not got any plans because I'm avoiding to travel anywhere, so I will be at home, so no problem for me.
Okay. So lockdown is still there?
It is not there, sir. Like they removed all the restrictions, all the constraints they had, but
So basically in a report, we can have these events, and what exactly are events? Events are something which will have a predefined code behind it. So it is something predefined code, and whenever you use that event, SAP understands that there is something that it has to do, and these are events. So we are discussing about the basic report events now. The first one is the initialization. Initialization. Then we have at selection screen. And then we have startup selection. Startup selection. End of selection. Top of page. End of page. So these are the basic report events. Each event, when we mention that event in our program, it has a specific meaning for it. Like when we say initialization, it has a specific meaning for it. So what exactly it is used for initialization is to initialize some values. So what kind of values we can initialize? Anything. And those values which we cannot initialize in a normal program, we can do that in the initialization event. So let's go ahead with that now.
Okay.
We'll use it for something like a table which is like, I'll go for bill of material or something like that. Bill of material is related to material. So bill of material data which will be there in MASD table. So we'll go ahead with data it underscore MASD type standard table of MASD. Directly we are copying the properties from the table itself. Type
Okay.
MASD. So now why are we doing this in this particular scenario is because MASD has just 13 fields. In the previous type of tables that we have taken like Mara, K1, it has hundreds of fields. So for example, if you take Mara,
Okay.
it has more than 300 fields. So if you double click on MASD, we'll simply have 13 fields.
Okay.
Just double click on it. So we have 13 fields here. So we are taking all of them. All of them are by default coming into our program. So we'll go for this directly like this and select options. Select options is not mandatory that we have to give it for one. You can give multiple select options also we can give. So MATNR for W underscore MASD hyphen MATNR, and then we'll go for S underscore. We can, just for our understanding, we can give it on another field also.
Okay.
So, MATNR, and we'll go for WRKS also. So WRKS is a plant. So we'll go for S underscore WRKS for W underscore MASD hyphen WRKS. So once it's been done, we'll go for select star from MASD into table IT underscore MASD where MATNR in S underscore MATNR and 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 WRKS in S underscore WRKS.
Okay.
WRKS in S underscore WRKS. This is what we have in this list. Then we'll go ahead with the loop statement. Loop at IT underscore MASD into W underscore MASD and loop right W underscore MASD FNMATNR, and here we need to write all the field names. So for that I'll just copy from here. Now this is the program. So now we'll see where we'll introduce the events.
Okay.
Okay, so let me finish up. Okay, so these are the fields that we have. This is a normal program. Now let's see if you want to initialize the values. Let's see. Let's do that. So let's initialize these values. So for initializing the values which we have here, like for example, you want to get default values here, some default values for MATNR and SWR. So we have to write initialization after the select options. Initialization, it's a standard event, and wherein we'll write something like s underscore MATNR hyphen low is equals to something like 1000, and s underscore MATNR hyphen high is equals to some 5000. Then s underscore MATNR hyphen sign is equals to I. S underscore MATNR hyphen option is equals to BT. So once we do this and go for append s underscore MATNR, so what will happen here is, like, by default you will get these values in the output screen. So by default, you will, when you open that, you will get this screen. And here I'll explain you about the sign and option more in detail. So we are initializing these values without initialization event. These things cannot be initialized. So if you see here, 1000 and 9000 by default are there here. So we can give multiple ranges also. So we can give multiple ranges. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead with 10,000 and say 11,000. We have including, instead of including we'll write it excluding. Excluding means only two values can be given here, either including or excluding, not anything else. So BT is between, and instead of that we can write greater than, lesser than, greater than or equal to, lesser than or equal to, and not equal to. So these are the options that we can give it the options. But sign, you can have only two options here, either I including or E excluding. That's it. These are the only two options that we can give in caps lock, of course. So we just activate this, and we have maintained it for this material. So you can see the green color button here. Here we don't have the green color button down, but here we have a green color symbol here, specifying that there is another value hidden inside. So if we have select ranges, we have 1000 and 9000, it's in including, and we have excluding ranges because we are going to in E. So exclude range 10,000 to 11,000 is what we are giving. So let us check if this works when we comment this initialization event. I've commented this initialization event. Now I'm just execute it. So it doesn't work, even though it doesn't throw any error. It doesn't allow us to give any. It doesn't reflect that options that we gave there are not reflected here. Now that's the significance of initialization. And going forward, we'll go ahead with the at selection screen. At selection screen is for validation of data. Like, if you have given some input, the user has given some input. So if we need to validate the data, so we need to write it in the at selection screen. So I'll just simply write something like select single MATNR, select single MATNR into WA underscore MAST hyphen MATNR, where select single MATNR in S underscore MATNR and WRKS in SMS code WRKS. Okay, from condition iterated. From MAST into blend. So what are we just doing here is we are validating the validating. Okay, see, we gave some range here, and we are just checking here at that selection at the screen level only. We are checking checking that whether there is a data for this input or not, input values or not. If it is not there, it has to throw an error that there is no data for that. So how do we check that? We write the logic here: select single. Select single means only single value of MATNR into work area. Work area anyways stores only single value. So from MAST table we are selecting at the, one value. There might be 1,000 values for the selection, but we are selecting one. Even if one value is there, it should not throw any error. If there is not even a single value, it should throw an error. So that's what is the logic here. Then we are tried if size sub RC is not equal to 0. Now let us understand about the size sub RC. Size sub RC is a system field which by default has the value as 0, but if any condition is written, if this condition is written and if it is successful, if this condition, whatever logic, whatever code that we are writing, if it is successful, it becomes 0. Okay, default it is 0, and it will become 0. But if it is not successful, it will be not 0. Okay, default and for success, default and for success it will be 0. So we are writing this, and then we'll pop that a message E001 Z. So we'll create a message class here. Message class we can create it from here only. You can do it. Go for messages, and in this like so we'll go for no data for this selection. No data for this selection. Save it. No data for this selection. So we just need to write this full stop. Save. Activate.
So there's no need to give the message class name in the beginning of the program.
Yeah, if you mention it here itself, there's no need of mentioning it there. So if you mention it there, then you don't have to mention it here as well. So there will be some questions like let's say if you are writing a big project, and in that project a very big program in which you have to maintain more than 1,000 messages, then how you have to do? So you declare some message class on the top. It's done, it's free. Then you cannot add one more message class at the top at the program level. So what you do is the second message class, you can define it like this for every message additionally, which we are defining other than that standard message class which we have declared at the global level of the program.
Okay, sir.
So this is another way. So we have this, and then so by default we have never written startup selection here, but now we have to write it, because if you don't write startup selection, it will assume, the system will assume that the select statement is a part of at selection screen. Okay, and it might not be. But otherwise, if you don't mention any events, startup selection is a default event which gets triggered. It's a default event. So startup selection. So startup selection is there, and we are writing startup selection, and wherein we write the all the select statements, whatever select statements we have. Then we have end of selection.
Okay.
End of selection. So in the end of selection, we'll write all the loop statements. The output statements will be here in the end of selection. Okay, this is about the end of selection. Then we have something called top-up page. Top-up page is something which we write anything to display something on the top of the page. So we got the data, and this is working fine. But we'll be writing top-up page. Top-up page is for displaying something at the top of every page. We'll do that now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So actually, this top of page, whatever we write here, will be coming at the top of the page of everyone. So end of page. End of page, we have write statement. So something like page number. That's why. So I just want to type the page number. Let's just display the page number here. So we'll have page number. Okay, it's by PHGL. Now we have this as the end of page, and we have top of page. We have bill of material data. So this end of page will not be displayed. Top of page will be displayed only once, but end of page will not be displayed. The reason for that is we have not defined anything like where the page ends. Top of page is displayed only once, but if you see the entire data, we'll have like we don't have this data yet. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead with end of page as well. So end of page has to be displayed, means we have to tell to the system where the page actually ends. For that we have to give here line count something around 20, 30 and free spaces of 5. So free spaces 30 you have to display, and we are telling to the system that 30 pages is the output length, and 5 spaces is the empty space that we have to have. So
Oh,
we can increase the size, actually it can be 32. So now once we tell this to the system, we have to do it. So we can go ahead with this. Okay, so we have this data.
Okay.
Now by default we were getting this. So for every output we'll be getting this bill of material. Something is coming here, right? So this is basically about the from the attributes. So we have it from the attributes. So if you see this, edit and attribute, go to attributes. So if you see this here, bill of material, whatever text we are writing here, that is coming here by default. So if you don't want that to come, you have to write simply no standard page heading. If you write like this, that will not come. So we'll get this.
So could you please repeat this, sir? Sorry.
Yeah. So yeah. See, previously we are getting bill of material on the top by default. We were getting some text everywhere. So if you that will come actually from this that will come from this text attributes here. Whatever is there, this will come on the in the page. If you don't want that to come, it writes no standard page heading, and that attributes whatever we have given will not come in the final output. So let me show you without this. Execute again. So we have this data. So every line will get this bill of material data that by default it will come. So if you don't want that, whatever is there in the attributes, you don't want that to come, just comment this and you have this. So we'll go ahead with activate and execute again. So you'll get this data. This is what we have.
Okay.
So this is about the events. So the interactive report events are the seventh one, which is line selection, line selection at user command, and then we have top of page and during line selection. So these are the interactive report events that we have. So we'll go ahead with the interactive report events. So in this, like, we'll go ahead with in at-line selection. At-line selection is a event that we actually are going to make use of, and that would be to make a report interactive. So what do we mean by interactive is, if we get the first screen, okay, you get a first screen and you click on some data. So for example, you have clicked on some sales order number. Then the details should come in, details of sales order should come in the next screen. Okay, details of sales order should come in the next screen. So this is what we actually want. So first you'll get a basic screen, and if you click on something, you should get the details in the next screen. So this is what we are going to do in the at-line selections and at-line selection. So for that, we'll go ahead and take up two different tables, any existing tables which we have. We can take a VBAK, VBAP. Since we already taken in them in inner join, we can consider taking EKKO, EKPO. So these are sales order header and item data. So we have very less number of records for EKKO, EKPO. But if we take BKPF, BSCG, we have lot of records. We have a lot of records for BKPF, BSCG. So we can consider taking BKPF, BSCG, because EKKO, EKPO, these are purchase related data, purchase related tables, and this is like these tables will have less data in this particular server. So let me just check it. If we have good number of records, we can go ahead with EKKO, EKPO. Okay, we do have good number of records in this EKKO, EKPO. These are for purchase order header and item data. So let's consider these tables. So we have EBLN, BUKRS, BSTYP, BSCRT. So let's take them and we'll go for interactive report. Purchase begin of ST underscore EKKO, end of ST underscore EKKO, and this ABLN, type ABLN, BUKRS, BSTYP, type BUKRS, BSTYP, type BSTYP, EBSTYP. We have EBSTYP here. BSCRT, type the data element for BSCRT, ESCRT, ESART, begin of ST underscore EKPO, end of ST underscore EKPO, ABLN, type ABLN. Then we'll go for EBLP, LOEKZ, STATU, AEDAT. So we'll go ahead with these fields. EBLN, EBLP, LOEKZ, EBLP, EBLP, type EBLP, LOEKZ, type ELOEK, short text TXZ01. We'll go for TXZ01. So what are we doing is we are creating two structures. We'll create two structures, two internal tables, two YKS, everything two. We'll be creating two structures, two internal tables, two work areas. So in that way, because we have to get two screens. If you want to get three screens, we have to design in the same way for three tables. So we have TXZ01, TXZ01 data IT underscore EKKO type standard table of ST underscore EKKO IT underscore EKPO type standard table of ST underscore EKPO W underscore EKKO type ST underscore EKKO W underscore EKPO type ST underscore EKPO. Now select options. Select options S underscore EBLN for say W underscore EKKO hyphen EBLN. This is for the select statement. And in this interactive report, this is the first interactive report, so we will not concentrate on the basic report events. In fact, like we can also introduce the basic report events at initialization, at selection, start of selection, end of selection, top of it. All these events also can be introduced in this particular program, but for our comfort, we'll be only focusing on the interactiveness of the program, how it will be made, how do we go from first screen to second screen, because this is pretty clear for you, I guess, like because the structures, two structures we are creating, two internal tables, two work areas, everything two we are doing because we have to get two screens. So where we have the interactive logic, that is where I will concentrate more. So we'll go for select those fields like EBELN, BUCARES, EBELN, BUCARES, DSTYP, SART, SART. From EKKO into table IT underscore EKKO, where EBLN in S underscore EBLN. EBLN in S underscore EBLN. Once it's been done, we'll go ahead with the loop statement. Loop at IT underscore EKKO into W underscore EKKO. This is all for the basic screen, which we already done for many previous programs. We go for write W underscore EKKO hyphen EBLN W underscore EKKO hyphen BUCARES W underscore EKKO hyphen PSTYP W underscore EKKO hyphen PSART. And now till here it's a basic report logic only for the single screen. Now we are going to write the logic for the second screen. So let me first execute this. EBLN. Okay, now once it's been done, what we'll do is we'll execute this and see if the data is coming properly. So I'll give it 1 and we'll give 9,000. Execute. We don't have data for this. So we have data for 3 followed by a couple of zeros and last 4. So from here we have the data. So now we have to write the logic for the interactiveness of the program. So for interactiveness of the program, what we have to do is we'll go ahead and write this hide statement. Hide means we actually are saving it to the backend. Hide means saving in the backend. So hide w underscore ekko hyphen ebln, the common field between the two tables, with which we can get the data from the second screen. That's what we are going to write here. So we are hiding the ebln value because ebln is the common field between the two tables. So then we'll go ahead with at line selection. So in the at line selection, we'll go ahead with uh, case sy lsind end case when one case sy lsind when one. Okay, so we need to understand this logic, what we have written. At line selection is an event with which the system understands that you have to do some operations to go to the next screen. That's the first point. And case SYLSIND is the screen index. So the screen index by default will have a value of 0. Screen index. This is screen index. So the default value of screen index is 0. But when you make it 1, so when we make it 1 in the sense like when you click on the first screen, you'll get the second screen. So we will make it 1. Then we'll say, now we'll say select EBLN BUKRS BSTYP BSART from EKPO into table IT underscore EKPO, where EBLN equal to the hidden value. So whatever value we have hidden, we have to keep it here. Now let us understand this logic, and I'll explain you this couple of times because this is something which is the most important thing. How it's going to the second screen and how it is getting the data is what we need to understand. So first we are writing the hide statement. So if let's say you have clicked on the 11th line, whatever is the work area value, whatever the data is there, that will be saved into the work area. And then based on that data, we'll select the data from the second table. So that is EKPO. So from EKPO, we'll get the data into the IT underscore EKPO. Loop at IT underscore EKPO into W underscore EKPO. EKPO into W underscore EKPO and loop W underscore EKPO hyphen EBLN W underscore EKPO hyphen BUKRS W underscore EKPO hyphen BST no, not BUKRS. So these are actually the fields of EKKO. I just need to select the EKPO. Sorry. So we have to select these fields actually. EBLP, LOEKZ and TX01. These are the fields that we have to take actually. So we have written this, these fields are for the second field. So in the same way I have to write this same fields here as well. EBLB, LOEKZ and TXZ01. These are fields that we have from the EKP. So I'm not giving any values here because we have values for a bigger range. So if I click on this 16, and I should be getting the detailed values of 16 in the second screen. This is what we have to get in the and in the interactive report. Okay, so once we have got the output, let's understand this interactiveness again. So this is this 37th line is where the interactive concept will start. First we are doing the hide statement, and then the 42-42 length we are writing this cases file SND, and then we are writing one and all. These are things that we are doing it. So this is the logic. So when to, I'll just simply write call transaction MK01. This is for purchase order. So we just write it, save it. That's it. Okay, now what will happen? Let's see. So for the third screen, it will call that MK01 transaction 22. If I click on this 22, I'll get this MK01 transaction. It will be open.
Okay.
Okay, so you can keep on writing like this: when 1, when 2, when 3, when 4, when 5, like that. We can write up to 120. So we can go to the basic screen plus 20 interactive screens is what we can have in an entire program.
Okay. Okay, sir. Yes, sir. I've understood this, sir.
Okay, so let me copy this program and mail it to you. So let me first explain what exactly is menu painter all about. The menu painter consists of three things. One is the menu bar on the top. We can see the program, edit, go to, utilities. This is a menu bar. And then we have the function keys. These are the function keys. And these are the application toolbar. So in these three together is called menu bar. So these three together is called menu bar. So we'll plan for that. So we'll be designing our own menu in SC51 transaction. So here we plan our own menu painter. So what we'll do is we'll create a simple program in which we'll get this MARDI data. MARDI is material data related to storage, the storage location.
Okay.
Report. Okay, types. Begin of state underscore MARDI. End of state underscore MARDI. MATNR. MATNR. And WRKS and GORT. PSTAT. We'll take a couple of fields: WRKS, LGORT, PSTAT. WRKS, ARKS PSTAT PSTAT underscore D LGORT underscore PSTAT. Okay, so let's go with that, and we'll go with data IT underscore Mardi type standard table of history underscore Mardi W underscore Mardi type history underscore Mardi select options underscore mediana for RD hyphen mediana. Then we have focus select MATNR WRKS PSTAT LGORT from Mardi into table ID underscore Mardi where MATNR is now we'll go for loop at IT underscore Mardi into W underscore Mardi right W underscore Mardi WRKS STAT LGORT. So now this is a very normal program that we have it till now, but in this program we are going to introduce the menu painter and we'll see how to do that. So you have this data, but on the top you want this to be your own menu. Function key have to be decided on your own, and the application toolbar here also we want to introduce our own application toolbar. So how to do that is what we design now. So for that we have to go for set pf status, and we need to give the status name something like say jh1. I'm giving this jh12, and in this jh12 is something which we need to create. This is a status name. We need to create the status in SE51 transaction, SE41 transaction. So we need to get it from SE41. So we need to give the same program name which we have given there. The program name that we have here is SJH Mardi status ZJH12. These are things that we have, and we'll click on this create button. So we have the menu. In the menu, we have to add this something like, in the menu we'll add something like Softech. So here we'll write Sages, and under this, if you double click, we'll have DDIC, and we'll go for data dictionary. Now, what we have to understand here is that the code that we are writing here, TDIC, for this we need to write some logic in our program, which triggers this, triggers some logic. So we need to write the logic for this.
Okay.
So what happens here is there is a field called SYUCOM, and when we click on the a particular button, that will be the, now let's say we have say this user interface and we have drop down. So you click on something, okay, that will be triggering the code which is behind it. So now we are doing it
Yes, sir.
in data dictionary. For this data dictionary we have PDIs. So that's what we are doing now, and for we write something like SM30 for runtime analysis. So we just are doing these two things in the display. And then we have application toolbar. Application toolbar will write something like download. Static. Download. And we'll create okay, let me do this download option later. First let me show you this output, and then we'll go ahead and construct that application toolbar as well. So once we get this,
Okay.
function keys cannot be created. We cannot create function keys. There are some existed standard function keys which we can make use of in our program. That's it. So we cannot make use of the we cannot create our own standard function keys. We have a standard set of function keys. These are here. So these are the function keys which we can make use of.
Okay.
But application toolbar, we can add our own things, which we'll do now. So we'll go ahead with the back button. We'll uncomment the back button there. Activate. Once we are done, the back button we have. So once it's been done, we have ZJH12. Oh, we created a ZJH12. So even in the program also we need to make this ZJH12. Actually, Z is not required. Okay. Just add.
Okay.
But somehow we added that, so we'll add it here also. So we just need to activate this. Yeah, it's active. So now we need to write that state. So if it all, if we come out of it and we double click on status, if we double click on the status, it directly takes us to that status.
Okay.
So now here we have set PF status, and then we have to go ahead with set PF status is already there. At user command. In at user command, we have case SYUCOM when whatever we wrote there, we wrote DDIC. If we would have written something else, we have to write the logic for that. So we'll just write for action SC11. We need to write in capital letters. When that's DDIC, right? So when SM30, SC30. All transaction SC30 in case. we have this save. So now you can see this JL Softech here. If you click on this, we'll have data dictionary and runtime.
Okay.
If we click on data dictionary, it will take us to the SC11 transaction because we have written the logic for that. And if we click on this runtime,
Okay, sir.
it will take us to the SCSM30, and because we have SC30, because we have written the logic for that, it's opening up. No, it's not working. Why it's not working? The second one is not working. SC30.
Okay.
We wrote here SC30, but I'm not sure what was the status that we have maintained there. Let me check the city code here. I think the city code is something else.
SM30.
And then,
I think SM30, sir.
so we need to make it as SC30. So whatever we write there, the same thing have to be maintained here also. So it's that. Now it will work. So runtime analysis. It will open up this. It will open up this. So this is what we have.
Okay.
So
Okay, sir.
now that's about the menu painter and menu bar. Now we'll go ahead with the function keys, and we'll also go with the application toolbar. So function keys, we have activated the back. So when we go for back button will work
Okay.
by default because SAP understand the logic for it. We don't have to write the logic for the back button.
Okay.
Couple of things that we have to write. So we'll go for application toolbar. So we'll design a new button. We want to design a new button here. We'll design a new button here, down here, and if we click on that, something has to happen. So what is our exact functionality that we want to do is when we click on this, then we'll create a download button. When you click on the download button, it should download the data into our local drive, into D drive exactly.
Okay.
So we'll give the D drive, and it will load all this report output data into the D drive. So that's what is the logic that we want to write. So for that, we'll go ahead and first design the application toolbar here. So in the application toolbar, we'll write something like download static text. And we can select an icon here. The icon, that download button, we can select the icon. Any icon which we feel is relevant to our file, we can use it. So I just think that I'll just search for download icon. If there is any download icon, then we can put it. Okay, I feel that this is somewhere near to the download. I just select this.
Okay.
So this icon will be displayed there, and we'll go for download option. I'll write the text as download. Okay, and we are giving a shortcut here as F2. Then if you double click on it, we'll have again download. So just save it. So we have this download, and once it's been done, we can go ahead and make use of that here.
Okay.
So this is a download button here. So for that,
Okay.
we didn't write any logic now. So even if we click on this, nothing happens because we didn't write the logic. So we just need to see what is the FCT code for that now. So FCT code for this is in the application toolbar, double click on this, and the FCT code that we have here is download. So we just need to write the download now. So when download, we need to write this pattern J underscore download. So here we'll write the file name D slash something like mardi and txt. This is what we have. So it should be an American standard code. And fields up is hash. Hash in the sense between the field to field we'll get the space tab. Without that, everything, the data
Okay.
we download into Notepad will become messy. So we are actually downloading that into Notepad, the data from the internal table, so it will become messy. So we have this as it underscore mardi. So we'll have the download option here. When we click on this download, it says that it wants to download the data into this D drive. Do you want to allow? I'm saying yes, allow. Once it's been done, we can go into the D drive and see we can see a file called Miardi. When we double click on this, we'll have this data here.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So this is the concept that we are doing in this system, in this particular project, wherein we added this Mardi, we have added this menu bar, and in the menu bar again we have added the drop downs, two drop downs, and we have written the logic for that. Then we are going ahead with the application toolbar. So we have the download, download option. We go ahead with back button.
Okay. Okay.
So now in this way we can maintain for at least 35 application toolbar. In the application toolbar we can have 35 options there. We can design our own icons and we can keep the text. If we add the text will be visible. For example, in the screen that we have on that we can see now, if we see we just have the icon here. We don't have the text for it. But when it comes to this function code, we have an icon and we have the text as well. So how it happens is because it will give you another field. Let me show you that. Here we have this icon text as download. So this icon text, whatever we write, if we don't write the icon text, if we keep it blank, only the symbol will be visible. Just a symbol, just like
Okay.
activate button and all this. For all these things, this the icon text was not maintained. That's the reason it is coming just as a symbol.
Okay. Okay, sir.
So this is the one we have,
Okay.
and yeah, we are maintaining this. And to get this into our program, so what we have done is we have went into this. We entered this. We wrote the logic here. The logic that we wrote here is that we have this GUI underscore download. It's actually SAP standard function model, basically used for downloading mini files. So we have used that. So FC11 is 30.
Okay.
Fine. So
So how will we know, sir? For instance, see for download, you said the standard function module is
okay.
GI underscore download. So for other things, how will you know what are the existing ones
by
or
just,
which ones that you can use?
yeah, we by practice we'll automatically get that. Automatically we'll get that idea. So now that we have used this program, it's been just a couple of minutes that we have started discussing this.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just guess what should be the what would be the
Mm-hmm.
what would be the function module for upload which might be used?
So it'll be the same underscore upload.
Exactly, that's it. So it's easy to guess.
GI underscore upload. Okay.
Yeah, GUI underscore upload. So and
Okay.
this is the function model which we, and when we keep working on it, it'll be easy for us to understand. We will have a list of all the function models, but it becomes very messy, and we can't remember each and every function model, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah, definitely, sir. Okay. Okay. Understood. Okay.
Okay, so we'll go ahead with accusing command. Yeah, I just wanted to discuss this one, the menu painter and different options in the menu painter, and how do we write the logic in the at user command. So when we don't have the at user command event, the logic that we have written there
Mm-hmm.
will work. So any icons that we design, we need to write that in the
Okay.
user command event.
Okay.
So we are building a top of page, ALV with top of page. So that's what we are doing now. ALV with top of page. Data IT underscore KNBK. It's not that we have to always give KNBK. You can give something like customer bank details or some other name. Other name also we can give. It's up to the coding standards of the project. They'll be initially itself they'll be telling you the coding standards of the project. According to that only we have to take it. So we cannot take as we need. IT underscore fcat, type SLAS underscore T underscore field cat underscore ALV, W underscore fcat, type SLAS underscore field cat underscore ALV, IT underscore top, type SLAS underscore T underscore list header. This is additional thing that we are going to give for the top page. Only for top of page, again, we have to create one internal table in the work area. Type SLAS underscore list header. So these are the things, these two are exclusively for the top of page. So go for select options, S underscore KUNR for KNBK, F and KUNR. Select KNR, BNKS, BNKN, BNKN from KNBK into table IT underscore KNBK where KNR in S underscore KUNR. Okay, this is a normal one. Then we'll write the field catalogs. WA underscore FCAT hyphen column underscore position is equals to 1. So we are giving the positioning of the data. So as we discussed, if we just pass the structure name, it will by default take the order in which the data has been assigned in the table, and it will give you the order and text according to that. But here in this concept, we are actually going ahead with our own pattern, and our own text is what we can maintain. So we are creating a ALV with top up page, and we'll take take a table, a particular table from which we are going to get the data. So let us go ahead with a table like Marcy. Marcy is plant related material data. So in this we have these fields. Let's go ahead with. So we have all these values. So we'll go ahead with a couple of fields from here. MATNR, WRPS, PSTAT, and PSTAT, and date from. So we'll take a couple of fields from here and we'll start with the program. So in the program, I'll go ahead with some types. Begin of st underscore marc, end of st underscore marc. Then we'll go for matnr, type matnr, werks, type werks underscore d, pstat, type pstat underscore d. Okay. Okay, let's keep it simple. Let's go ahead with this three fields. Then we can go ahead with many more fields later. So we'll go ahead with data it underscore marc, type standard table st underscore marc, w underscore marc, type st underscore marc, select options s underscore matnr for marc matnr, select matnr werks pstat from marc into table it underscore marc matnr in s underscore matnr. So this is a normal select statement which we write in a normal program also. But now that we want to make a ALV, that too with top-up page, we have to add two field catalogs for the ALV, that is it underscore fcat, type slis underscore t underscore field cat underscore ALV, and w underscore fcat, type slis underscore field cat underscore ALV. So these are the two things for for the field catalogs. it underscore top, type slis underscore t underscore list header, w underscore top, type slis underscore list header. So these are the two things that we have to create with the top-up page. And for top-up page, we have separate fields. If we go into this one, we can see the fields here. HSA. So in type, you can give HSA. Key we don't have. Info we can key in the sense like if you want to make it some interactive. So info type slis underscore entry. So these are the things that we'll give. Type and info is what we are going to maintain. Let's maintain that now. So we can give this field catalogs before the select statement or after the select statement, doesn't matter, but it needs to be given before the function model is been called. So w underscore fcat hyphen column underscore position is equals to 1, hyphen field name is equals to matnr w underscore fcat hyphen cell text underscore m is equals to material number and w underscore fcat to it underscore fcat. So this is for the normal output. Okay, so we are giving only just for 3 fields, and now we need to build the field catalogs for the top-up page. So the for top-up page, we have seen the fields. Let me show you once again that these are the fields that we have in this fields. So let's head. We go ahead with. We have TYP key info. So we'll go ahead with type. Sorry, type is H. Either we can give type H, or we can give S, or we can give A. So it's like A. A is let SY data. We'll go with this. SY data. So these are things that we are passing it for the top of page. Save it. We'll go ahead with. And now once it's been done, we'll go ahead with pattern. We'll call this as reuse underscore underscore create underscore display. We'll call this, and in this we'll go ahead with exporting. We'll uncomment the exporting, and we'll uncomment the IT and I underscore callback program. Callback program is very important. So we need to give SYREPD. SYREPD is nothing but the program name that we have given just now. So this is the program. So the same program name which you have given here. So that's the program name. So same whenever a system logs into a particular program, that particular program name will automatically come here. SYREPD. You need to pass this ID underscore fcat. It is ID underscore Mardi. ID underscore Marcy. Now, what we need to do for top of page, getting the top of pages, this is a normal one. Okay, let us see the output for this. So for this particular program, let us introduce the field categories. I mean, like the top of page. So I'm removing this because I think not user comment. Sorry. this should be maintained for I underscore callback program. So for I underscore callback program, it should be SP REPID. Only when we are having this, top of page or interactive, it should be made. Should be made enable. So you have this data here. Now let us introduce the top of page. For introducing top of page, we need to uncomment this one, and we need to write some, some top of page. I'll give this something like Top Gun. Okay, something. So now this whatever you have written here should be copied, and with that name we have to give a form. We have to create a form. Form inform form inform, and then we have to go ahead with we need to call another function or call reuse underscore ALV underscore commentary underscore write. Now this one what we exactly are doing is we are writing this IT underscore top. So material related data JH data in 2020 070702. So this is what we have. So this is the data that we have here, which is related to this one. Material number, plant and status. These are the values that we have. Okay, so once it's been done, so this is the top of page. Why is it coming here in the big letters? In big letters is because we are given the type as H, and here it's comparatively small because we have given the type as S, and here this is in italic words because we have given type as A action. So this we are printing the date, today's date, 2020 0702. So that's about the top of page. For top of page, what we have done is we have introduced two field catalogs, IT underscore top, W underscore top. These are the two things that we have defined. And once after defining that, we went ahead and maintained the field catalogs here, HSA. We cannot give anything other than HSA here. Anything other than that, we will throw in error. So we have to give some headings here. And once it's been done, go for this one, reuse underscore LD underscore reuse underscore. Now, if you are okay with this, then we can go ahead with the image. We can also get an image here, the logo. We can get the logo here in this particular. The moment we select this, we can get the logo here on the right side. We can do that. Okay. So for uploading the image, we need to go into a transaction code called OAER. To create a transaction, we have to open transaction code OAER. So we need to go for OAER transaction. You can either save it as a JPG or whatever you can do. So for change 1, 2, 3. So I'll go ahead with save this. Now we'll log in into this system and we'll go ahead with a transaction code called OAER. With OAER transaction, it will enable us to upload that file or the image into our SAP system. Right now it is in the local drive. We have to log into SAP system. So for that we'll go ahead with the class name. And the class name should always be pictures. And the class type is 40. And the object type is JS object data. So execute. Screen. So we have to upload this image. Okay, so once it's been uploaded, what we can do is we can go ahead with that image name. I don't remember the image that we have created there. Once again, let me see this. This is JS Optic, right? So we'll give the JS Optic here. Here we'll uncomment this and give that name. JS Optic, that's it. So activate, and once we execute this, we'll get that image. Okay, if you feel that something is quick, I'll repeat that. So we are going ahead with the we're going ahead with the interactive ALV. BSTYP, BSTYP. So let's take this piece. Taken off students for AKP and the students for ABLN, type ABLN. We'll go with a couple of fields from EKPO table. So in EKPO table, we'll go ahead with EBLN. EBLP is already there. We'll go for TX01 MATNR. So TX01 type TX01 MATNR type MATNR. IT underscore EKKO type standard table. So we'll go ahead with IT underscore EKPO type standard table ST underscore EKPO W underscore EKPO type ST underscore EKPO. These are the fields that we have. Let's go ahead with data and let's go ahead with the other tables like the field catalogs. Even the field catalogs also we need to do it twice. So I'll go for IT underscore FCT1 type SLIS underscore T underscore field cat underscore ALV. This is for the first table. IT underscore FCT2. This is for the second screen. 2 type SLIS underscore T underscore field cat underscore ALV. FCT1 type SLIS underscore field cat underscore ALV. W underscore FCT2 type SLIS underscore field cat underscore ALV. So these are the fields. These are the multiple things that we are doing now. We are creating two structures, two internal tables, two field catalogs, one for the first and one another for the second, and then we'll go for the select options. So everything will be easy. The only thing that we need to concentrate on is the how the program is made interactive. Like how do we go from first screen to second screen is what we'll be discussing. So the common field between these two tables is EBELN. So S underscore EBELN for W underscore W underscore EBELN is equals to W underscore FCT1 hyphen column underscore position is equals to 1. Purchase order number and W underscore FCT1 to IT underscore FCT1. Then we have 2, and for 2 we have to go ahead with the field catalogs with BU cares BSTY. This is BU cares. BSTYK. Type. Okay. Now once it's been done, okay. So this is for the first screen. We have updated the field catalogs for the first screen. We are not going for the top-up page in this. We can go for the top-up page for this program also, but we are not introducing because we want to focus on the interactiveness of the program. So let us focus on the interactiveness of the program. So I think I have not written the select statement here. Yeah, select statement is not there. So we'll go for select statement. But before that, we can also complete the field catalogs for the second screen as well. So let me do it for the second screen as well. T8Z01. Tail number. Okay. So this is what we have, and pattern. We'll go for the pattern. So I'm going slowly. If at all, if you have any questions, you can ask. That's the reason I'm going slowly. Rashmi, can you please respond? So is it okay?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Please ask me if there is anything. Okay. So yeah,
Sure, sir.
yeah. So we have, okay. These are the things that we have. Okay. Then we have created the field catalogs for the first screen, and we have created the field catalogs for the second screen. Then we'll go for select statement. Select EBLN BU carries BSTYP from EKKO into table IT underscore BKP. So this is the common one which we already are aware of. So there's nothing much no nothing new here. So we need to focus on the interactiveness. Let's go for that. So here we'll go ahead with, instead of okay, we'll call the pattern. We'll click on the pattern. We'll call this reuse underscore data underscore data underscore display. Now we'll go for I underscore callback program. We just need to uncomment this and give this as SYREPID. We'll pass the field catalog. IT underscore FCT1. IT underscore FCT1. Now here, no, not so. So here we have to make it as IT underscore FCT1. But here we need to give that table into which we have uploading the internal table from into which we are uploading the data. That is EIT underscore EQQ. Now we will focus on the interactiveness of the program. So how do we make it interactive? Is the first step for this in making it interactive is we'll go for this user command. User command. So in the user command we have to give something like second. We'll give something like second, and we will give the form name form second end form. So we'll go ahead with pattern comment underscore. No, sorry. We need to call this pattern. We need to call this again reuse underscore underscore display. But here, okay, we'll fill it up. But here we need to add some parameters to this subroutine, where we can write C like SYUCOM D type list header, no, not list header. Okay, we'll have one thing. I'll just check it in the SLAS. Self-field, SLAS underscore self-field. So because we need this tab index from this, so we'll go for sls underscore selfie. Sls underscore selfie. So this is what read it underscore dkpo ekko, the first table, into wa underscore ekko with table key, with table key, with index uh, t hyphen tab index. This is the interactiveness which we need to understand. Once we understand this concept, it will be easy. So next, everything else will be same, common. Select this next table fields: EBELN, TXZ01, MATNI from EKPO into table IT underscore EKPO, EBELN, no, equal to, sorry, equal to this hidden value that we have. I mean, like this, the value in which we have had. So we are actually, I'll explain you this in detail because it takes time. So I'll explain you this interactive logic again slowly. So EBELN, this is what we have. Okay, so select statement, this is the one we have, EKKO EBELN, and then we have, anyways we are calling this function model, and in the function model we just need to uncomment this exporting. We need to give this field catalogs. So this is IT underscore FCT2 actually. So because it's a second field, second table. Okay, let us understand the interactiveness now. Now EKKO, sorry, because it's EKKO. Now we have sorry, here we need to write using C like S come. We need to write that C using what was missing. IT underscore EKPO. Okay, TXZ01, is it right? I just normally wrote it. Just need to check here. TXZ01, yeah, that's right. So we'll just execute this. I'm executing normally. So I'll double click on a particular record and we get the item data in the second string. So let us understand the logic again, because we have to understand the logic of the interactive report. Okay, let's go to the logic now. So in the logic, what we have done is like we went ahead with the form second using C like SYUCOM, D type SLS underscore selfie. So here using C like SYUCOM, D type SLS selfie, what are we doing here is we are making a button. It need not be C, it can be any variable. You can change the variable name and you can see, but it should be of type SYUCOM and D type SLS underscore selfie. What happens internally is these values have been passed into the form, and then see this D hyphen SLS underscore self-field is there, right? So D, we are creating it as a work area kind of thing. Okay, and this is kind of a work area. Now if you see here, what are the fields that we have here? All these fields will be available in this one. So now here we'll go for index D hyphen tab index. So tab index is the field which is already there in this D, and in that we are entering this tab index, and that tab index will have will store the line number in which we have clicked. Let's say you have clicked in second line, then tab index will store that second 2. Okay, tab index will be 2. So let me, and then that second line data will be copied from this internal table to work area, and based on that value only we are getting the data from the second table. This is what we are doing. So
So
here,
for all the, sorry to interrupt, sir.
yeah, please go ahead.
So last time when we did ALV reports, we used type tools SLIS. Why are we not using that in this program, sir?
No, in the latest version, it automatically by default takes it. If you go for the old version software, then it will say I don't know what is SLIS underscore T underscore P. It will say
Okay.
this is not required. This is, I don't know this SLIS underscore T underscore P. But
Okay.
then since we have done it in the there, so we've done it there, it is coming automatically. So now in the latest version, we don't have to mention that.
Okay.
And this program is there in your server only, so you can just just type zth underscore intr underscore lb and you can access it. And if you have any issues or concerns in this, I will explain you this once again. And because this is a kind of a project in which we can do a lot of things. If we are clear with the basics, we can explore these things and we can make this as a very big project actually, as interactive ALV. We can go to 3 levels, we can go to 3 tables or 4 levels or 5 levels, and we can do a lot of things, and we can discuss about the events and all. Fine. Okay, so we'll be discussing about the hierarchical ALV. So what exactly is hierarchical ALV is what we need to understand first. So hierarchical ALV is something in which we have the header data. Under that we have the item data, and immediately again after giving couple of item data, so couple of records which are related to this, then again this header data will come. Header data will again item data will come according to that. So uh, the summary of it is that it is a program, it is a report in which we get the header data, immediately below that we'll get the item data. That's how it is. That's how it has been designed. Header data, and below that we have the item data. So this is how it is been designed. So let's go ahead and create a hierarchical ALV, and we will design a hierarchical ALV for simple data like say EKKO and EKPO. These are purchase order header and item data, purchase header and item data. So we'll use a couple of fields from this EKKO, EKPO, and then we'll create that hierarchical. Hierarchical ALV we have to build all twice, but field catalog will be only one because we are having only one screen. Field catalogs will be one. Let's first explore this tables EKKO and EKPO. So EKKO, we have this header data, EBL and BUKRS. So what we are supposed to get is we are supposed to get one value, one row, and below that one row, all the item data should come related to that EBL. For example, you have this 4500 and 1. This 45001 is something for which we will have multiple item data in the EKPO table. So all these things should come immediately below that, and after that again this 4002 should start, something like that. So let's go ahead and design it that way. Here let's go ahead with that tables. Let's see, we'll go for EKKO in EKPO. We'll take a couple of fields from here. Types begin of HTML for EKKO, end of HTML for EKKO, and we'll take a couple of simple fields. Let's take 3-4 fields. EBLN, type EBLN underscore EBLN, BUKRS, type BUKRS, BSTYP, ERNAM, type ERNAM. Okay, so we'll go ahead with another table for the item data. Begin of HTML for EKPO, end of HTML for EBLN, type EBLN. Then we'll go for 2 more fields here. EKPO, we'll have EBELP, LOEKZ. Let's take EBELP, type EBELP only. EBELP. The data element name is also EBELP only. And we have LOEKZ, type ELOEK. It's just one. Okay. Purchasing document item change date. Okay. TXZ01 is there, short text. TXZ01. Let's take TXZ01 because LOEK is just an indicator. TXZ01. Type TXZ01. Data. Items will go type standard table of instance. W underscore EKK. Type ST underscore EKK. We have to again IT underscore EKPO. Type standard table of ST underscore EKPO. And then we have W underscore EKPO. Type ST underscore EKPO. So we'll have two structures, two internal tables, two work areas, everything to do, but field catalog will be one. Because we are going for single screen, so we'll have a single field catalog. Type SLIS underscore T underscore field cat underscore ALP W underscore FCAT. Type SLIS underscore field cat underscore ALP. So we just will not have this what you call T underscore will not be there for W underscore. That's it. So for the work area, this is a structure. If we double click on it, it is a structure. It's a structure. So we'll come back. And there is something which we have to go for, that is layout. For the layout, we have we'll have something called S underscore key info. Actually, we'll have something called key info. SLS underscore key info underscore ALB. So we have to. So what does the key info does is it will capture the common field between the two tables. We are having the header and item tables, right? So this key info will have header 01, item 01. What does it mean? Mean is header, there can be one common field, there can be two common fields, there can be 3, 4, and maximum is 5. We can have up to 5 common fields. But right now, in the scenario that we have taken, we are considering only one common field, that is EBELN. So we can define header 0. So that is is underscore key info, right? SLIS underscore key info. SLIS underscore key info underscore SLS underscore key info underscore A. This is what we have. Okay. Now we'll start the select options. X underscore EBLN for W underscore EKKY EBLN. This is what we have. We'll go ahead with select statement. We'll go ahead with the select statement and select the first 3 fields. Those are EBLN, BU KRS, ERNA. EBLN, BU KRS, ERNA from EKKY into table IP underscore EKKY where EBLN in S underscore EBLN. So then we have select EBLN and EBLP TX01. EBLP TX01. ABLP TX0 from EKPU into table IT underscore EKPU. Now here we are going to use a different statement here for all entries in IT underscore EKQ. That's first table. For all entries in IT underscore EKQ, where EBLN equal to W underscore EKQ hyphen EBLN. No, IT underscore, because we are not comparing with the work area. Here we'll get IT underscore. This is the only place where we are comparing with IT. Directly we are comparing with the fields of IT underscore EKQ. What exactly is the summary of it? The meaning of it is, now let's say you have 10 records for 10 records in internal table IT underscore EKQ. For that all 10 records, whatever is the EBLN value, for all the 10 records, you select you get the item data from the second table. That's a item table is what we are telling to the system. That's what we're telling to the system. Okay, so this is what we have. After this, what we'll go ahead, what we'll do is we'll have to build the field catalogs. So WA underscore fcat hyphen column underscore position is equals to 1. Field name is equals to ABLN W underscore fcat hyphen cell text underscore M is equals to purchase order number. In fact, like this much big will text cannot be complicated there. So we'll just write it as PUR coordinate. And then addition to this, we are going to have this tab name. This is mandatory for a hierarchical ALV. Tab name is equals to EKK. The first table. It should be in capital letters. Only the table name should be in capital. Table name and the field name should be in capital letters. So we'll go for append W underscore fcat to IP underscore fcat. So we just have to do this. So additionally, we are writing the tab name here. It's mandatory here in this. So what is the second field that we have is, second field is BU carriers. So this is what we have here. Go ahead with file. EBELP TX0. EBELP. Now the meaning of EBELP was EBELP is item number of purchasing document. Item number of purchasing document. So go for item number. Now here, this needs to be changed as EKPU, otherwise it will throw an error. So it's mandatory that you have to change it as EKPU. So for the next three, we are changing it as EKP TXZ01, TXZ01. Then once we write this, we'll go ahead with pattern, and the pattern will go ahead with, we use HIERSEQ. To use underscore ALV underscore hierarchical HIRSEQ underscore list underscore display. This is what is the function model. Reuse underscore ALV underscore hierarchical sequential list display. So in this, we just need to uncomment this field catalogs, where we can just give this fcat, and this tab name, the I underscore tab name, we need to give this as VBAK. Actually, we can create a variable and pass that value into the variable also. And I'm giving sorry EKK directly. So here I'm here also, instead of this variable, I'm just comment in this EKPU. Now IS underscore key info. What did we just wrote that declaration? IS underscore key info only we have written. But for IS underscore key info, what we need to pass is, we need to pass the common field IS underscore. So this is a variable IS underscore key info hyphen header 01 is equals to BDL, so EBELN common field, and then IS underscore key info hyphen item 01 equal to EBELN. This is a common field that we have to pass. So IS underscore key info, here also we have the IS underscore key. Then we have this here as IT underscore EKKO. Here we have IT underscore EKP. So it should be FIELD. Just checking out if the field names are correct. So here I just want to make sure that this data elements are correct. ABLP page. Which is some 1 to 9,000. Oh, we have these values. 4, 5, 0, 1, 2. Execute. So we'll get this data. In fact, like for all these values, we have only one item data. For some cases, it should be multiple item data. For all these records, we only have a single item data. Okay, let me scroll down and check. So we just have that. Okay, let me check those records for which we have multiple item data. Okay, we have multiple item data for 9191, 194, 200. So let me give those values so that we can get the multiple item data there as well. So we get this item data. So we will get the header data, related item data in the below line. Header data, related item data in the below line. So we can also increase the size of this, but this is the default size we get. We can also increase the size of it. The maximum length of the display also we can increase that. Start column will make it as something like we'll start it at somewhere around 5, and the end column will make it as something like say 100. So make it, let's make it as something like 80. Mm, Getting reflected back. So instead of every time typing this, we can save it as a variant. We can just save it as a variant. So at next time, whenever we have this var1 variant 1, so we can use that in the future to upload this. So we get this data like this. So we are with the screen itself is start at 5 and it is ending at 80. But the thing is, it should this frame space have to be increased. Screen. So the default length of the column needs to be increased in the output, and I'll explain it. Okay. Default length have to be done. Default length in the sense like for TXZ01 we have length as 40, but the display length is less there. So for that, we'll do field length also. Okay, for getting that full length, I'll explain you that. There will be an option, and I will explain you. Fine. So we'll just get that. So what I was trying to do is I'll explain you that again. Okay, let me fill this from the variant. Where let me fill it and then execute. So you'll get this. So here this text is not coming fully. It should come fully. That's what I was just trying to explain you that. Fine. Okay. So that's it. And for now, this is what we have. So I thought of starting. Okay, one second. Okay. So we are starting with the new concept of module pool program. So module pool program is also called as screen program, is also called as dialog programming, or it's also called as dynamic programming. And these are the various names for the same concept. So in this session, what we'll be doing is we'll be designing a screen, and in the screen we'll create some database table fields. We want to update this database table through a screen. So we'll design a screen, and with that screen we'll be updating the data. So before that, let's do a very simple scenario in which we need to understand the steps. Okay, let's understand the flow. First, we need to go to SC38, create a module pool program. Then we have to go to SC51, design the screen. Then we have to go to the SC91 transaction, wherein we create a transaction. This is what we'll do now. So let's do a very simple one. Let's do a very simple one. So we'll just simply discuss. This is not a scenario, just to understand the flow. So we'll go for jh underscore sample one, create sample program. Here, instead of executable program, we have to give it as module pool program. Say okay. Then we have to go ahead with. Now in this, we'll go for this. We are not doing anything. We are not entering anything. So, and then we are we created a program of type module pool. We have to come out of it. Then we have to go to SC51. In the SC51, we just need to give the same program name which we have given there, and we'll give any screen number. So the screen number can be anything from 0001 to 9999. So I'm giving it as 100. Create screen 1. Go for logic. Comment this. Go to the layout. We'll go for it. Text sample program. And then save. Bam. And then we need to double click on these modules. So in this, we have just done a program. That was in module pool program. We just activated it. We didn't write even a single line of code. Then we went into SC51. We have to come out of this program. And what we did in SC51 is we just gave the same program name that we have done there. And we have done this 100. And we have gone for create. Once we clicked on create, so we have got this module status 100 and user command. So then we have this element list. Element list, we just can ignore that. Flow logic. Then we'll go for this layout. So in the layout, we are just simply writing this in text. Okay, I'm just selecting this and dragging it here and saying that. Double click on it, and then we have set text one. Okay, text one is already existing. Okay, you go for text two. You give the name as text two. Say India, and then we just save it. This text should be appearing on that, nothing else. So we'll just have to double click on this module. So basically, these are the predefined events. Process before output and process after input are a predefined events, which will help us to link between the program and the module pool. So process before output is something where we will write something which has to come on the screen. By default, what has to be present on the screen will be written in process before output. But after clicking something, if some user has given some input, after the user input, what has to happen, we'll do it in the module pool program. This is process after input. So process before output and process after input. Process after input is something in which we're going to write anything that we click something, then what should happen is what we'll write. So we'll double click on it. say yes, and it should get created in our main programs. We select the main program, and this module automatically comes here, and that connects the program. Then come back. Then we have our process after input. Say yes, main program. Say okay. This is what we have. So we have these two things. These two modules have been generated now. Now just activate this and come back. And we have to also make sure that this is also active. I mean the module pool also is active. Once it's been done, these two steps are done, then we have to go to SC91 and create a transaction code. SC93, sorry. SC93, we have to create a transaction code. Let's do that now. So come back. We'll go with SE93 Z JH underscore JH1. Okay, create JH1. Then we go for program and screen. The first one, say okay. First one should be there. So screen number is mandatory here. So we have done something like what the program is ZJH underscore sample one. This needs to be given here. And then the screen number. The screen number where we have only one screen, 100. Save. In this, let's say okay. Say okay. Now ZJH1 is the one we have. So we'll go ahead with ZJH1 here. Say okay. And this gets come. This whatever screen we have designed will come. So we just wrote two text here, sample program in India. That's it. Now what we have to do is, let's say, see you don't have the exit button or something like that, and standard buttons also will automatically become grayed out. So if you want to just keep enter a push button here saying that exit, and it should be exiting, then we can write that logic here. So for that, what we need to do is we need to go into this so this will go for layout, and we will give a push button. So we'll give a push button here, say PV1. So we'll go for exit here. So FCT code also we are writing at EXIT. So for that, whatever exit code we have written there, for that value we have tried the logic in the program. Okay, for that we have tried the logic in the program. So let's say here in the input. So if somebody is giving input, something should happen. Case SYU com. And use when exit. Input. Okay, so this is not an executable program, so we have to come back and enter the transaction code. So exit button is there. If you click on this, it will come out of the transaction code. So we just design that button in the module pool here. So what we just did is we just went into this and clicked on the push button, selected the push button, here selected the push button, and just drag and drop. So when it drag and drop like this, we get this. We have to give some name here, DB2 or some name, any name, it's okay. So this is like the refresh or something. So here FCT code is REF. So if you write REF, what should happen? is something which we need to decide in the program. So previously for exit we wrote is EXIT. So for the same EXIT we wrote the logic there. So after doing this we went back to our program, and in the program we write the logic for that. Here we wrote that. If I would have given the FCT code as EXT, then here also we would have done EXT only. We would have written EXT. So this is a very simple example in which we are just understanding the flow, and then how do we actually work it out. So if you want to get a by default a status or a title bar, let's go for title bar. Let's give the title bar as we have to give it as a three characters. So we go for ZJH. Z is not required here. You can just simply write JHS and then double click on it, and we have to maintain the text there. Go for the title. We have sample module code for JHS. Just say OK. That's it. It's been maintained now. We can just activate this. And screen, by default, that screen name should come here. Maybe that title is not active. Let's see. Okay, that title should appear here. You see, whenever we have a screen design, that pop-up, that title will appear. I'll just show that. So it's something in default has to come on the screen. Then we'll write in the process before output. And if you have some user input, and after user input something has to happen, that will be done in the process after input. So there is a table with ZJH underscore EMP in which we have three fields, and we have this is a salary, and it's int 5 and then 5. Okay, and this, so we'll go ahead with. We just want to update this data. So if we have a delivery maintenance allowed with restrictions, we will not be able to enter the data directly into the table. So these are all standard tables will be of this type only, delivery and maintenance error with restrictions, because SAP doesn't want anyone to update the data directly into database tables. They want it through screens. That's what we are doing now. So for that, we'll go ahead with the SE38. We'll create a program, and then we'll mention this table and we'll update the data into table. So we don't have even single record in this. We'll update the data through the screens, and that data we can see it from here. Number of entries is 0. So now we have to update the data into this particular table. So for that, we'll design the screens and we'll write a program and we'll design the screens so that the data gets updated into the database table. So for that, let's go for SE38. In the SE38, we'll write this program name ZGH underscore EMP. So we'll go for ZGH underscore say employee update employee update program, and we'll go for execute. No, not executable. There should be module pool. You should go for module pool. Save. So we'll declare first one internal table and work area. So IT underscore EMP type standard of this ZJHMP1. In fact, we don't have to declare this internal table. If we just declare the work area, that will be fine. Yes, we'll just declare W underscore EMP type this table. That's it. So activate this, and once it's activated, we have to come out of this program and we need to go to SE51 transaction to design those values. So here, when we go for this one, we have to give the exact same program name. Otherwise, there will be a mismatch. So we have to give this as 100 create. So have flow logic. So we'll uncomment these two, and once we uncomment, we'll go to the layout, and in the layout, we'll be designing these fields. We'll be entering these fields. So for this, because we have to get the data fields from the program, we have to click on this button. There's an orange button here, dictionary program fields. We have to click on that, get from program, and we have to select these fields. Just say OK, and then we need to write the text for that. So this is okay. So double we get this employee number, employee name, and salary. So I'll give this as text one, employee number. to employee name, salary, and then we are designing. These are the text that we are designing here, and these are the field names that we have dragged and dropped so that it will automatically get linked with the work area fields which we have given in the program. So we'll click on this push button, click on the push. So this is PB1, this is save button, FCP code, SAV, save. For exit ext. Okay, so we just went back here and then activate. Once it's active, so okay, so we need to double click on this so that this gets created in the program. First the status 100, say yes, say create, yes, in the main program, say okay. So these modules gets created here. So once these modules are created here, you just save it, and all that we have to do is we have to write the logic in the process after input, because if you click on something, something should happen. So we'll go for case syucom, in case when when um, when SAV insert into the table name zjh1 zjh underscore emp1 from values w underscore mp. So whatever data we are entering in the screen will directly come update in the get updated in the work area. That is actually have been updated again into the table, the database table directly. So when ref clear w underscore emp, when ext play program. So once this is updated, we'll go ahead and now this is done. So we're just inserting the data into the table from the work area. That's all. So we can again write the messages here. We can maintain the messages like if size of our c is equals to 0. So we can say if size of our c is equal to 0, you can say message i001 of, there is a standard message class called 00 with successfully updated. We can write this else message a001 of this with failed, could not update, end if. Sorry. Okay, this is updated now. So once this is updated, we can go ahead and execute it now. But first of all, we have to create a transaction code for this. ZH2 create. So we'll go ahead with the program name here. The program name is setgh underscore emp update. We're doing it, and the screen number that we have here is 100. Save it, and once it's done, we'll go ahead with ZH21 now. ZH21, enter. So when we save this data, let's say 1000, employee name Hari, and salary 1000, save. So successfully updated. Now let's say I'll try to update with the same. So it's okay. So now let's say I'll try to update the same thing with say yes. Just try to upload this. It says could not update. Why it could not update is because the 1000 value whatever we have is already having some. I mean, like the table is already having a value with 1000. So if I go for 1001 and then here something save successfully updated. Okay. 1002 and just save too large. Okay, save successfully updated. This is done. Now once we have done it, if you click on refresh, all the values will be gone. If you click on exit, it will come up. So now we'll go back to the table. We'll go to the table and check that table name display. So we have these values. So these values got updated in the database table in the backend. So this is a project in which we are updating the data into a database table through screens. Okay, so our project right now is to update the data into the database table. Update the data into the database table through the module pool program. So that is using Tabstrip. That's a project now. So we'll go ahead with S11. Let's first decide which table we need to update the data into. So this is the employer table with 3 fields. 3 entries. So we'll go ahead and update the data into this. Sorry, we have to do it as a module. Otherwise, this Tabstrip which we are doing right now will not come. So we'll be doing the Tabstrip with Wizard. So Tabstrip with Wizard in the sense like we'll be having a default coding will be generated here. So we'll go with the data IT underscore EMP type standard table of this table ZJH underscore EMP WA underscore EMP type ZJH underscore EMP. So we have this and we'll activate the program and we'll come out of it. So till here it's very much similar to what we have done in the previous project. But right now we'll be introducing table control with Wizard. So table control with Wizard enables us to see the data in a table format and also update the data. So creating screen table control with Wizard. We open logic. So we'll uncomment this to So after this, we'll go ahead with the wizard. We'll click on the layout. We'll open the layout here. So we'll be opening the screen here. So in the screen, we'll click on this table control with wizard. That's the third button from the bottom. We'll select that and drag and drop the screen. So drag and drop the screen. The moment we drag and drop the screen, automatically this wizard pop-up will come. We'll click on continue, and we can give any name for the table control. I'm giving this JH underscore TC1 table control. Say continue, and instead of dictionary table, we'll go for internal table. And in the internal table, we'll select the table. We can select this from here. We can select it from here. IT underscore EMT table with work area. WA underscore EMT. WA underscore EMT also we can select it from here. Continue. So these are the field names we have. Continue. And input control also we are selecting. So input control also. So when we say output, we'll have list of all the fields that will be coming. So input control with column headers. So line selection also we are enabling. Line selection as will. So continue. Scroll. So scroll, if you enable, you can scroll like this in the output values. In the output values, if you want to scroll like this, you have to select the scroll. Continue. And these all will automatically appear. Get created. Continue. Complete. So once it's been done, we'll have this like this. Let me reduce the size of the screen. So these are the fields that we have here. So we need to write the logic behind it. So here we have this push button PB1 save save it. Click on this button. Save earlier. Save PB2. Exit PB3. Exit. We'll go for this exit here. EXT. So we are creating three push buttons, and the FCT code is what we need to remember. SAV, REF, and AXT. So automatically everything gets created here. This all will get created. So if you see the layout, So for this table control, automatically everything gets created. So once it's been done, we'll activate this module tool. So once this is done, in the program as well, we have a lot of code that got generated right now. This is all the code that got generated. So we'll be creating the logic for this is all the standard code that got generated. So what we'll do is we have to replicate these things. Like these modules have to be replicated there. Module state is 100, the standard module, which was there by default. Create is in the main program. Say OK. In this user command, double click on it. Main program. Say OK. Then also got threaded. So in this, we write the logic. Case XYU and case when SAV insert into ZKHEMP values W underscore EMP when REF here W underscore EMP when EXT new program. So these are the values that we are going to create here. Activate this. So once we have activated this, and we also have to write the select statement in the output statement actually. So let me write the select statement here. I'll write the very simple select statement here. So we'll write something like select star from set change1 underscore emp1 into table id underscore emp. That's it. It's taking time to process. Yeah. Need to create a transaction code for this program. Save. Execute the program and we'll execute the transaction code. Then go for refresh. So we can go for something like 103. And say 103 just go for save. Go for 11. So we have 103 Rana 2000. So 103 Rana 2000. This last one has been updated. So the last one is updated actually. We'll go to 104 home 3000. Save. So okay, which empty one was loaded. Okay, so we'll go for 105 home 40,000. In 103 we'll go for we can edit the data also here. We can edit the data here. So we'll go for 25,000. Save. So actually the data has to either get updated, a new record has to be updated, or data will be modified whenever the data is already existing or particular record. That's what actually has to happen.
Okay, sir.
Cast. So let's have these records. Save. That didn't get updated here. Actually, it's getting updated from the last value. So now we look at this.
Okay.
So in the 8,000.
Okay, sir.
Whenever we save it in the last record, that gets appended in the system in the program. So the advantage of this is like we can check the values, existing values in the table, and also update the latest records. So this is the advantage of this Tabstrip control. This is table control.
Okay, sir.
with the table
So
yeah.
So can we use all internal table operations with this, sir?
No, we can't use. Means few we can use, few we can't use.
Okay.
So once the data is uploaded, we'll be able to see the data in the database table.
Okay, sir.
So we have updated the data. So in Tabstrip control, we are updating data and we are also displaying the data. That's the advantage. So the tab strip basically involves multiple tabs. So we'll be getting a screen in which we'll again have subscreens. For each subscreen, we'll have a tab. So when you click on the tab, you get a different type of data. For example, like when we go to S11, we just have this simple process. So these are the tabs. So attributes is a tab, delivery tab, fields tab, and these are all the tabs. So if you click on the tab, you'll get a different screen. So these are the tabs. So tab strip control is something which you can design in the tab strip control. So let's do a very simple tab strip control concept in which we'll go over C is equals to A plus B or something like that. So we just need to see how the data moves from one tab to another tab. Let's see that now.
Okay.
So in this, like, we'll go ahead with So we'll go ahead with the SE38, a normal program, the program. So, Tabstrip one. We have this Tabstrip. So we're creating the Tabstrip program. So we'll go for module pool program. So we'll select it as module pool now. So this is what we have, module pool program. Yes. Let's do a simple one like C is equal to LSB or something like that. So for that, we'll go for data N1 type I, N2 type I, result type I. So this is what. So let's build this program here. But we just created a module pool program here. And once it's been done, we'll go ahead. So we'll go ahead with SC51. We have to go for 100. Create tab strip, simple tab strip. Go for this flow logic and comment these two. And we need to make sure we come out of the program because this needs to be generated there. So we'll go ahead with okay. So we'll go with the code now. So this is what we have defined. So the module output and module input. We'll write the logic here later. So we'll just activate this program. Come back, and then this will go for layout. We'll create a tab strip with wizard. So here we'll go for this Tabstrip with wizard. So here this is a Tabstrip with wizard. Just drag and drop this. And in the Tabstrip with wizard or normal Tabstrip also, it's mandatory that we have to have at least two tabs. Two tabs are mandatory. So Tabstrip one. So we'll click on this continue. So we have this tab one, and we'll go for tab two. Minimum two are mandatory. Continue. We have this complete. So we'll create two screens 101, 102. So these will be automatically created as a subscreens. So now if you have this tab one, double click on the tab one, you get this name text as tab one, and the tab name is tabstrip one underscore tab one. We have tab two, in the tab two, we have this tab two, tabstrip one underscore tab two. So these are the things that we have. And we will be and a system will create two subscreens, and those subscreens will be by default getting generated. By default, that those get generated with the Tabstrip control, and those will be complete. This is complete. So when we save it and come back, we'll have one more subscreen, that is 110, which automatically got created now. Yeah, 101 got created. So we also have to uncomment these modules, and we also have to create these things in the program. So double click on this and say yes. This should be getting created in our main program. Say okay, yes. Let's say okay, and then save and back, and say yes, save, and double click on this process after input also. This is for the subscreen. Okay, this what we are doing right now is for the subscreen, and this also have to be generated in our program. And after that, see, then we have to activate the screen and back. So if you want to design something, if you want to add something in this, you go to the layout. In the layout, this is subscreen area 2. So click on this, and we'll get something like N1 and N2. So these two values we are just putting it in the screen subscreen 1. So this is text 1. Text 2. Second number. Save it. Now some text. Okay, we are designing the screen subscreen 1 and activate this. Now we will be designing the subscreen 2. Okay, so sorry. So from the same here itself, we'll go ahead with the subscreen 2. So that will be 102. Then we have this Tabstrip, same Tabstrip change. This also automatically got created. Okay. So we need to uncomment this and uncomment this as well. Double click on this. Say yes. Save it. Back. And double click on this. That also gets created here. So these all are automatically got created now. So now we'll go ahead with the layout. In the layout, we'll be displaying this end result. So get from program, and we'll go for result. And we'll say okay, and this is a result. Text to result. PHP and so save back. So once this is activated, once this 102 has been activated, we can come back. So 102, and then once it's been done, so this is successfully created. So we will go ahead with the main screen now. The main screen is the 100. So 101, 102 were subscreens. We'll go to the main screen now and change. So in the main screen, this is inactive. So go to layout. We'll just click on this. We'll create a push button for exit. So we'll create a push button PB1 for exit. This is PB1. Just for exit, and go for this EXIT. And instead of like EXIT, we can also go for EXT. Whatever FCT code we write here, for that FCT code, we have to give the input. Okay, so that we have to do. So flow logic, we have to activate this. Got activated. So once it's activated, we can go back to our logic in the program. So in the program, all this got generated now. All this code got generated. So we don't have to worry much about that. But we need to write the logic in this one. So input case is for UCOM, in case when what is that we have S for UCOM, right? So when ext leave program, when ext leave program. So this is what we are writing here, and in the output, okay, also we have this wizard, right? So in the Tabstrip wizard, so we have this Tabstrip wizard. So this subscreen. So when tab 101 is created there, in this when 102, if 101 is there, so here we will call them the result field. What is the field that we have here? Here we writing RE is equals to N1 plus N2. This is what we are writing here. RE is equals to N1 plus N2. So when we display RE, it should be a sum of both the values. This is a simple logic that we are writing. And where should we write is, we should write in the subscreen 1 logic. So how do we know that it's a subscreen 1? So here we have this subscreen. So when the subscreen is triggered, we do that.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so subscreen 1. So just let's activate it again. And let's create a transaction code for this. So LC93. And let's go for So we'll create a transaction code called JH Tabstrip 1 TS1 create Tabstrip. program name. Save. Back. So we'll go for Z change underscore PS1. So now if I give 10 and 20, we'll go for tab 2. Should get 30 here actually. RE.
So should RE not be under 102, sir?
Sorry, RE?
Because result is in screen 2, should RE not be stated under 102 rather than 101?
Let me check in the module. Actually, in the screen,
Okay.
what I need to do is okay, 102. Let me go for this one. Should be only display only option. Okay, RE we have copied from here only. Okay, so it should be display. Output, input is not there, not possible. Only output only. Output only. So we just list it. Okay, that's not an issue actually. But here,
Okay.
so this is the value. So we are just trying to understand uh, the communication between the first and second screen. That's what we have done. Communication between the first tab and second tab. That's it.
Okay, so
So and then we can do the complex scenarios in the Tabstrip. So that will soon follow. But this is something which we need to understand just a basic of Tabstrip. So we'll be discussing about the scripts concept, so introduction to scripts and the form layout and all. So I'll be just going ahead and explaining you the scripts concept. So why do we go for forms? Basically in forms we have various types of forms like scripts, smart forms, and Adobe forms. So in this scripts is the oldest form. Let's say we have a scenario like we have a company called Airtel. In Airtel, we need to send greetings to. Let's say we are implementing SAP for Airtel. So Airtel has to send greetings to 10 crore customers. Okay, some greetings. Okay, wish you a happy New Year or happy whatever is coming, like happy Diwali. Sorry.
yes, sir. Nothing, sir.
Yeah, happy Diwali. Okay, so happy Diwali or something like that. So if you want to send these greetings to say 10 crore customers, and they have a pattern, like they have to get a logo, they have to get the name of company, then we have to get a name of the company. Then at the right end, we have to get the logo here, and then here we have to get dear. After dear, the customer name should come, and here we'll go for this happy Diwali, and then we'll go for so with best wishes. Best wishes. So Now in this we have two types of data here. One is we have to create a page layout, and in this there will be two types of data. One is static data, which will not change in any of the pages, but there is dynamic data which will change in every page. The DR will not change in every page, but after the DR, whatever name is there will be changing in every page. Okay, changing in every page. That is what we have here. So how do we write that is what we'll see. So first in this we'll design the forms. So for script we'll design the forms in SE71 transaction. SE71, and we will be going ahead and creating the SE71 transaction. We'll be designing the layout. In this we'll be first creating a page. First we'll be creating a page, then we'll be creating page, that page layout, and then we'll be creating windows. Okay, so windows are like this. Each one of them will be considered as a window. So, for example, this heading is a window, and this main window, only one main window will be there, and there will be a logo window separate, the title window separate. So, in this way, we have all the windows. This is what we different windows. So, we'll be creating windows. First, we'll be creating page, and let's say page one, and we'll be creating windows, and then we'll keep all these windows into the page. Those are called page windows. And once we keep the windows in the page, we'll give the text elements. Text elements in the sense, we'll write what exactly should be displayed in that particular window. Each window can have its own font, its own style, and all those things we can have. Okay. So colors are not possible for the font in the scripts, but smart forms we can go for the colors. We have a lot of advantages of going with smart forms. We'll go for this colors, and then we have. So we'll go with the colors, and next is like we'll after creating the text elements, we'll be writing the uh, print program. Print program we'll be writing in SE38 only. We'll be doing it SE38. We'll be creating a print program in SE38. So then we'll go ahead with that. We'll be creating a page. We'll be creating page windows, and we'll be creating text elements. And once we've done this, we'll design a print program. So the logic, the project for which we are doing it right now is for this greetings.
Okay, sir.
So for greetings, so it's a simple layout. So let's do that now, and we'll write the print program for that. How do we write the print program? Also, we'll see that. And for making this print program, see we have some forms. There's a function model. Open underscore form. Start underscore form. Write underscore form. Start close underscore form. Open close. Start end underscore form. So these are the forms that we have. So open form and close form. These function modules are just to open the form and close form, but start form and end form is something which we use it for printing that form. So we'll be calling all these five forms into the program to link the form that we created in SE71 with the print program in SE38. Let's do that. SE38 or SE80. Let's do that now. So we'll go ahead with SE71 transaction.
Okay, sir. So the different function modules, can you just repeat why we use open, end, start?
Yeah. So
sorry, open, close, start, and end. Yes, sir.
when I'll be calling that function modules in the program, I'll explain you once again the functionality.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
So we'll go for ch underscore greetings. Okay. We'll go with greetings, and this gate greetings will go for the basic settings. In the basic settings, we already have this dynamic. This is A4 size is what we have. Portrait, default paragraph, and default page we have to give it later. So we'll go for the pages first. So we'll create a page one. So I clicked on the page icon. So page one is what I clicked, and then I'll give the description as page one. Just say okay, save, and we'll go for the package. So once it's been done, this is page one. Then we'll go for the windows. In the windows, we by default the main window will come. So we'll go for edit, create element. Then we have to address. We have edit, create element. We have header window. Form. Then we have edit, element. We have from address. Edit, create element. Footer. These are all the windows. Each window can have its own data. But I remember. So we are creating this. These are the windows. So what did we just do is we created the windows. Now let's see this again. So we have a page. We have a page. We first created a page. That is page one. Then we created windows. Now we are creating page windows. Now after creating what we mean by page windows is we are placing these windows in the page. So when you are placing the windows in the page, there are some dimensions which are mandatory, and rest of the things we can do it later. So some dimensions are mandatory. So what are the mandatory dimensions? We'll see this. So we'll go click on the page windows. In the page one, we don't have any page windows. Edit, create element. Then we'll go for this header window. Select OK. Edit, create element. Okay. So this window width and window height is mandatory. So we need to give some width and some default width and default height. Later we can adjust this in the layout. So save, then edit, create element. Then we'll go for this to address. Save, edit, create element. We'll have this main window. Main window needs to be called only once. 6.
Okay.
Main window is there can be only one main window in one page, because main window whatever data is there that gets continued to the next screen, goes to the next screen. So whatever we do in the main window, it will continue with the next screen. So, but for example, let's say you have 100 lines of data has to be printed. If it's a main window, it will not stop with the 10 lines. It will go to the next page. It will create a new page and again print it in the next page until it is completed. But not for other windows. For other windows, whatever can be accommodated in that window will come. The rest of the things are just left. So we have from.
Okay.
So in the from, we'll go for this. So go to again create element. Then we'll go for footer. Main window, even if you after consuming the main window, it will still show up that window here. So width is something like around 8 and the height is 2. See.
Okay.
So once it's been done, we'll go for the text elements now. Text elements in the sense like we have to write some data into it. So header, we'll go for header. Once
Okay.
the header window becomes blue in color, we'll go to edit text elements. In the text elements, we'll write
Uh-huh.
just so it opens up in the window. So Vikramaditya Enterprises is what we are just selecting. Save that. Now this is the header, and then we go for this to address. Double click on to address, and in to address we should have the customer name. So we'll go for create element,
Okay.
and in this not create element, text elements. To edit text elements, and this will go for hello. To here we'll go for and w underscore kna1 hyphen ku name one and w underscore kna1 hyphen ort01 and w underscore kna1 hyphen landon. And so between and whatever values we get, in that we'll be getting the data. So we'll get each record. So we'll have a dynamic data in this. So we'll go for the main page, double click on the main page, go to edit text elements. This will write something like hello. So we'll write something like dear, after dear space and w underscore kna1 hyphen name and comma wish you and your family a very Diwali, something like that. So we'll just do that. Okay, so we'll come back, and once it's been done, footer. In the footer, we'll have this edit text elements. Hello. No. India. Okay, so we just come back. This is from the footer. Okay, this in this we'll write in the from address, not from the footer. This is actually the footer one. So we'll just write here terms and conditions apply.
Okay. Okay.
Apply. So here we'll go for the from address. Double click on the from address. Edit text elements. Say Reena relationship manager. So that then we have to save. So once it's been saved, we have all these text. All the text has been done here. So we need to in the dynamic text and whatever we kept in whichever window, we need to display the data there. So but we have to first go for the layout. To how do we go for the layout is we'll go to the settings, form painter, and this we have to select this graphical form painter. Say okay, then a graphical form painter gets open. In that we'll be seeing all the windows that we have designed. So all the windows are not placed in a proper manner. So they're all placed one upon the other, mainly because we have designed it like that. We have not given the left margin and upper margin and all. So we just move them one after the other. So from address we'll keep
Okay.
down. Main window we'll keep it here. And footer is something which will come after this. And header to address. So to address it. You can scroll down the page. So the footer I'll move it more down. The footer, this is the from address. And you have this header. So in this way we can reframe the windows, save it, and now you cannot close that window just like that. You just have to go for again settings, form painter, graphical formatter, uncomment the graphical formatter, say OK, and then we have this main window footer from header and to address. So we just need to save this, and we need to create the paragraph format. So paragraph formats, you can go for paragraph format for each and every window. You can have a different font, different size. As of now, I'm giving one paragraph format for the entire page. So para 1, it's a common one. Later we can design the font. Font is like, we'll go for the bold one, and the family we'll go for something which is like. We can also decide the size of it. So we'll go for Courier. Let's open this Courier, save this, and we can have this size, font size is 15. Save it. Now here, once it's been done, once this font size and all these things are done, so page is done, page windows are done, and assignment is done, text elements are done. So all these things are done. So when we go for this checked definition, it'll remind us of the basic settings. So in which like we have to give the first page and default paragraph. So first page is the page one which we have designed, and the para is P1. Save it. And once it's been done, we'll go back to the. We can go ahead and activate this. So once this form is activated, ZJH underscore greetings is the form name. Now we'll go to the print program. Means SC38 program. We'll go for a program here. We'll create a program to write the logic to get the data into it. So that is where we also call the forms. The greeting and the script. Script name can be anything, and the program name can be anything.
Okay, sir.
So in this we'll go for data, data. Okay, we'll go for types. Begin of st underscore kna1, end of st underscore kna1, knr, type knr, name1, type name1 underscore gp, ort01, type ort01 underscore gp, land1, type land1 underscore gp. So we have this data id underscore kna1, type standard table of st underscore kna1, w underscore kna1, type underscore kna1, and we have select options, s underscore knr, other kna1 hyphen knr. Then we'll go for this select knr name1 1 land1 from kna1 into table id underscore kna1 where knr underscore knr. So after this, normally in the normal output we'll write the loop statement now, right? So here what we'll do is, well, first we'll call the open underscore, which actually enables us to link the form there. So the open underscore form is what we'll be calling here. So open underscore form. So in the open underscore form we'll export this. We'll go for exporting. Then we'll go for this form name. Here this is what is enabling us to link a form with the program, because system should know which form it has to call. This is the form name.
Okay.
ZJ. So this open form is enabling us to open that form, and language is English as well, language, nothing else. So these are the mandatory things that we have to enter here in the open underscore form. And then we'll go for loop at it underscore kna1 into w underscore kna1. So we'll go for pattern start underscore form. So in the start underscore form, we'll go for exporting. We'll uncomment the exporting. We'll uncomment the form name. In the form name again we have to give it here. And language we'll give it here as here. Start page is page 1. Start page is page 1. And program name is SYREPID. So these all things have to be given in start form. So once it's been given, we'll go for the write form. So pattern, go for write underscore form. And in the write underscore form, we'll go ahead with exporting. We'll go for function, type body, window main, and then we'll go ahead with, this is about the write form. Then we'll go for pattern. We have start, end, start, and then we have write form, and then we have start and close, start and end form, start form, end form. Start and end form. So we'll go for end form. So we'll go for this end form. Then we have this end loop. Pattern. After the end loop, we'll call the close underscore form. Open, close, start. So in the end form and close form, we are not giving anything. So, and the loop we are keeping, we are giving the loop between these three function models. Actually, let's see that. So we are writing the loop here before this start statement. start form. We are writing the loop here. We are writing the end loop here. This is what we are doing. Okay. So once it's been done, save, syntax check. So we have okay, W underscore P. Once we execute it, now it's 1,000, 5,000, execute. So I mean, like we gave the customer numbers and LP0. This is a default printer. LP0 is a default printer, and when our system is not connected to a printer, we'll have this output device will be there. So print preview. Something has gone wrong. Let's see this. Language is English. Okay. Start form. In the start form, the language has an issue. It seems. So language is not given in the start smartphone. Uncomment this, and we'll go for this as SQL. Okay, instead of English, we'll give it as SQL language here. This importing is not required actually. So now we'll comment that. So we'll get this page layout, and if you see here, there are 452 pages that got printed. So 0012.
Okay, sir.
So if we now here we have Becker Berlin. Berlin. The name is the city is Berlin and country is DE. And dear Becker Berlin, wish you and your family a very happy Diwali. So it's been printed twice. I'll explain you because in the write statement I've given that start page. I might have given it twice. So I'll just check that. We'll fix that. But this is how we.
Okay, sir.
So we just have this in the first screen. So we'll go for the second screen. So this is the first screen, second screen, third. So if you see here, the page number is changing on the top, and the data is also changing.
Okay, sir.
So we have now printed 452 pages and with the different values. So let's go back and fix that double print which we are getting in the main. So we'll go ahead with this one. 1000 and 5000. Just okay. So this is not coming right. So we'll just fix up that issue. So no, element is what we need to give. Window is okay. Element. The element is something which we need to give here. The element will give us main. So every time this LP01 is the default printer that will come. So for logo updation, we'll be doing if you have to upload a logo in scripts or smartphones, we need to go to a transaction code called SE78. So in the SE78, we'll be having this graphics. In the graphics, we have bitmap images. In this, we have to upload the image here. So we have to upload the image here. So we need to have that image in our system first. So let's upload and let's have an image here, and then we'll go ahead with it. So bitmap image, click on this, import. In the import, we just give that desktop. So we'll give the file name here. The logo. Okay. So I'm just connecting back to the system. So we'll go for SE78, wherein we can upload the logo. So we have the graphics, and here remember we can upload only bitmap images. So we just double click on the bitmap images, and you get this color bitmap image. So click on this import. In this, we have DX India. Only the bitmap images will be visible. So even if you have created a JPG image or something, it will not be visible here. So we need to select that, and we'll go ahead with something like DXC India. DXC India icon. So we'll just say hello. So name as DXC. So now the name of this image is DXC India. So now you can add this image in the script. So we'll go to SC71. We can add it in the script, or we can add it in the smart form as well, which we'll do later. So we'll go for the basic settings. Okay, this pages, here we have designed the page 1. Then we have the windows, here we have designed the windows. In the windows we will be creating one more window called edit create element, and we'll be creating a window called the graphic window. So for our understanding, let me quickly create a new uh, new script first from the beginning. So we'll have a greeting 2. We'll click on this create. This is a C71. I'm quickly creating a new script now. New script, new greeting. So we're just sending a greeting. Let's say we have a requirement like we have to send a greeting to 10 crore customers. Then we'll go to the basic settings. We have this. So we have to come back and update this first para and para 1, and the first page and para 1. We'll go to the pages. In the pages, what we just did is we just created a page 1. So we can get a page 1 and enter. And this we have created as a page 1. And then we'll go ahead with the save. Once it's been once this is saved, okay, this page is saved. Now what we'll do is we'll go for windows. In the windows, by default the main window will be there anyways, we already know that. Go to edit create element, and in this we'll go for header header window, and then we'll go for edit create element, graphic logo window. The logo window we can change the window type as graphic. We can change it. Even the variable can also accommodate the graphic. So we'll go for the graph. You can go for the graph here. Double click on the graph. So variable we can have, and then we have the footer and all this things. But header will just create a text elements here. Hello. Airtel India. This is a heading. Main window, we can add something in the main window, but we are more focused on the graphics. So main window will just write some simple logic here. Edit edit text elements. Dear and w underscore kna1 hyphen knr and so okay, we'll write. Okay. So we'll go for the graphic now. In the graphic, we'll go to text elements. Hello. So in the text elements, we'll go for this insert clipboard. So we'll go ahead with the graphic. It's not accepting. So what we'll do is instead of graphic, we'll make it as a variable only. Then it will be like variable, save, and graphic. I'll go to X. Go for insert graphics. So this is the option that we need to get. When we click on this graphics option, color, so this text is obsolete, so we cannot use that. So document server, store to document server. We need to go for the bitmap image. We need to access that, and color, and just execute. You'll get the list of all the images. So here the logo that we have uploaded is starting with D. Yeah, DXC logo. So we'll select that. And then say OK. Bitmap image.
Hello.
Hello. So we have to add this here and come back, so that image will be done here. So once the image is done, we can go ahead with the save. So once it's been done here, we'll go for this graphic header main window. Graphic header and main window are there. So these are the fields. We can add few more windows as well later. So we'll just come back, change. Okay, this is the one we have. So now we have to go for page windows. We need to select the page windows. So we just need to edit, create element. So we'll just add the graphic, edit, create element. Okay, this length and width have to be given. So 4 and 4 is what I'll give. Just say OK. Then we have to go for main window. Main window, 4 and 4. Save, edit, create element. Go for header, 4 and 4. Save, and go for this activate. So we'll go for activate. So for before activating, we have to give a paragraph format. At least one paragraph format is mandatory. Right? So para 1. So we'll go with para 1 and then save. So we'll go with the header. In header basic settings. In the basic settings, we need to give the para 1 and the page 1. So page 1 we have to give here. Para. Save. This is what. Once it's been done, we can go ahead and activate it. So activated. This is activated now. So now we can use this in a program. So for the using the program, just have this /o SE38. We'll create a program here. Set change and greetings. We'll just copy that into things one. So as we already know, we'll have a structure, internal table, work area, select options, select statement. So till here, it's everything is common as in the normal program only. So after that, we'll be calling some 5 forms. Those 5 forms happens to be open underscore form. In the loop, we'll have start underscore form. So we have just done it right yesterday, right? Let me okay. So I'll write it again. We'll have open underscore form. So open underscore form is the first one. In this we'll have loop. We'll write the loop at it underscore this thing. Loop, we'll write loop. Then in the loop we'll have start underscore form, write underscore form. and start end underscore form and loop right there. So then we have a close underscore. So these are the three, and these are the function models that we have to call. Loop and loop and loop. We are at the start and end form. Start form, right form, and end form. Open form and close form outside the loop. That's what we have here. So the same thing we have done, and within the loop and loop, we have written this start underscore form. So then we have this right underscore form and underscore form. So once the today's class is over, I'll also send you the source code for this, and the recording also I will share it with you, because I downloaded the recording. I think I have not uploaded, so I have to upload it and share it. Okay, so we'll do that. So this is the one. This is the program that we have here. So in this program, what I need to do is I need to change the greeting name. I have to change the greeting name as greeting one, because that's what we have done now. LT01 is a default printer. Print preview. Click on the print preview. Oh, the greeting is not active. We just need to go back to that. Oh, it's greeting 2, not greeting 1. Greeting 2. The script name is greeting 2. So here needs to be greeting 2. Save. Activate. Okay, so we just need to change that one here also. So I've changed the form name here, greeting 2. Here also I need to change this as greeting 2. so these things actually I need to set this form painter and I need to go ahead with the graphical form painter. Select OK. I need to drag and drop those things here. I need to adjust the sizes of the windows. So all these things. Main window, header window. So header window will be graphics here. And second form painter. Some commenter select. Save. Then we have mainly we're focusing on getting the image. So what we'll do is we'll simply add. We can also do one thing. We can simply add the image in yesterday's form. So we can go back to the form. So in this we'll go ahead with the windows. In the windows we'll go for the logo. We'll go for edit, create element. We'll go for another one called logo. Logo window. So in the logo window we will have we'll be going for the text elements. So in this we'll go for insert graphics and we'll go for colored bitmap image. Go for document server and go for DXC star. Go for this one. So we have this DXC logo is what we have created now. And then we'll give the file resolution as 500. So we have 600 because the image has to be smaller. So if we give bigger resolution, we'll have a smaller image. Activated. Then now, okay, let's see the logo placement. Where is that window there in the form painter? Let's select this form painter and let's see where the logo has been placed now. So in this logo image logo, oh, we didn't add it in the Windows page windows form painter. We have done the window, but we have to create a page windows, right? So we'll go for these are the page windows. In the page windows, we didn't add it. So create element, logo, 4, 4, save. Now we need to place the logo in the proper place. Let's get this logo here. Activate settings, form painter. Uncheck this. Say OK. Back. Set JH_video. So we have this JH ratings. So we don't have to do anything, any changes in the program. Only the logo, we have logo icon is what we have added there. Print. So we should be able to see the logo here. So this is a smart forms project. And in this project, what are we going to do is we are going to create a smart form layout. And we are going to have this data of material related data. So MARDI data. So we are going to get the MARDI data, that is material data related to storage. So this is what we have. Material related to material data related to storage is what we are going to display in the smart form. So basically, this was actually built for a particular client, beverages, this beverage company, and this for this beverage company in warehouse we had built this, and we have simplified this and explaining it to you. So basically in this, like, we have to hand it over to the security team who allow the trucks to go out of the warehouse. Trucks exit place. So at the trucks exit we'll be having this will be letting out this one. We'll be letting out this. We'll be giving them the printed document in which they will get that. So basically, we had a combination of MARDI and a Z table, but right now we are taking simply from the Z table only. So from the MARDI table only. We have to create a smart form layout, and then we have to write the logic. Write logic in ABAP editor. So before that, even before creating the smart form layout, we have to create a structure and a table type. So we should be creating a structure and table type. So structure and table type will be using will be creating a structure and table type in SE11 transaction. In SE11 transaction, and smart form we are going to create in SMERTFORMS transaction. And then in the ABAP editor we are going to do it in either SE38, or you can also do it from SE80 transaction also. So this is what we are going to do now. So for this, let us go first into the SE11, and then we'll be creating a structure called ZST underscore MARDI, and this structure will have something around 4 fields. We're going to take 4 fields, and only when you have a structure we can create a table type. So we'll have this. Let us go ahead with that, and we'll create a table type called Z it underscore Mardi. ZIT underscore Mardi. So ZIT underscore Mardi, we're going to create that. So we are going to create these two in the SC11 transaction. Once it's been created, we'll go for the smart forms transaction, and then we'll be creating a layout. So this is what we'll do. Okay, and after that we'll be creating the we'll be writing the logic in the SC38. So let us go to the SC11 transaction, and this will go ahead with the ZST underscore Mardi, and it's already there. So we already created. So we know how to create a structure. So I'll just skip this because we just know how to create it. And then we'll be creating IT underscore Mardi. So we just need to give the structure name which we have created there. Automatically all the field names of the structure will come here. This is the step 2, and then we will go to the transaction code smart forms. In the smart forms transaction, we'll create something like ZJH underscore Mardi, and this is the smart form. So in the smart form, we will by default get a main window here in the page. So it's a default page and default window. So we'll be creating few more windows. Either we can create from here or we can create from here. So right click, and this will create a window here, and here we can change the name of the window as top. So header window. So we can go for header window. So we can just change it and say enter. So later we can remove this form also from here, and then we can create a window from here also. Create, right click on this and create a window, and we'll go for the footer. This is the footer window. Footer window and save. So once it's been done, we can go ahead with the pack program. Okay, so once it's been done, we'll go ahead with the main page. In the main page, we are creating the window, or we are creating the table. So right click on this, create text. Hello. Here we'll give this header data. Storage, location related, neutral data. So this is done. Now we'll go for right click on this main, create and table. Okay, so we are creating a table now here. This was for the Mardi one, right? We have to get that in this. Okay, so we'll go for this text, and here we have done this bank. Okay, I'll relog in because it is taking time. So here we have this top footer. So for the top, we were creating a text. In the text, we'll click on this enter. Storage location related material date. So back, then we'll go for right click on this footer, create text. Terms and conditions apply. So this is what we're doing. And then the form interfaces. In the form interfaces, in the tables, we'll go for IT underscore Mardi type ZST underscore ZIT underscore Mardi, because here only in table type will work, others will not work for the table. For the global definitions, we'll have the work area here, W underscore Mardi type ZST underscore Mardi. So we just save it. And these two things that we have done, and we'll go ahead with right click on this, create table. You have header, main area, and footer. So these are the three things that we'll have in a table: header area, main area, and footer. So how many columns you want to draw in the header area, main area, and footer? According to that, you have to create the columns.
Okay.
So how do you create the columns in that is like we'll draw columns here. So when we assign this to the smartphone, when we assign this to the header, 4 columns are there here. So 4 columns will automatically come in header. Okay, for main area also we'll assign the same line type. So in main area also we'll get 4 columns like this in the table. But for the footer, let's take only 2. Insert empty line underneath. So in this we'll go for only 2 columns. So this 2 columns only. So this will assign to the footer. So footer will have only 2 columns. So let us go for that. Right click on this, create table line. In this we'll go for line type 1. So line type 1 has been done. For main area, right click, create line type table line. So assign table line. So in this also we'll create the line type 1. So again here also we'll get 4 columns. But for the footer, we'll create only 2 columns. So for that, what we'll do is we'll go ahead with line type 2. So only two columns will come here because we have assigned the line type 2 here. Okay. This is not done. Save. Okay, so for each column we can have a styles and all, we can do that, but okay, this is what we have. Now we'll go ahead with the creation of text. Right click on this, create text. When we get text, it should show the text. So we double click on this, and then here you click on this, and you will get this material number, back, then right click on this, create text. Here we'll go for that second column. Just need to check what is the name of the second column. So here we have plant, second column is plant. Then we have third is storage location. Right click on this, create text, storage location, maintenance status. Maintenance status, back, and here we'll go for right click on this. So we'll go for this text here. And in this, since it's the main area, we have to write the field name. So the field name would be and WA underscore Mardi hyphen MATNR. This and WA underscore Mardi hyphen MATNR have to be filled with data in the program. So we'll just write this and back. Then now we'll write this. Right click on this, create text. And in this, like, what's the second field that we have? WRKS plant. So in this, we'll click on this. Here we'll go for and WA underscore EMP, sorry, MARD hyphen WRKS, and then we have create text and WA underscore LGORT and WA underscore MARD hyphen LGORT and back. Last field is PSTAT. So we go with and W underscore MARD hyphen PSTAT and so back, save, and now for the footer we have two fields, only two columns. So in this, like, I'll just write something like page number. Create text. In this we'll write something like, here system fields are there. For system fields we will write SFSY and page. So we'll write something like that. So for that we'll write and SFSY hyphen page and go back, save. Okay, after this there are some important things that we have to do. So at the table level we need to go to the table level data. We need to write the internal table and work area. So normally we have to loop it from the internal table to work area. So we are looping it here, WIT underscore Mardi into WA underscore Mardi. This is what we have to do. And here we have to go for MATNR. Here also MATNR. Event sort before the text, yes, and after that save. So this is done. Once it's been done, okay, once it's been done, we'll go ahead with save, syntax check, activate. Okay, so once it's been activated, we'll come back and discuss about the styles and all later. So first let us go for the main program. So this is ZJH underscore Mardi. We have done it, and then what we have to do is we have to create a program in AC38 and ZJH underscore Mardi underscore SL. Smartphone. So we'll go ahead with the data it underscore Mardi type Z it underscore Mardi. If you are referring to the table type, we should not write standard table of. Only when we are referring to the structure, we have to write the standard table type Z st underscore Mardi. Select options S underscore maintainer for W underscore Mardi hyphen maintainer. Select the field names. What are the field names that we have here? Select these fields from MARD into table IT underscore MARD, where maintainer S underscore maintainer. Then after this, okay, once it's been done, once the select statement is written, we have to, instead of cited loop and all, we have to call the form. So how do we call that smart form? We'll just take it from this function model name. We'll execute it and we'll get the standard function module name. We'll just copy it. Then we'll click on pattern, select this, say okay, and this is what we have done. So we have to go for IT underscore Mardi, and that's it. So we have to just pass this IT underscore Mardi. Once it's been done, save, syntax check, activate. Let us select this. So I'm giving it some 1 to LP01 is a default printer, as we already know, print preview. So okay, I didn't adjust the positions of the text. That's the reason this terms and conditions is coming on the top. I just need to share that and also extend the size of this header. So let's do that thing, and then the main page is getting the data. Fine. So we have got 12 pages here. You can see that 12 pages have come. So we can just go to this function. So we have got this different pages. Each page has got some.
Okay.
Now this is the normal output. Okay, but we have to put some table kind of. We have to draw a table and we have to do some adjustments. Then we have to keep the logo. So we'll see how to upload the logo into it.
Okay.
So we'll go back to design the screen, design the layout. So in the layout, I have to adjust that particular. So footer has to come down. This is fine. Got it now. Top needs to be. And now we would like to go for the logo as well. So for the logo, what we'll do is we'll simply right click on this create window. In that window, we'll just keep this window here, and then right click on this create graphic. In that inside the window we are creating a graphic, so the graphic name have to be given. So we already, so how to upload the graphic and how to access it from here is what we'll see now. So for that we need to go to SE78 transaction. So in the SE78 transaction we will be uploading the graphic, and the graphic should be in the BMP file. So we just need to have it. Double click on this and click on this import option. So bitmap image, double click on the bitmap images and select the color. After doing this, then you click the input parameters, input options. Then this will appear. So in this, like we'll go ahead with the various options where we have the .bmp file. So we have .bmp files only will be visible. I'm just scripting, and we have to make sure that this is been saved as a .bmp file. Only then it will be accepting it. Save as, this should be .bmp file. .bmp. Only .bmp will be accepting it. So just save it. So once it's done, we'll access this desktop Softech 1, and here we have Softech logo. So just say OK. Hello. Now once it's been done, it's been uploaded now. Softech is the name of the image. Name of the image is Softech. Now this image needs to be uploaded here. So for that we'll be given the name of the source is Softech, and we'll be giving this. Okay. So we can just find it actually. So for help. The moment you select the color, you have to select this color, execute. Now we have this, double click on this. And remaining graphics, bitmap image, all these things also by default have come. So resolution, I'll put it as some 300 because the image is big, so we want to make it small. So if you want to make it small, the resolution should be big. We'll make it as somewhere around 300. save, activate. So once it's activated, let's see that output in the normal output screen in the program. So we've got the logo here, we've got the header here, and then we got the footer also, and page number also is page number 1, right? So this was in the footer of the table. This is the footer of the text. So this is a footer window. This is footer row in the table. So we can see both the outputs. So let's see. It says page number 2, page number 3, page number 4. Page numbers are changing for each and every page. So this is about the logo. So then we have something called style and text module. So styles and text modules will be continuing about the styles and text modules. Let's go for styles and text modules. So styles are basically the font size, font type, colors that we want. All these things can be discussed in the font size. So they can be done in the font size. So let us design that. So here let's go for style, on style. ZJH underscore style S1. Okay. ZJH underscore S1 is a style. So we'll go for the paragraph format. Click on create P1 para 1. So we'll go ahead with left align, okay, and font. We'll go for the font family. We'll go for some Korea. Font size is 20. Font style is 4. Color, you can select the color as well. Color is blue, and save. Now this para 1 have to be assigned to this one, header. Okay. In the header, when we double click on the header, it asks for the para. So it's select the para 1, save it, and once it's saved back. So we have done this now. So once it's been assigned, remember the style name is ZJH underscore S1. Wherever we assign this style, that font and text what we have designed now at the para level will reflect that. So we will go with this style name in the form, and we'll assign it to a particular window. We can assign it to the entire page as well. If you go for output options, if you select here in the instead of system, if you take out the system, and we give it as something like that the system, style that we have designed, the entire page font will change, but we want it to be only the header. For header text, double click on the header text, and in this we have the conditions, output options. In this we have the style. In the style, you keep that style which we have created now. Save and activate. With this, what happens is that header, whatever we have, will come in that font. Just got stuck, so we'll open another screen. So the storage location related data, material data, so something which we have typed is coming here.
Okay. Okay, sir.
So this is about the styles. So we can create different styles and we can assign it to different windows, or we can assign it to the entire window by going ahead with the style. Default style that we have in a program is system. So that's something which has been asked in many of the interviews. So what is the default style that we have? So default style is system.
Okay.
Okay. Now next we have something. So then we'll go ahead with the text elements, text module. So here we have, so we can do something and we can type it. So we have these things. Save it. We can have these terms and conditions, and we can have hundreds of lines of code. We can maintain it in a particular with a text module name. So whenever we assign this text module, there all these things, all the entire stuff will come there. So the text module name is ZHTM. Instead of typing it in our in our form, we can just add that as a text module here. So we'll go ahead with this footer. In the footer, so just increase the size here. I think X in, it's already been in change mode here, not closing. Yeah. Okay. So here we have footer. In the footer, double click on this, and here in the no, yeah, footer text, general attributes. In this, instead of going for text elements, go for text module. So when you go for text module, then immediately it will ask you for the text module name. So we have to type the text module which we have just now given. English is the language. Save and activate. So once it's activated, so we can go ahead and zh underscore tm1 is the text name. So when we execute this, that will be typed. Now let's scroll down to the footer so that we can see the terms and conditions printed here. Now the terms and conditions which we have it in that style and in the text module are printed here. So this is how we actually create text modules and apply them to the smartphone.
Okay.
So in this session, we are going to do the BDC call transaction method, in which we are going to upload a flat file into the system. So for that, we are creating a flat file with the fields. This is A911 912 tab 2201 tab 2201 tab. Then we have this title, say something like Rana tab SAP tab IN tab INR. So these are the values that we are going to automatically get into that particular system. So we all know the flow. We know the data has to be uploaded from this flat file to the internal table, from internal table to the screens, and from the screens it will automatically get loaded into the database table. That's the flow here. So let me first build a flat file. In the real-time projects, this flat file will be given by the client. So I have 3 records. Save as something like MK01, and I'm saving it in the documents. Not sure if I can save it in the D drive. Okay. Let's save it in the documents. So I've saved it in the documents. Now what we'll do is we'll go ahead and write the program to upload this data. So zjh underscore mk01 upload create. Okay, we'll just click on the project. So here we'll go for this types. Begin now. st underscore mk01 and so, but for this LF1, so we have some other data element name. Let's see that. Let's go to MK01. Yes. So here we have RF02K. we just need to we just need to check the data element name here. So the data element name here is LIF16. The data element name is LIF16. So we have to give it as LIF16. Then we have ANRED, type ANRED, name1, type name1 underscore GP. But here it's like we can do it like this, or you can check the data element names for all the values, and then we have to go for that. Type S4TL and land1, type land1 underscore GP, WARS, type WARS. So this is what these are the values that we have. We'll go for data. Now basically what we have to do is we have to take the approximate length of that. So see, even if you are not giving EKWRG, type EKWRG. If we can just find the length of this EKWRG, the length is 4. So the length also, if you give it as EKWRG in the bracket, if you give the length as 4, that will be enough. Okay, that will be enough. So you can just simply write like that. So let me just give you an example. So we can just simply write like this: EKORG or length 4. That's it. So this will serve the purpose. I'm commenting this. So now we have to go for IT underscore MK01, type standard table of ST underscore MK01 and W underscore MK01, type ST underscore MK01, and then we'll go for GUI underscore upload. So as we already discussed in the previous session, what we have to do is we have to get the data from this flat file to internal table. So from internal table to screens to database table. This is what you have to do. So for that we have to go for pattern, click on pattern, then we'll go for GUI underscore upload. So in this, like, we have this. So file name is what we need to give. From the file name, it has to pick the data into the Okay, so we'll start with the call transaction method, end-to-end process now. So let us first build the flat file, which actually in general in the real time the client will be giving us this flat file. So in this flat file, what are we doing is we are going to go ahead with the values which we have to give it as an input. We are not giving the vendor number because vendor number is considered as internal for this particular project, in this particular client, in this particular system. It's considered as internal, so it is configured as internal by the functional team. That's the reason we are not giving it. So 001 001, and then we are giving the mixture. Then we have
So I think the screen is not being shared. It's just blank blue screen.
okay.
Yes, sir. Now your cursor is moving. Yes, sir.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Right. And then we have this, the search term is something like SAP, and then we have the country as India, then we have the currency as INR. So these are the mandatory things that we are giving here. And additionally, if at all, if it is required, we can also give the city or the pin code.
Okay.
Pin code is something which I'm going to add here additionally, 890901, because it should pin code should always be 60. Okay, so
Okay.
we have this. Rana. So we'll create this as MK01. Oh, the file is already there in this. Okay. Anyways, no. Okay. 011. So MK011. Now here we're going to go ahead with the recording now. So let me first start off with, okay, the file that we have done. Let me check it once again. Between this, okay, the pin code is what something I've given. So we need to update the pin code also. Let's see that. The postal code. Postal codes. Okay, accept that. It's done. So let's go ahead with, now it's working fine with the entry. Entry. So we'll go ahead with the MCAC38 program. So for once we have tested it, whether it's working fine or not, ZGH underscore MK01 upload, create, upload of vendor data. Right, begin of ST underscore MK01, end of ST underscore MK01, LFNR type. That field names were something I will just check that again. So we'll go to MK01. Okay, we don't have to give the LFNR at all because LFNR is not needed because it's taken internally in this particular context. So we just need to
Okay.
focus on the second field. So second field we have the EKORG only, and then the second one, next one is the KOKK. So EKORG, K2OKK, type K2OKK. KNRD, that's a title. So let's go for the title. KNRD type AD title x1, or we can also give it like this. We can just double click on this, and the length is 30, so we can just give it as 30. Simply we can give it like this also, 30. Name 1, type 40. Land 1 of length 3, WERS, type WERS. So we'll go ahead with data, IT underscore MK01, type standard table of ST underscore MK01, W underscore MK01, type ST underscore MK01. Then we'll be going for GUI underscore upload to upload the data from this flat file that we have done, so to our internal table. Now here we'll have the file name here. The file name is MK011. So for this, we'll just see the properties, and we'll copy that list. And okay, so what we can do is, like, since we already have understood this concept, let's go for the F4 help. Okay, let me keep the F4 help instead of hard coding that value. Before this, what we can do is we can have this pattern F4 underscore file name. So in this, like, we have this file name, so we just need to mention a parameter of type this value which we have here. So in the import we have this, and export we have this one, IBIMPPIRMS hyphen path. So we just need to copy this. This is the file name. The file name should be of type that. So we'll just simply create parameters p underscore file type this one. Okay, and then we'll give this as at line at selection screen on p underscore file at selection screen on p underscore file. Now what happens, this p underscore file, for this p underscore file we are doing this exporting, uncommenting exporting. Program name is SYCprog, Pro is SYDNR, field name is field name, I think so, importing file name. The file name here we have is that p underscore file. So we'll get the p underscore file here, and then later we have to write the startup selection. So in the startup selection we'll write p underscore, now we'll go for another file, another field of type this one, because p underscore file, if we directly pass it into the file underscore name, it will throw an error, because file underscore name is of some different type. Let us see, it should be string actually. File name is string, so we need to give another field of type file name, file type string. So now here we need to give this file is equals to p underscore file, because the p underscore file type is different and this one is different. So if you directly pass p underscore file in this, it will throw an error. So we'll go ahead with file here, file. Okay, so field separate is hash. Then we have it underscore mk0. Okay, so we have done that, GUI underscore upload. So what will happen now is we can directly execute it. So when we execute it, we can pick the file name from here.
Okay, sir.
Help request, on help request. F4 help should come here. Request. Okay, so now it has come. So we can pick the file here. We can pick the file here, and then we can select it. It's done. Okay, so till here it's time. Now what we are doing is, for going further, we have to pass this entire thing into the recording. So we have to first go for the recording. For going for recording, we have to create two things: it underscore bdc data type, standard table of bdc data. This is a structure we have. W underscore bdc data type bdc data. Okay, once we have done that, after this we have to go for the recording. So recording have to be kept inside the loop at it underscore mk01 into w underscore mk01 into, then we have so here we have refresh it underscore mk01. This is what we have. So after this we have the recording. We'll be doing the recording here. So let's go ahead and do the recording in SHTP transaction. New recording. And this recording name can be anything. I'll go for JH12 and go for MK01. So we'll go for 0001 here, 0001 here, Mr. Hari. Search term is SAP and country is India. And since we have given the postal code, let me also update the postal code. Both INR. Now we have done the recording, save it, back. And now this is a recording. Go for the program, click on the program and download it to some program, recording, transfer from recording, say OK, click on source code, save. Now in this, the recording have to be copied from your 10th line. So from 10th line to copy, and then we have to go ahead and paste it here, the recording. Okay, so the recording have to be done from this PDC line to first one. From here we have to copy and then we have to paste it there. Okay, so before this PDC transaction till here. Now after this for variables we have to comment all the values. Wherever we have given the hard-coded values, we have to comment it and we have to write the work area value, because the concept here is whenever it comes to the loop, into the loop, a new record will come here. Okay. Then we have this is W underscore MK01 hyphen KTOKK W underscore MK01 hyphen ANRED W underscore MK01 hyphen name1 W underscore MK01 hyphen SORTL W underscore MK01 hyphen PFOR. Here I will comment this and W underscore land1 hyphen land1. So PFORT is something that we have not defined in the fields. We need to define the land1 for land1. We also have something called PFORT. Type PFORT. It's one character. No, I think it should not be. It's not the one. PFORT is actually okay. Let's see the data type for the PFORT.
And your voice on screen is not getting seen. Can you please check with others also?
Yeah. Okay, so what we are doing here is like we are having this PS postal code. So for postal code, the length is 10. So I can give directly here as 10. I can give it here as directly 10. Because the length is 10 here. PFORT is length 10. So I can directly give it as 10. Okay, so we have given the length as 10. And once it's been done, we have to go ahead with the here we have PFORT, it's done, India, and then we have this WARS currency. So we just need to comment this and here we will write the WA underscore MK01 hyphen WARS is what we have to write. So these are the things that we have written. And after this, for every perform statement, there should be a form statement below. So there are two perform statements. If you see, there are only two perform statements, that is BDC underscore field and BDC underscore dynpro. Wherever you see, only these two are getting repeated again and again. BDC underscore dynpro and BDC underscore field. These two are getting repeated. So we'll go ahead with the form inform for that particular thing will be there in the recording. So it will be there in the record. So we have something called, here we have BDC RECX1. So here we have BDC RECX1 on the top. If you double click on this, okay, display, you just need to click on display. So here in this BDC RECX1 include program, last we'll have this, we have these two things. So those two things we have to make a copy paste here, and in this we have to change that as clear WA underscore BDC data, and here WA underscore BDC data, WA underscore BDC data, WA underscore BDC data. And then we have append WA underscore BDC data to IT underscore BDC data. And then we have here, instead of space no data, we have to give space. Space is considered as no data. Previously we used to consider it as a no data, now we are considering it as space. So whenever we have a space, it means that it doesn't have any data. So we just need to say change this. And then the most important thing right now is the main code. There is one line which we are going to write here, which is the most important thing. The line that we write here is, we'll write something like this: call transaction MK01, call transaction MK01, call transaction MK01 using BDC IT underscore BDC data, mode A, update A. So in this mode we can have modes we can have A, all screen display, E, error screen display, N, no screen display. So these are the three types of modes that we have here. And in update we'll have asynchronous, and yes, synchronous. So asynchronous and synchronous.
Okay.
So these can be the two modes in which update. We can go for update, we can go for synchronous, asynchronous. I'm going to explain you about these things. As of now, we can give only 3 letters per mode. Either we can give A, we can give E, or we can give N. That's it. In update, we can give only A or S. Anything other than that, it will be throwing an error. So now that's what we have to write here within this perform statement. So here what we have to do is we have to go for call transaction MK01 using IT underscore BDC data mode A and update A mode A and update A. Save syntax check. Okay, this should be P underscore W underscore MK01. Okay, save syntax check. Line number 85. Sorry, I refresh IT underscore BDC data. So we can select that field, file, say access, hello, we say okay, okay. So these values are getting updated here. Second record is getting updated now. Okay, we have successfully uploaded 2 records. Now we'll go for the third record. Now this also got updated, and we were able to successfully update 3 records into the LFA1 table. Now we can go to the LFA1 table and check these records. Just to cross check them, you can go to LFA1 table, display, then we'll go for this display one, and we'll go for country India. Execute. Oh, we have too many things here, so we need to restrict. Okay, we can go to SE16N as well and check that. SE16N. What happens here is we can give the input on many fields. So we can give the input on, say, country India. Vendor numbers we don't know because they were generated by the system. Created on. So created on, we should be giving today's date. Then execute. So here Yash, Rana, and Hari are there, right? So if we double click on this particular record, these are the details that we have. We can see them in the SE16N screen. Okay, SE16N. The option here is that we can give input for any field. But if you see in the SE11, we can you can give the input only for 2 or 3 fields. Only 2 or 3 fields. Just 2 or 3 fields. But there it will be like any field we can give some entry. This is what we have. Okay, fine. This is
Okay, so
we've completed the call transaction method. So once you practice this and clear, then we'll go ahead with the session method. Now let's go ahead with the session method. For the session method, what we have to do is we have to choose for which transaction code are we doing it. So we are doing it for MK01. So we need to check the flat file, and from the flat file we have to take some recordings and enter each one particular record and enter this, and should check if it's properly working fine or not. So we have SAP India. We also took the postal code late previously. It's okay. I mean, like, we're just taking some mandatory minimum things and we are saving it. It's done. So we successfully created everything in the in the hard coding. I mean, like the manual entry. We have done the manual entry. Now what we have to do is we have to write a logic or a code to upload this data. For that, we'll go to C38 and then we'll do it's a JH underscore MK01 session upload. Click on create session method executable program. In this, we have to go ahead and write the program. So in this, like, first we have to go for the types, begin of st underscore mk01, or I'll go for something like st underscore vendor data. So just for a change, we can have any naming convention according to the client. We'll be going for the naming conventions here. So here we'll go ahead with go for EKO also, type EKO also, KTOKK, type KTOKK, ANRED of length 20, name 1 of length 40, length is 30 actually. So in this, like, we'll go for, then we have the search term SORTL. Let's give it as some 20. Then we are giving land 1 of length 3 and WARS of length 5. All these values, all these lengths, we are getting it from the properties. We can just go to the MK01 transaction. We can go to the MK01 transaction and we can just check that values here. We can go for MK01 transaction. We'll right click on this and help, and we'll get the, in this we'll get the LIF16. LIF16 is the length, and if we double click on it, we'll get the length. Length is 16. So for LIF and LIF, so in this way, we can check the properties of all the values. So for example, name 1 is there. Right click on this, help, have this as ID underscore name 1. The length is 40. So according to that, we are given the length of the name as 40. With the empty underscore when, standard developed ST underscore when, W underscore when, ST underscore when. Now these are the values that we have. Other than this, we have to define something called IT underscore BDC data. IT underscore BDC data. Type standard develop st underscore bdc data. No, just bdc data. W underscore bdc data. Type bdc data. Pattern share underscore upload. So in this we can hard code the value. Either we can hard code the link, or we can simply arrange a parameter. So for parameter, what we have to do is here we have to write parameters, and in this we have to go for p underscore file type, and we don't know what is the file name. So file property we need to enter. Okay, so some C is what I'm entering right now, but that's not the one. We have to call something called at selection screen on value request for p underscore file. In this we have to call, we have to click on the pattern, we have to call f4 underscore file name. So in this, like, we'll go ahead with exporting. We have program name, time number, importing this one. So file underscore name is, the file underscore name is p underscore file, and the p underscore file properties should be equivalent to the file underscore name property. So what is the file underscore name property is what we have to go and check here in the export. This is the property IBIPPARMS. So how did I copy it is, it's simply I went into the function module and saw the properties of this file underscore name. That properties only we have to give it for p underscore file, then there will not be any errors or issues. So based on that, if we are picking up the file name, dynamically we are picking up the file. So then we have the startup selection here. Because we have used another event on the top, we have, it's mandatory for us to go for startup selection here. Otherwise, by default, even though if you don't give the startup selection, it will work. Here, since we have given that, it will be here. So here we'll go ahead with the file name. Now the file name should be equal to p, and if you give p underscore file directly, then the property of file name and the property of file name here are two different things. Here, if you go to GUI underscore upload, the file name has a different property. The file name has a property of string. So if you give that uh, if you give that name here, p underscore file here directly, it will become a problem. So for that we have to go for, say, d underscore file equal to p underscore file. Now this d underscore file is what we have to pass it here. What is d underscore file? It's just a variable. So we can just define a d underscore file here. D underscore file type string. D underscore file type string. So save it. Syntax. So here we have it underscore when. So this file data we have to pass into it underscore when. So we are uncommitting the file type, uncommitting this field separator. The field separator is hash. Hash means, why are we giving the field separator as hashes? Because the separator is tab. If the separator is tab, we have to write here field separator is hash. Then we'll go ahead with the it underscore when. Fine. Now, once it's been done, we'll go for the recording now. We'll go and do the recording in the XHTB transaction. So let's go ahead and do the recording in the XHTB transaction. And that recording have to be kept in the loop. Loop at it underscore when into w underscore when end loop. So inside loop, we have to do the recording. We have to bring the recording. And in this recording, we'll go for refresh it underscore bdc data. Okay, so then we'll have the recording here. So if you observe the entire process is exactly same as the call transaction, only slight changes will be there. Let me do the recording again. We go to the new recording. In the new recording, and REC MK01. So we'll go for 0001, 0001, Mr. Home, SAP, search term IN, countries IN, enter, enter, currency is INR. So we've done the recording. And once save the recording and go back, go for the select this end record and go for program, and we are copying that into program. See one. So click on this transfer from record and then say OK. Then recording, it's just a recording. So we are putting into source code. So here we have this from here, from the 10th line, the recording have to be copied after the open underscore group. From open underscore group, before the close underscore group, we have to copy everything here. This till enter, till enter. Okay, so we just need to copy that here. Now in this particular session method, what we are to do is write bdc underscore open underscore insert open bdc underscore open underscore group bdc underscore insert bdc underscore close underscore group. So these these function models have to be called. So this particular function model needs to be inside a loop. So we can say loop at it underscore when into w underscore when is n. So inside that loop, we have to have this bdc underscore insert at the last, at the end of this loop. So just before the end loop, where we have written the call transaction. Here we will not write the call transaction. Here we will call a function model called bdc underscore insert. Now, when we execute the program, it will not go and open the screens. It will just create a session. Okay, and this session we are going to open in SM35 and see this. So this is basically used for huge amount of data. If you have huge amount of data, you can go for this one. If we have huge amount of data, we can go for this group. Okay, BDC underscore open underscore group, BDC underscore insert, BDC close underscore group. So these are the three function models which we have to call, and we have to fill certain things. Remember, this BDC underscore open underscore group should be called before the loop, and in this we'll be doing the recording. Here we'll have the recordings here. The recordings will be here. Okay, recordings will be here. And after the recording, we have to call a function model called BDC underscore insert. Then at the end, we have to call BDC underscore close underscore. So let's do that now. Okay, we've copied the recording now. So before the loop, we have to click on the pattern and call BDC underscore open underscore group. So in this, we have to uncomment certain things. We have to uncomment exporting client group. Group is like, I'll give the group name as something like JH Softech. Okay, so this is what, and the username is sy hyphen uname. Sy hyphen uname by default will carry the name of username of the person who have logged in. So whoever have logged in, default his name will come. So his username will come actually. So program name by default syc proc will fill the by default whatever is the program name, that will be filled. So all these things have to be filled, and after that, inside this loop, we have to go ahead with the pattern, and in the pattern we have to go for bdc underscore insert. So bdc underscore insert, and in this we have to go for exporting, uncomment exporting. Then we have this transaction code is the most important thing. Here we need to give the transaction code. MK01. Here we have IT underscore BDC data. That's it. After this end loop, after the end loop, we'll go for pattern. We'll go for BDC underscore close underscore loop. So this is what. So once it's been done, we need to go ahead with the perform BDC done but perform BDC underscore field. For these two things, we have to give the form names and forms. We have to enter the form. We have to update the forms at the last. So here we need to write the forms, and the forms will be there in the in a include program called BDC RECX1. So the difference between the session method and call transaction method is just the three function modules have been introduced here, and no, and the call transaction that command is not written here. So we can go ahead with that, and here we'll go for W underscore BDC data. W underscore BDC data. W underscore BDC. Here we have space. But full stop here. Okay. So append W underscore BDC data to IT underscore BDC data. So just like we have done it in the call transaction, we are doing all this process now. And once the forms are been updated with the latest code, we can go ahead. Okay. So here one thing I have yet to do is instead of this hard coded values, we have to give the variables. So we'll go for W underscore when W underscore when hyphen K2O KK. Here W underscore hyphen TKORG when ANRED name one SORPL and one WAR. So we are hard coding removing all the hard coding values, and we are entering the work area, so that every time it comes into this comes into the loop, it will give you a new record into the work area. So I think we have done all fine. So I just need to do one small change, that I need to remove in the flag file. I need to remove this pin code because this postal code, the post code is not being updated in the record and the recording. So, see, we close it. Now BDC underscore. So that's it. Okay. So nothing else. Syntax check. batch name is Softech. So we can select the file, triple one, execute, allow the file. Now nothing will be seen here. So actually we can also update a message that the session is successfully created, something like that. We can put a message here. But if we go to SM35, there you can see. So now what we'll do is we'll go for slash SM35. In SM35, now JL Softech is a session that got created. Okay, session got created. We'll select that and click on process. So now in the call transaction, what happened is we wrote that in the flat file. In the flat file itself, we wrote, like in the program itself, we have hard coded that call transaction MK01 using BDC IT underscore BDC data mode A update A. Mode A means what we have all screen display. So here we have not given it anywhere in the program in the session method. So it will ask you whether do you want it to process in the foreground, do you want it to be processed in with error screen display or background. So I'll say process in the foreground as of now. Just say process, and now it got processed. So we'll just say okay, and we'll go ahead with just enter, say enter. Okay. So it was successfully done. So if you go to the log, in the log, if we select this and see the log, we'll see the log. So here 3 transactions have been processed. We can analyze the data here like this. So what happened in which transaction, the entire log gets created here, and we can log in into it and anytime and see that. In call transaction method, everything is real time, so you don't create any log. And the next thing is we cannot assign a background job for that and all these things, so those things will be a problem. So for that reason we'll be going ahead with the session method. So if the data is very huge, we'll by default go for session method. So in conversions concept, conversions is a concept to data, upload data from non-SAP systems. So for this, we always get the data from this flat files to, we'll get the data from the flat files to flat file to, I mean, like we let's say we have the data in Java. From Java system, we get the data into the flat files, that is .notepad format or .xls or whatever it might be, and from there we'll get it into the internal table, to our screens to database tables. Okay, so from flat files to internal tables to screens to database tables. For this, what we have done is we first have one method called BDC. That's batch data conversion. Then we have LSMW, legacy system migration workbench. Then we have direct input method. And then we have BAP. Interface. So these are the various techniques that we use for loading the data. And BDC, again, we have seen two methods in this, like the call transaction method and session method. These are the two methods that we have. LSMW, we have legacy system migration workbench. In this, we have 4 different ways we can upload the data. Basically, LSMW was introduced for functional people, and it is designed functional guys. It's designed in such a way that you will not be able. I mean, like you don't have to write any code here. Okay, so functional consultants. It was basically used for functional consultants, but here we are going ahead with this, and in this in some cases we need the ABAP coding as well. So here we have the A is direct input method, B we have session method, C we have BAPI, D we have idocs. So using these 4 options we can do the LSMW. So LSMW basically has by default 17 steps. By default we'll have 17 steps. In this we have now right now we are doing the session method. When we select the session method, automatically it becomes 14 steps. Okay, so in session it will become as 14 steps. In these 14 steps.
Hello, hi Vikram. I am unable to hear now.
Okay, fine. Okay. So these 14 steps that we have here, these 14 steps are something which we are going to discuss now. For this, the transaction code is LSMW. So there are certain things for which this direct input method and LSMW will not work. For example, let's say you have to select conditions, like you have to select conditions like if country in the first screen, if country is equal to India, then some new screen, okay, one screen one has to open, screen one has to,
Hello?
but then
Hello? Hello? Hello?
okay, so we have this as if country equal to India, then we have this country equal to India, we have to open the screen one. But if let's say else country equal to, else if there can be else if condition, else if country equal to say UK equal to UK, then screen 2 has to open. So these kind of conditions we have to do the recording. So we have to do the recording in such a way that for every different screen, okay, so for if country is equal to 1 in the first screen, you have to go for second screen 1 na? So in the screen 1 we might have some new fields, okay, so 5 different fields, okay, these 5 different fields in the second screen will be referring to India, like we have to enter the Aadhaar card number, PAN number and all these things. But when the screen number, when we give the country as UK, we have to give some other credentials that will establish the identity of that particular person. So in this way, if you have different screens and different assumptions and all these things, in these kind of cases we have to go ahead with the call transaction or session method only. There is no other method, because here we are putting some conditions. And one more thing is, we'll also have to manage the line items. How the line items will be the means, we will be having the we will be having the header data. Okay, in the header data we'll have some data, we'll be entering some few fields like the sales order number, sales order date and all these things. So we all these things. But item data, we have a couple of other fields. Okay, so in other fields there'll be like item number 1, 2, 3. So these are the materials purchase in the sales order. Materials purchase will come into item data. So header data and item data has to be looped internally. So we use a concept called table control and manage this kind of scenarios, complex scenarios we can do only in BDCs. We cannot do that kind of things in the LSMW. LSMW is for a very straight requirement in which we just have a flat file and we have a data. So we have to simply upload it to one screen, then we can do that in the LSMW. Okay, no complex scenarios can be done here. Okay, so this is what we'll do. Let's go ahead with the LSMW now. The transaction code for this also is LSMW. So in this, like, we'll have to create one project. Then we have to create a sub project. Then we have to create a object. Okay, project, sub project, and object. These are three things that we have. Okay, so yeah, so we have to create one project, and then we have to create sub project, then we have to create an object. In the project we can give any name. Okay, so I will just give something like ZJH underscore when. We'll take the same vendor data. We can take material data, customer data, whatever it might be, but the screens are simple in vendor. That's the reason we are selecting it. But otherwise we can go for something else also. So we'll take this as we'll take this as JH and JH when, and then sub project we'll go for JH underscore subven vendor upload. So these are the things that we have. Okay, so let's go ahead with these things now. Okay, so we'll go ahead with the project, subproject, and object. Project, subproject, and object. These things will be entering in the LSMW, and then once we enter these things, see, under one project there can be multiple subprojects, and we'll be doing the recording at the project level. So whatever we see this, we'll get this. So subproject we have JH underscore S1. So object vendor upload. So these are the things that we have to. So let's go ahead with this. Any names, you can give any names, it's up to you. Okay, we'll go and start that. I think this server is getting stuck at the recording level, and let me take another server. So the process is same. For the simple kind of loads only, we can use LSMW. For complex scenarios, we have to again go back to BDC only. So let's open the LSMW transaction code. And this is the LSMW transaction code. When we open it, it will look like this. Let me see if that file is there. MK011. Yeah, it's there without. Okay, let me see in this. I guess like we have MK01. In MK01, by default, that what do you call? Okay, it's coming into different screens. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and this is a S4 HANA server. Okay, let me check the server. Okay, it's internal actually. Even without giving the vendor number, it will be taken. So with this, in this server only, we'll go for LSMW. And this we'll go ahead with say ZJ Softech JH underscore vendor master. Click on execute. Okay, it does not exist. So you have to click on this create button. Will execute it. They have maintained object attributes. So in this object attributes, we'll go ahead with. Now by default, it will be in display mode. So what we can do is we can click on this display change and it will change to the change mode. We need to select the batch input recording. Okay, let me show you before this, before going ahead. So we'll have 16 steps here. If we count, it will be 17 steps actually, totally 17 steps. But once we select the session method, this start IDOC generation, IDOC start, IDOC processing, all these things will disappear. Okay, only those first initial things only will be visible. Display change, click on batch input recording, click on this create. This is JH Softech new recording JH self. Okay, give the transaction code MK01, and now we are doing the recording from here only. We are not opening another new transaction like SHTP and doing it, we are doing the recording here only in this. We go for Mr. And Mohan. Then we have this as SAP, search term is SAP, and country is India. INR. So the recording is done. After the recording is done, you can see very clearly that the first screen we have entered two fields. Okay, 001, 001. Second screen we have entered Mr. Mohan SAP in. Third screen we have not entered anything, so nothing is visible here. Fourth screen we have nothing is there. Fifth screen we have INR, and sixth screen we don't have anything. Now you will click on default all. Let's select default all. So these all things have come. All the values have come. EK, watch, KTO, KK, when I click on default all, the field names will be appearing from that screens. Okay, so WAS. These all fields have come. Save it, back, and back again. Here, the recording name have to be mentioned. So we'll select this recording name, save it, back, maintain source structures, execute, click on display change, then create, and here we have IT vendor data, say okay, and this just the internal table name has been mentioned here. Remaining things are not mentioned. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead with the third step now. In this second step, we have not given anything. We just gave the internal table name and the data. Then save yes. Maintain source fields. Execute. So we have to maintain the source fields. So in this, the first field we have is select the cursor and keep the cursor on the internal table. Click on create. And what is the first field that we have is EKORG. This purchase organization. This length is 4. Then select this EKORG and click on create again. Then we have KTOKK account group. Then this 4. And then select the field on K2OKK, select create, and then we have after K2OKK we have ANRED, title, length is some 20, and select ANRED, create again, and the third field is name 1, that's the name of the vendor. We need to we have to check these field names, and we have to make a note of these all things in a particular another field, another some sheet. So let's say we have MK01. So we have to right click on this help, and in this we go for this technical settings, add underscore name 1. So we'll have the name length as 40, and we'll go ahead with that field length as 40. That's how we have to analyze. Then we'll name them, select create. Then we have SORTL search term. This is 20. Select create. And then we have land 1, country 3. Select land 1. WARS. And see. Then this 5. Say okay. And these are the fields that we have. See, back, and now we have to do the maintain structure relations. We have to click on this, and structure relation is already by default done. Now what does the structure relation is? The recording that we have done, in that we have some fields that needs to be linked to the internal table. These are the recording fields that we'll have an internal table. That just the table name and the recording has to be linked. Once it's been done, click on save, back, and maintain field mapping and conversion rules. Select that, and EKORG display change. Now we have source field, EKORG, K2KK source field, K2KK, ANRD source field, ANRD. Okay, name one source field name. Now let's understand this carefully. See here, this name one which we are selecting in the source field are the field names that we are defined in the internal table. These fields have by default appeared from the recording. SORTL source field, SORTL line one source field, line one WAS source field, WAS. Save it, back, maintain field values, translations, user defined. So we have to go for the maintain field values, translations, user defined routines. In this step, so we have to go ahead with this maintain fixed values, translations, user defined routines. In this step, we can, let's say if there is a particular field for which we don't have any input, okay, which we don't have any input. For example, let's say in the receiving field we have country, but in the source we don't have a country. Then what we can do is we can go ahead into it and we can select this fixed values, and in the fixed values we can create some fixed value for a particular field, and then we can assign it. For example, this is like land one, land one. So, okay, and this like we have fixed values, land one. So this is like character one by default. So this fixed value can be assigned to something wherever you want. Okay, wherever we want this, we can assign that to we can assign it to a particular value. Okay, so as of now we are not using any fixed values, any routines. So translations, if you have any language translations or something like that, are something like from kgs to liters, liters to kgs. User defined routines from uppercase letter to lowercase letters. If you want to choose any such things, we'll be using those things. So those manipulations can be done at this level, and we can even write the logic also here. Okay, uh, and then we have the maintain fixed values conversions and this thing. So we just execute this. We just have to save it automatically. Now you go for this. Uh, this is done. Specify files. So in the specify files, we have to give the link of that file name. Whatever we have given there, the link of that file name is has to be given here. Since our file is on the PC, we'll select this. Click on this create. Select the file. I just need to check the file which one is correct. A name you can give anything, and it's tab separated because we have given a tab between the two fields. Field to field, we have given the tab. With ASCII code, American Standard Code. So all our documents which we see now are all ASCII. Means they have a standard international standard of saving the data. Okay, this is done. Save it. Now we have linked the file, assigned files. So whatever file that we have shared now, it has been assigned to internal table. See, what's the logic? The data comes from this flat file to internal table. From internal table to recording. Internal table to recording, we have already done it. Now we are doing the link between the internal table and the and this flat and internal table and the the screen. This is the internal table and the file, and that is the internal table and the recording. Assign files. It's already assigned. Save it. Back. Read data. 1 to 10. Execute. Allow. So we have 3 records. Display read data. First 2000 lines. So we have this data. Convert data. So if you would have written any conversions, then the conversions will be applied and then that the converted data will be visible for us. 3 records have been loaded. Yes. Then we'll go back. Display converted data. So if at all any conversions happen, then after all the conversions, this display will be done. This is done. Now we'll go ahead and create batch input sessions. Okay. So now here you can cut short the number of records in each session. For example, let's say you have 1 lakh records in the source. You can change them to, you can convert them into 10,000 records in each folder, 10,000 records in each folder, and then we can do it. We can make use of that. Okay, so we can go ahead and um, split them into 10,000 records each in each file, each folder. Now that we have only 3 records, we'll select it as 2. If we select it as 2, then when we execute it, we'll have 2 records in one folder and 1 record in another folder. Run batch input session. Now you have 2 records created, 2 sessions created. One session with 2 records. Here you can see 2 records, and here another session with 1 record. Now we can either run it from here, or we can simply go to SAP. In fact, like, you don't have to go to SAP always. In case even if you go to SAP, you can see the same thing here as well. So LSMW is designed in such a way that you don't have to go to any other transaction code. Everything can be done from there itself. So let me process this. So when we are processing, obviously it will ask whether it is foreground, background, or error display. So I'm going for foreground as of now, so that we can see everything. Oh, I think this file has PO number as well. The file has PO because last time we recorded for PO number as well. So in the flat file, we need to change in such a way that we will not have that. Here also you can see the session overview. You can select the session name. We can go into log. In the log, you can see this whatever happened now. Select that, and we can click on session overview. Select that. Now this one. Yeah, this is the one which we have, right? So actually, if you remember, we have seen error for land one, the country. Okay, so two transactions, right? Two transactions processed. So we can evaluate the entire thing, what happened, and all these things. Later also, we can come back and evaluate this in the SM35 transaction. So this happens to be the process of uploading the data in LSMW, making use of this session method, the batch input recording method. Other than that, we'll have the direct input method, business BAPI method, and IDOC. So once we understand the concept of BAPI, then we can go ahead and do this one also. And direct input method also will have a standard program. Let's say for creating MM01, material management, you will have a direct object name and method name and program name. These are all SAP standard things that we'll be using, and we'll be running it, and then we'll be executing it. So that we'll be doing it later. So this, if you have any doubts, let me know, Rashmi.
Yes, sir. Sir, see with these 14 sessions, can you just just an overview of the flow between each and every one of these sessions? Can you just give me that, sir? Just
Yeah.
the flow logic.
Yes. In the first step, what we'll be doing is we'll be doing the reviewing. First step, actually, in the first step, we are deciding what has to be applied. So we decided that it's batch input session. We have given the recording name. Then we have the maintain source structures. In the maintain source structures, we have given the structure name, so internal table name. Next, we have given the source fields names. Then we'll go ahead and we have went ahead with the maintain source structures, structure relations. In the second step, we just gave the name of the structure. Structure in the sense internal table actually. Functional people call it a structure only. So internal table name and field names is name and the description is what we have given. In the third step, we are given the source fields. We have given the field name and the link as well. In the fourth step, we just gave the structure relations. Means we started giving the link. I mean like the internal table and the recording link. In the fifth step, we actually did the mapping. We did the mapping. So these are the internal fields and these are the recording fields. And then what we did is the translations we didn't do anything. Then we went into specify files. In the specify files, we actually gave the link of the source file from where we can pick the data. We have various ways in which we can upload the data. So upload the file. So we have the specified assign files. In the assign files, we give the internal table and the mm, field name and the text name. Then read data. Read data. We actually were reading the data from the file. Read data in the sense like it will only read and it will show you how many records are there. In display read data, it will show you actual data it has read from the flat file. Then convert data, it will convert everything and show how many records have been converted. But actual converted data will be seen in this convert data concept. Then we have the display converted data. Display converted data means everything is converted, it will be shown. Then we are creating a session wherein like we go ahead and create a session and we decide how many fields should be there in each session and all these things. Then we went into run batch input session.
Okay, sir.
So these are the steps in which we are going to go ahead with the LSMW, legacy system migration workbench, and this can be done for simple data. As I told you, if there is a there is a twist in the screens. In some screens we have to design in such a way that we have 12 different screens, different types of screens will come in the second screen based on the first screen input. So in that way, we have to do the recording for each of the 12 types, and if the country is this screen, for that screen we have to do the recording, and according to that it will upload the data, and it will take the data of the flat file also like that. So it's all complex scenarios. All these kind of complex scenarios we can do it only in BDCs. Okay. This is a very simple data. If
Okay.
you have simple data, we can go ahead with the LSMW.
Okay, sir.
One more thing is, I think I might have also have. So in the last session we discussed about the LSMW, the different topics that we have in LSMW. Now we have something called the BAPI, Business Application Programming Interface. Now, what is a BAPI? BAPI can work as an interface and conversion tool. Conversion tool, as well as it can work as a conversion tool, as well as it can also work as a interface. Now, what do we mean by that? Conversion is a tool for one-time load of data. One-time upload of data, we have conversions. And interfaces for exchange of data. Exchange of data. Exchange of data in the sense like sending and receiving the data. So for one-time huge loading of data, we'll use conversions, but for sending and receiving the data, we'll be using interfaces. So in the interfaces, basically we have a lot of other tools, but BAPI works in both the ways. BAPI was developed as a hybrid tool, which can work either in the direct input, in the conversions concept, or in the interface concept. So we have seen this. We have seen the BDC call transaction method, session method, and then we have seen the LSMW, and we have seen the BAPI. So after that, we'll be seeing the direct input method. Also, direct input method will have a very simple concept which we'll discuss. It's a very simple thing. So we'll go ahead with the BAPI concept. BAPI is extremely easy to understand, but at the same time it's a very vast topic. So what we'll do is we'll understand to a certain extent what exactly is BAPI, what are the standard BAPIs that we have, and from there we'll take it forward. So what exactly is BAPI and how does it work is what we'll see. So BAPI works as a interface between the systems, so it can upload huge amount of data from other systems. Also it can work like an interface, so to exchange the data, so we can send the data and receive the data from Java, Visual Basic, different tools to our SAP system. So we have a BAPI. BAPI should always be imbibed in a business object. So when we create a BAPI, we create a function module. We create a BAPI function module, and that BAPI function module should be assigned to a business object. Only then that can be used as a complete BAPI. So we have what is BAPI. So one guy is saying that it's an RFC enabled function module, and another lady is saying it's a business. It's a method of business object. Now what is correct? So it's an RFC enabled function module also, and as well as it's a method of a business object as well. So both things, it's the same thing as both. Okay, so it will be acting as an RFC enabled function module. So first let's understand what is RFC enabled function module. So if let's say we have RFC enabled function module. What is RFC enabled function module? Now if you say we have system A and system B, let's say you have so here if we have system A where you went into SC37 and they defined a function module. Okay, this function module can be called using call function in a program, right? But what if you want to call it from some system B? From here you want to have a call function. Then this function module that you have created in SC37, let's say we have z underscore JH. So this ZFM underscore JH has been defined in system A. Now how do we call it from system B? You have to make it as RFC enabled function module. So how to make it as RFC enabled function module is what we'll see now. So RFC enabled function module is a generic concept wherein the daily IDOCs that we have, like the RFC enabled function module is a generic concept, and BAPI happens to be the BAPI happens to be a specific concept within the RFC concept. So we'll see how to make a function model RFC enabled function. So if we want to make this function model RFC enabled so that it can be called from other systems, we need to go to attributes and we need to make it as remote enable function module. This is mandatory. See, if you have a normal function model, let me check the syntax. There will not be any syntactical error. Okay, everything is perfect. But when we change in the attributes, when we change it to remote enable function model and save it, then we go ahead with this save and syntax check, then there will be an error. Okay, there will be an error. So it says pass by value. So let me tell you about that concept now. Let us discuss about why it's throwing an error. Let's understand the concept behind it. So let's say, see, you have created when you are referring to some a, I'm saying a type numc underscore 5. So now where this numc underscore 5 defined, numc underscore 5 is defined in this particular system a. Numc underscore 5 is defined in system a. Now if let's say now when we go to the system B, numc underscore 5 might be there, might not be there. It's a data element. This data element might be there, might not be there. Okay, it's a global one, but let's assume z numc 5 you have defined it. So you cannot have the same data element in the other system. So there are basically two ways of calling copying the properties: pass by value and pass by reference. Now, what do we mean by pass by values? Like we will have the values being passed, like pass by value and pass by reference. In this normally in this function model, it will be pass by reference. So, what do I mean by pass by references? The data element is the reference. Okay, so we are referring to the data element. That's the reason it's called pass by reference. But pass by value means we will be writing like this: data kunr type kunr is this is pass by reference. Now we have k data kunr like kn1 hyphen kunr. Okay, this is pass by value. So even in this also we can keep type. Actually, it will be when we declare it in the types, both will have types. Here also, let's say we declare in the types. Okay, so this is pass by value. This is a pass by value. So pass by value is allowed in the RFC because we are selecting to the field. We are copying the properties from the field, so it can be copied. These properties can be copied. But pass by reference, when we are referring to global type, it's not acceptable here. So this is what happens here. Now, because we have made this as because we have made this function model as remote enable, in this we have to go ahead with, if you select the syntax check, it throws an error. In RFC modules, only parameters with pass by value are available. So pass by value means we have to go for, have to select this, pass by value, export pass by value, save, syntax check, activate. This is active. Now, only when you make this import parameters and export parameters pass by value, it will work in the remote enable function model. So when we make sure that all the import and export parameters are selected as pass by value, and when we make sure that we select this as remote enable function model, then it will be like this function model becomes a remote enable function model, which can be called from other systems as well. Now, if you have, this is one step. Now A BAPI also happens to be a remote enabled function module. That's the first step. Second thing is it has to be made as a part of business objects. So what we do is for BAPI, we'll create a function module. Create function module in x31, which is a remote enabled function module. Remote enabled function module, and then in which all the import and export parameters all the import and export parameters have to be passed by value is the step one, and all the references should be to ZBAPI underscore data types. So what we have to do is in BAPI function module, we need to give the reference field as ZBAPI underscore something. So here, what are we doing here? In the import parameters, we are writing this numc underscore 5 now. It should not be numc underscore 5. What we should write is we should write ZBAPI underscore something, and that should be created first. First, we have to create the data types which should start with ZBAPI, and then we have to make use of them in the BAPI function. That's something which we have to mandatory do in the BAPI function model. Otherwise, it will not accept as a BAPI function model. So it's a step one that we are doing in the BAPI function model. We are creating the function model. Then step two is creation of business object in SWO1 transaction. So in this business object is similar to our class. It looks like a class actually. In class, what we have attributes. Then we have attributes, and then we have methods. Okay, attributes, methods, and then we'll have this events. So these all things will be there. Similarly, in BAPI also we'll have these all things. In a business object also we'll have all these things. So let me show you one sample business object. Okay, this is a BAPI. So in this BAPI, in this is a business object. In this business object, we'll have key fields, attributes, methods, and events. So within the methods, we'll have all these BAPIs. So we have to connect a BAPI to a business objects. Only then it is considered as a complete BAPI. Only then it can be used as a BAPI. Okay. So these are the two steps for which we'll be going ahead and doing it. So we'll be creating a BAPI function module, and then we'll be assigning that BAPI function module to a business objects. Then we can consider it is a complete function module, complete business object BAPI. So if you go to BAPI BAPI transaction code, we can see the list of all the business objects. And in each business object, we'll have again BAPIs. We can see the BAPIs as well. So here, let's say you want to create some data, modify data, delete data, whatever it might be. So for that, we'll have a function model. Just like we have a BDC recording and all we have done. Here we have a ready-made function model which can be used to upload the data. So if we explore this BAPI, we'll have bus. So let's take a simple example. We have done the vendor upload, right? So vendor upload instance that will be there in the logistics, logistics, manufacturing, logistics will have improvised application platform, master data. So if you want to create a business partner, oh, it's an S4 HANA platform, right? So those things will. So here we'll have a business partner. We'll not have a vendor creation, a business partner. So in S4 HANA, we call everyone as a business partner, whether it might be a vendor, whether it might be a customer, whether it might be an employee, all are considered as business partner. So when you select that, if you want to create a business partner, so business partner creation, we have a business object called bus 1006. So inside this, if you go and see, we'll have a lot of methods here. These are all the methods. Which method you want to implement in your program, it depends. According to what is your requirement, according to that we can implement a particular BAPI here. So now let's see how to build a BAPI. We will build a BAPI function model, and then we'll assign that into the SWO1 transaction, and then we'll see how the BAPI can be completed. Once we complete a BAPI entire process, we might have to build some BAPIs. So you can also mention very clearly that you have built some BAPIs in your projects. And second thing is, you can also go ahead and we can also go ahead and uh, understand the standard BAPIs as well. Let's go for that. We'll go for SW. No, first we'll go for SE 11. So what is our purpose of creating this BAPI is, the purpose of creating this BAPI is to get the list of all account groups based on account number. So let's say I'll go for this. Okay, so we have this BSVG, document number, local currency amount, and all this amount and all these things are there. We have the year in which it has been done, company code, and billing document, sales or sales document. Okay, for a particular document number, we want all this then. GL account number, customer number, and vendor is not there. So because we are selling it to someone, so customer is there. If we are purchasing it from someone, vendor will be there. So these are the things that we have. So we'll go ahead and create a structure first. So we create a structure with ZBAPI underscore banner. It should start with, as I discussed, it should start, everything should start with BAPI. So this is for the input. Let's take it as a structure. Account number. No, it's banner. This also should be starting with ZBAPI underscore banner. So we'll double click on this. Yes. Okay. ZBAPI banner. Data element. BAPI Bellner. So everything should start with BAPI. So that's the reason we are giving. Here we can give directly the Bellner domain. Save. To it. So we have ZBAPI underscore Bellner. ZBAPI underscore Bellner is the structure that we have for input. Then we have ZBAPI underscore BSEG. In ZBAPI underscore BSEG, we'll create fields, all the fields with BAPI. Here we have these values. And we have GL account. GL account. GL account. Yeah, GL account number. Here we have SAKNR and customer number KUNNR. SAKNR, KNR, and SAKNR, KUNNR. PV carriage type PV carriage. Bellner type Bellner. Here, so for Bellner we have Bellner underscore D. Okay, activate. So we created two things here. One is the for input we have to have a single field, but we still create it as a structure. That's how we have to give it in the BAPI function model, otherwise it will not accept it. So we'll go for AC37 now. Z BAPI, Z BAPI. It should start with Z BAPI only. Underscore accounts. Click on create. And here we'll create some function group which is already there. We take the function group which is already existing. BAPI for accounts. Now in this we have to give Bellner type Z BAPI underscore Bellner. That's the input we have. No, sorry. Bellner type Z BAPI Bellner hyphen Bellner. And exporting, we have exporting is not required here. We can go for directly IT BSEG type Z BAPI underscore Bellner. Z BAPI underscore BSEG. Like, we should give like here. Okay, so now in the attributes we have to make this as remote enable function model, obviously. Then we have to go for import. In the import we have this In fact, we can give that same tables. The ZBAPI PSCG-Bellner also will do here. So we don't have to create the structure actually. The other way is like directly we can give ZBAPI underscore Bellner. That also will do. ZBAPI underscore PSCG. Now, when we make this as remote enable, we have to make sure import parameters and export parameters are passed by value. In export, we don't have anything, but tables, we need to mandatorily write this return type BAPI RET2. So BAPI RET2 is return parameters. So we need to maintain for messages, okay. For updating the messages and all, we have to maintain this return like BAPI return. Then we have to go ahead with the select statement. Now we have to go for select this fields. From BSEG into IT BSEG where Bellner equal to this import parameter whatever we have written Bellner. If at all, if you would have given it as S Bellner, then in the source code we have to go for S Bellner equal to Bellner. So whatever we write there, that should be written here. So remember, for this BAPI function model, making it remote enable is mandatory. Since we have made it as remote enable, we have to go for pass by value. That's mandatory. And since it's a BAPI function model, return parameter, return structure is very important. These are the things that we have. So source code we have to write this activate. Okay, so we just have this. This is syntactically correct. Once we have created this BAPI function module, now we have to assign this BAPI function module to a business object in SWO1 transaction. We'll keep it as it is and we'll go to SWO1 transaction. In the SWO1 transaction, let's create it as Z bus. It's not that you have to start with bus, you can start with anything, but normally because it's a business object, we'll go for bus 001 or ZBus 0, ZBus ACC accounts. Create object name is Z. You can give any names. It's not mandatory that you have to give a particular name. By this, automatically something gets created. So we have to just the program name also you can give your own name ZBus underscore, or we can go for ZBAPI actually. We'll go for ZBAPI accounts one. ZBAPI accounts. ZBAPI accounts. Application we have to go for start and then say okay. Then we'll go for this package. And now in this, like by default, nothing will be there. Everything will be empty. Attributes also will be empty. So what we have to do is we have to select this methods and click on utilities, API methods, add method. So in the add method, we need to go ahead with the BAPI name that we have, the BAPI function model that we have used there. ZBAPI underscore. Okay, it's not there here. ZBAPI underscore ACC. So now when we give it like that, when we give the function module in the API method, it will pop up this. Okay, so when everything is perfectly fine, then only it will work like this. So just next step, then we'll get this popular. So we have these values. We have this as a select options, and this is the internal table, and this is return. All these things will be like this. This pop-up will come. You just need to click on yes. Okay, once it's been successfully done, we'll go ahead with generate. So here we need to change this, change status to object type to implemented. So we just need to change it as implemented. We need to go to edit, change status, object type to released. So higher level has to be released. Okay, so we'll go for change status, object type to implemented. Its object type is implemented, object type to released. So once its object type is released, we need to click on this generate. Need to click on this generate button. This is generate button we have. Click on generate. So object type successfully generated. So once it's successfully generated, this green color button should come and it should be successfully generated. Once it's successfully generated, we'll execute this, and from here we can give the value of belnar, some belnar value for which values exists. Let's see the values for this. So we have 9 interests. Click on this. So we have these details. These are the details that we have for the belnar. These are the values that we have. Okay, so we have successfully completed the creation of BAPI, and also we have assigned it to the business object. Once we have assigned it to a business object, we can make use of this to do all the activities a BAPI can do. Okay, so what are the activities that BAPI can do is what we'll see in the next coming session. So we'll make use of a BAPI in LSMW, and then we'll do it. So we'll go ahead with that in the next session. What we just did is we just created a BAPI, and that BAPI we consumed into the business object. So we created this BAPI in S37, and we created this business object in the SW open transaction, which once we do this, it will enable us to connect with the non-SAP systems. This is what is the concept. Now, what is a BAPI? The one person is saying it's an RFC enabled function model, the other person is saying it's a method of a business object. Now, which is correct? In fact, both are correct. Okay, it is a RFC enabled function model, and it is also it's a method of business object. Now, what makes a BAPI special? RFC enabled parameters must be data dictionary types, called synchronously, no exceptions. So we cannot use the exceptions here. We have to we have to make sure that we have exceptions in the written message. Okay, we have something called written message. So we have this. This is how it is. This is how it looked like. We created it as a method in the object. So when we open SW1 transaction, we were seeing this. And this we have to go to methods, and in the methods we have to add the BAPI enable function module. So these are the object types that we have. So this is what we did. We basically have this business object repository. We can go for various business object business objects which we have. And these are all the list of all the business objects that are available as per the department wise. Okay. So this is a business object repository that we have. It's called BOR. So I'll open this and show you all this list of all the best business objects. And when we go into a business object, we'll have something like this. So this is a BAPI Explorer. We have standard BAPIs. So we'll have, these are all the standard BAPIs that we have. For all the standard practice BAPIs, we have get list, get detail, create from data. So these are there for all this. So for purchase order, we'll have it. For sales order, we'll have it. For customer, we'll have it. So these things. So calling a BAPI. So how to call a BAPI function model into a program is what we are seeing here. So we can just normally call it as a normal function module, and we just need to give the if return type is S, process the return information. So return type is S, means that is the status. Okay, so this in return, in importing return, so initially we have actually given this return as return to, and we have mentioned that in the tables. In that there is a field called type that should be equal to S. If it's equal to S, then process the return information, otherwise error. So status should be S. So there is a field called status that should that there is a field called type that should become S. If it becomes S, it means that it's successful. Rapid sales will get status. Destination HP2. Now destination HP2 means this is the server to which it is going to go and hit. So calling a BAPI from a non-SAP, non-R3 system. So this is something which is from SQL code. So we can write the SQL code, and then we can get it. We can call the BAPI from the SQL code as well, like this. So BAPIs and transactional integration. So we have BAPI underscore transaction commit. So whenever we call a BAPI from other system, so we need to also call BAPI transaction commit, so that it will commit work. Means commit work in the sense it will not close the server. See, once it goes and hits the database, it not close it until the complete data has been extracted into the receiving system. Integration of BAPIs and ALVs. We have BAPIs can be integrated with IDOCs. Okay, so what is an IDOC? Intermediate document, that we are going to see that in the coming system. So what exactly we have is we created a BAPI in the source system, in system A. Left side you have a system A, right side you have a system B, and from system A we have developed a BAPI which we are calling from system B. Okay, so this is something which we have, and we can call it in this way, and if there is an issue we can fix it up based on the error message that we get in the receiving system, which we'll see. Okay, basically as of now you just need to understand that this BAPI can be used for communication between the two systems, communication between any two systems. It can be SAP to SAP or SAP to non-SAP. So whatever we have done can be useful for exchange of data is what we'll see. Okay, so we'll come back to more few more projects which are based on BAPI, and now we'll start with object-oriented programming. Okay, so the reason why we are not continuing with more examples in BAPI and why are we going back to object-oriented programming is because the future projects which we are planning to do in the BAPI are somehow interlinked with IDOC's concept and somehow interlinked with object-oriented programming as well. So when we know object-oriented programming and ALE IDOCs more in better way, we can understand BAPIs even more better. So that's the reason we are starting with object-oriented programming. So what exactly is OOPS? OOPS, object-oriented programming, is a concept. It's a basic concept. And what exactly this concept of OOPS does is it object-oriented programming enables us to make use of certain predefined classes. Okay, what is the full form of OOPS? Object-oriented programming. OOP stands for Object-Oriented Programming Syndrome, and in this, like we have, so OOP stands for Object-Oriented Programming Systems or Syndrome. And in this, let's say we have a structured programming. I normally compare the structured programming with the food that we normally eat. If let's say there are one or two people at home and you have to cook for one or two people, you normally cook chapati, curry, or rice and dal, one or two items, and you convince the other person that this is the best that they can have. And if you give one add-on, you'll feel that you have done one extra, you have taken one step extra, and you have strained yourself and then giving them better than what is expected. But still, there might be a possibility that your family members are still not happy because they need some more items. So it will be like very strenuous. The process, everything have to be cooked by you. Okay, but what if, let's say, assume that you are going for a buffet. If you're going for a buffet, you already paid for the entire food, so you can eat as much as possible, or whatever things possible, how much you want. Now in this kind of a buffet process, what we're doing here is we are paying for everything, and we can eat as much as possible. So now the same you will be offering some 20 to 30 items. Like at home you are restricting them to 2 to 3 items. Here you are serving all your family members with 20 to 30 items. Why is it so? And it is beyond their expectations actually. Okay, it's far more beyond than the expectations. Why is it so that the same you are trying to convince all the family members that 2 to 3 items are more than enough, or they're the best that you can do? And why you are offering 20 to 30 different dishes when you go to when you go to a buffet? Is because everything is ready made. Okay, so the main reason here that you are offering too many things to your family members is because everything is ready made. All that you have to do is, the only strain you have to do is, you have to catch hold of it and put it in their plate. That's it. Okay, so that's the only effort that you have to do. So why not give them more than what they expect? So this is what is the criteria. Same like the difference between the normal food and the buffet is the difference between the structured programming and object-oriented programming. Structured programming is also called as procedural programming. In procedural programming, everything have to be written by you. You have to develop everything. But in object-oriented programming, you have classes which will have all the code, and then you can make use of that code and build everything upon it. So features of a class. So we have this object-oriented programming and procedural programming. So object-oriented programming is something, in this the emphasis is given on the objects. So most of the focus is given on the business requirement. What is the business requirement? We'll focus on it. But here in the procedural programming, we do the emphasis on the procedure, not on the objects. So it's like object programming is like you booking a cab, and the cab, it comes in front of you, and you get into the cab in front of your home. But when it comes to this, the bus, you have to go to the bus stop and wait and then get in. So it's like, procedural programming is like that. You have to adjust your business requirements according to the procedure. The procedure will not change for you. But object-oriented programming is like the reverse of it. The procedure will change according to your business requirement. So it follows a bottom-up approach. Here we have the top-down approach. And basic OOPS features like encapsulation, inheritance, and polymorphism, this all will be present in the OOPS concept, but in the procedural programming, those things will not be there. And we'll have the inheritance concept, like we have public, private, and protected inheritance. In this, there is no such access or accessing mode. So in OOPS, various functions can work simultaneously. It follows a systematic step-by-step approach to the execute methods and functions. And one more thing is, if let's say you have a class, in the class you have 1,000 lines of code. Okay, in a class you have 1,000 lines of code. In 1,000 lines of code, which code you want to be executed? Let's say you're choosing 3 lines. Only that 3 lines should be executed. Nothing else should be executed. You can select it like that. But when it comes to procedural programming, it's not like that. Every line that you write will be executed by default by the system. You cannot say that you should not execute this, you should not execute this. You can put some conditions, but again you cannot say that I'm calling only this one, only this much should be executed. You cannot say like that. Now, if at all, if you want to call a system of a programming concept as object-oriented programming, it should have these main features: inheritance, polymorphism, abstraction, and encapsulation. So these are the four major properties object-oriented programming should have to call it as a object-oriented programming. Just like see, if you want to call a particular vehicle as a car, it should have four wheels. It should move from one place to another place. It should carry at least 4-5 people. So we have some basic features of a car, like right. So similarly, in object-oriented programming, we have some basic features of object-oriented programming, and those happen to be inheritance, polymorphism, abstraction, and encapsulation. And class and object happens to be the basic things that we have here. So what is abstraction? Abstraction is very common for even structural programming. So in some of the object-oriented programming books or some of the object-oriented programming documents, you will not find abstraction as an object-oriented programming property, because this feature is there in normal programming also. We have the user perspective and we have the implementation perspective. So from the user perspective, we have check-in books here, and then we have this. So we have the user perspective, and we have, see, let's say you have defined 100 things. Let me give you a simple example. You have defined 100 fields in the declaration part, but you are using only 5 fields in the program. Okay, 5 fields in the program, because you need only those things in this program. It's up to you. Those kind of things will be done in the abstraction. Abstraction is a process in which we're going to define a lot of things, but use whatever we want. So that comes under abstraction. So application programmer. So we have utility programmer and we have the application programmer. So something like that. So here you have a lot of books. Okay, let me take the same example which is on the screen. So we have hundreds of books reserved here in the shelf, but you are accessing only that book which is required to you right now. So something like that. This is called abstraction. Polymorphism is, let's see, in this example, you have one person is acting differently in different scenarios. He's acting like as an officer in the office. Okay, he's acting as a customer in the supermarket. He's acting as a father in family, husband and father in a family, and he's acting as a colleague in this discussion. Is acting as something else here. So he's acting as a sportsman here. So now here what the same person is acting differently in different scenarios. Similarly, a particular method can act differently in different scenarios. That is called polymorphism. Polymorphism is a concept of a same method acting differently in different ways, different scenarios. So what is inheritance? Inheritance in the sense, ABAP objects, we have let's say from father line, the child line is actually inheriting some properties. That's called inheritance. So in inheritance, some features might be copied, some features might not be copied. So it is up to us which one you want to copy, which one you don't want to copy. If you don't want to copy, you have to put it in private. If you want to copy, you have to put it in public. So something like that. So those things. So inheritance. So okay. So a child class is derived from parent class. Something like that. So what is an object and what is a class? Object is the instantiation of a class. Object is an instantiation of a class. So see, in normal ABAP, I'll just give you a very simple example here. In normal ABAP, we have type declarations, right? In the type declarations, you are declaring a structure. But are we using the structure in the program? No. We are copying the properties of a structure in the internal definite work area, and we are using the internal definite work area in our program. Similarly, a class will not be directly used in the program. We copy the properties of a class into an object, and then we make use of the object in the program. That's what we do. Okay. So we always copy the properties of a class into an object. An object will be used in the program. So encapsulation is encapsulating the properties of encapsulating a program. For example, like your mobile phone is encapsulated. You don't know what is inside that, but you know how to operate it. Okay, there is we don't know what is there inside a laptop, but we know how to operate it. So similarly, best example again, one more is like you have used function modules. So if you have used function modules, we are least bothered about which function module we are using, which function module we are using. That is what we are bothered about. And what are the input parameters and output parameters that we have to give is what we have to um, bother about. What is there inside that program? What is there inside that function module? The code that we have inside the function module. That code is something which you are not bothered about. That's called encapsulation. So abstraction, encapsulation. So inside a class, there can be attributes, there can be methods. Okay, attributes are some data declarations kind of thing. Okay, just like we declare the variables, internal tables, work areas, all these things will come into attributes. And methods is the logic, the code that we write in whatever code we write it in the methods. So now, if you talk about the instantiation and the class, a class is something which is okay. A class is something which is building is a class, but empire state, a specific building is a instance. Dog is a class, and lassie, a specific dog is a instance. That's called object. So we derive the instance from a class. Computer is a class, and your computer is an instance of a computer. Now inheritance. We have animals. All animals are superclass, and in that amphibians are a subchild class. Okay, this is a basic overview of object-oriented programming. So we are writing a simple class definition. We are writing that we are naming the class as C1, and in this we are having three sections: public section, protected section, and private section. In public section, we are defining something. So here we are writing this data A of 5. That's an attribute. Okay, that's an attribute. And here we are writing methods. And in the methods, we are writing M1. Okay, methods M1. Protected section, private section. If you are declaring, we have to write something in that. We are not using it right now, so I'll just comment it. It's not mandatory that we have to write all the three sections, but whatever we declare, we have to do it in any one of the sections. So here we'll go ahead with the every class for which we have done the definition part. We need to go ahead and do the implementation part as well. We'll do the implementation part. Class C1. Implementation. So for every class, we should have a definition and we should have an implementation. So implementation is mandatory when you have methods. If you don't have any methods, there is no implementation. So that you cannot write any logic in the definition. We have to write the logic in the method in the implementation only. We have method m1 end method. So in this we have to write something like, you can say write. I'm just writing one simple command. I am method m1 from c1. I'm method m1 from c1. Settings. Now in this, let's see how it gets executed. So we finished the class definition and implementation, and this data a of 5, we can make use of that and write a is equals to some 5. A is equals to 5. We can write a is equals to 5, but we cannot use it directly in the program. Let's see that. Okay, we can also use in the program as well, because we have defined in the public section now, so we can define. So how do we write the program? So till here we have done the definition of a class and implementation of a class. So in the implementation of class, how many methods that we declare here, for which we need to write the method and method. If let's say we have here, we'll write methods here, method. Okay. Now here we have, so let's say we have defined m2 also. If we have m2, then we need to right. If we are at written m2, for m2 also we have to define method m2 end method. It is mandatory for us to write it. If you don't write it, it will throw an error. M2 from C1. Okay. Anyways, so how many methods to declare? For that we have to write method and method, and in this we can write some logic. We'll see any complex kind of logics later, but we'll go ahead with this one. So let's go ahead with now. How do we start the program? So in the for starting the program, we have to write data some object name. I'm writing the object name as obj. Type ref2, that's C1, the class name. So we have to first copy the properties of a class into an object. That's a primary requirement. After this, we are to write startup selection event. Startup selection event. In this event, we are to write create object obj. So there are two steps to creating the object. First is we have to say obj type ref to C1, and then create object obj. These are the two steps that we have for creating the object. After doing this, we have to go ahead with the here we have these two steps. Only after these two steps you will be able to create the object. If you write this 25th line and if you don't write this 29th line, it will not complete the creation of object. These two are mandatory. Then we are going to call method obj m1 obj m1. So we are not calling the m2. Okay, it's okay, it's perfectly okay. So you might have 100 methods, but you're calling only one method, so you can do that. You can go ahead and create only one method. So now we are making use of only one method here, that's create object call method obj m1. So am method M1 from C1. This is what we have. So we are not we are not calling this method M2, so it's not coming here. But when we call it whenever we want, it will come. So I'll go for call method, same thing. First, let's call the M2. So we have M2. So we have M2. Now we have M2 is been called first and M1 is called later. Let's do this. Okay, we have to write the slash here. I'm M2 from C1. I'm method M1 from C1. So this is okay. M2 is been called first and M1 is called later because that is the order that we have written in the program. Simple. Okay. So now in most of the programs we will be able to see only this logic which we have it in the program, and the creation and implementation of the class happens to be in global area in SE24. So in SE24, we'll have lot of predefined classes. Just like in SE37, we'll have the function modules, predefined function modules. We can go and check in the SE37. Similarly, we can go and check the predefined classes in SE24 transaction. In most of the programs going ahead, we are going to make use of the standard classes and standard methods. But even before doing that, we should understand the process of creation of a class, creation of a method, and all these things we have to understand. And then we have to go ahead with. So with this understanding, we'll go ahead and create a few more classes, and in that we'll have some advanced concepts added into it, which we'll do it later. Maybe tomorrow we'll start with some complex classes. This is a simple program that we have here, which you need to just go through and understand, so that we can do few more process later, few more programs after this tomorrow. And if you want this to be sent, I can send it to you in the chat, or I can send it to you in the mail also.
No, sir, I've got these from the previous class, so it's okay. I got it.
Oh, you already
Okay.
have it, right? Okay. So I just wanted to
Yes, sir.
start from there because it will overlap. If I completely start with a
Sure.
new concept, it will seem completely new. So I didn't want to jump directly into that.
Definitely, sir.
So I just wanted to go through the basics. So tomorrow we'll start with some more advanced concepts.
Okay.
It is in the classes. Let's go. Now we'll be creating a slightly complex class in which we are going to have the import parameters and export parameters. Let's do that now. So let me write this class C1 definition and class public section methods set importing value. So something like importing value, something like value IP1, input IP1, type I. Now what is this IP1 is input 1. So input 1. Okay, so input 1, importing input 1, and then we'll go for increment, then we have get, exporting value, output 1, type, right. Then let's say we have a private section. In the private section, let's write something like data, count, type I. This is what we have. Now we have class C2, class C1, implementation, and class method set, and method increment, and method get, and method. So these are the three things that we have. So here we have method set. Now, these three are the methods: set, increment, and get are the methods. For set method, we have importing parameter, that is IP1, and in get method we have exporting parameter, that is OP1, output 1. So now what we do is we are understanding the import parameters and export parameters in a method. So in this, like, we're going to go ahead with this count is equals to IP1 add 1 to count, then OP1 is equals to count. Okay, so we're just writing single line command. We are just saying that here we have count IP1, add 1 to count, OP1 is equals to count. So what exactly we are doing and what is the meaning of it is what we'll understand, but we are writing a single line command here. After this, what we'll have is we'll go ahead with data obj type ref to C1 obj, and then startup selection, create object obj, create object obj. Yeah, create object obj. Now what we'll do is we'll go ahead with call method obj, because we'll be referring with the object name, not with the class name, because all the properties of class are now copied to object. So we'll call it from obj set. We call obj set, do 5 times, and do. So here call method obj increment. Next we'll go ahead with, okay, so here we are writing, here we wrote importing, right? Now here it becomes exporting. So in exporting, for the exporting we'll write another field, some num type I, value 5. So now for set exporting ip1 is equals to num. So num is what we are passing it to ip1 because okay. Obj get importing. Now they're exporting us, sir. We are importing op1 is equals to num. Now let's understand the program. Let's understand what we did. See, we created 3 methods. Okay, so it's mandatory that whatever methods that we declare, we need to have a implementation for that. So for set, increment, and get, for these 3 we have a implementations here: set, increment, and get. So in this, like, we have count is equals to ip1, add 1 to count, and op1 is equals to count. So these are the things that we are doing in the implementation, and we are writing just one line code. So after this, we have something called obj type ref to c1, num type I value 5. So startup selection, create object obj, call method obj set exporting ip1 is equals to num. So what are we doing here is we are actually first declaring the object which is of type c1. Okay, so for creating an object we have 2 steps. One is you have to write obj type ref to c1, and next is create object is what we are trying. So then we are calling method obj set exporting ip1 is equals to num. Now what is num equal to? Num is equal to num is equals to num is equals to 5. So then now ip1 also becomes 5. ip1 also becomes 5. ip1 also becomes 5. Okay, now ip1 is equals to 5, but it will go to the set now. In the set, count is equals to ip1. Now if count is equals to ip1, then what will happen? What is the value of ip1? ip1 is 5. Now count also becomes 5. Count also becomes 5. Now ip1 is equals to num. So and num is equals to 5. So ip1 also becomes 5. If ip1 becomes 5, then it goes to the set, and this ip1 is 5, and that will be passed to count. Count also becomes 5. Now it comes back to the next method, increment. In the increment, what is the value of 5? What is the value of count? Count value is 5. Now 5, it will add 1 to 5. 1 to 5 means 6. It will become 6. So 6. Next, again, how many times it's doing? It's doing 5 times. So 5 times it goes to the increment, adds up 1. So first time 1 is added, it will become 6. Second time 7. Third time 8. Fourth time 9. Fifth time 10. So after 5 times it will become 10. So this is what we have. So now the value of count becomes 10. After that we'll go for the call method get. In the get, the count value becomes 10. So 10 is equals to op1. Now if 10 is equals to op1, op1 also becomes 10. So this 10, since it's importing, this op1 is 10. That 10 will be passed on to num. So here it goes in reverse. Normally what happens, right side value will be assigned to left side. But because we have written importing, that's the reason op1 will come to num. So then write num means this value will be written. So num is what is written. So let's see that now. So 10 is written here. 10 has come as an output because 10 5 times we have done. If we do it say 10 times, obviously it becomes 15.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so this is something which we need to understand slowly. So this is something which, why are we basically doing this program is to understand the significance of the import parameters and export parameters.
So does it need to be set and get methods always, or can it for importing and exporting parameters, or can it be any method name?
It can be anything.
Okay.
Yeah. So what are we trying to understand here is that there can be import and export parameters. There, in fact, there can be import and export parameters both for the same method also. So we can have it. So we're just trying to understand. Once we understand, we'll be going ahead with the doing the what you call our. We'll go ahead and do a global class. Global class will be very much same like this, but we'll be doing in SC24 transaction. That's what we need to do now.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so if you're okay with that, we'll go ahead with that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do the same thing in the global class. So what we'll do is we will go ahead and do the class. We'll build it in the in AC24. This class, whatever class we have, we'll build it in the AC24. But this program from 27th line, whatever program is there, that will be same. There will be no change in that, but only the previous that definition of a class and implementation of a class is what we'll be doing in the mm, we'll be going ahead and doing it in the AC24 global class. So here we'll have two things. One is class interface. Interface is just like a kind of a include program wherein you can just declare something and use it in another classes. You cannot use interface directly. You have to use it in some class. So we'll go for class, and now in this we'll have attributes. In the attributes, what do we have in the program is in the attributes we have data. So this is an attribute, right? So any data declaration is called attribute. So data count type I, count level is instance attribute, visibility private, visibility is private. So this is how we mention it. And then associated type is, I'll give it as something like numc underscore numc underscore 5 methods. So methods, in the methods we have set send something like, yeah, set and level is, again we'll have this level is instance. We'll be knowing about the static methods also in the future, but right now these are all instance methods. So visibility is global public. This is set method. We have increment, instance method, public, increment. And then we have the get, instance method, public, get method. Now set, if you select the set and parameters, in parameters we have the parameter that we have here is like that IP1, input 1, importing because we have done this IP1 as a importing. Let's see the program again. So this is what I'm doing. So IP1, this is importing value. So the same thing we are doing it here in the SC24. So importing, then we have numc underscore 5. Because we cannot type directly I here, because we have to give a data element here. That's the reason we are giving it as numc underscore 5. I becomes a data object. So here we have to give data element. Okay, so we'll go back, and for get, again we'll click on parameters, and in the parameters we'll get something like OP output 1 type this is exporting. So we've done this. Now we have to do the implementation. Now how do we do the implementation for this each method is just double click on the method. If you double click on the set method, here you can do the implementation. In the implementation, what we'll do is we'll write this count is equals to IP1. Count is equals to IP1. Increment, add 1 to count. Get OP1 is equals to count. Save, back, and now you have to activate. So there will be a series of things. All these things together have to be activated. Only then the entire class will be activated. Now the class is considered activated. So now only thing that we have to do is we have to go ahead and do this zgh underscore global. Whatever class that we have here needs to be given here instead of that. So we don't have to write this program. Okay, let me write the program, a new program. here the only program that we have tried is here. So we are not defining any class here. The only thing that we'll be doing is instead of giving the C1, we'll be giving the global class which we have created there. ZJH underscore global. Okay, so here the only change that we have is instead of I, we have to make this as numc underscore 5 because for all the other values we have given same thing. So the compatibility issues will come. So we'll have to do that. We have 00015. This is what we have. Okay. So instead of writing the class and developing the class, defining the class and implementing the class in the local program, we are doing it in the global one. So ZJH underscore global. So the advantage of going ahead with the global classes, we can make use of the global class in other classes also. We can use it multiple number of times in multiple number of locations. That's the advantage of global class. Is it clear, Rashmi? So can we go ahead?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it's clear, sir.
Okay. So we'll need to go ahead with this. Okay. So here in this program, what we are writing is we are having a one class called parent class, and in this we are defining three attributes. One is common data, protect data, and private data under three sections: public section, protected section, and private section. We just have only one method that is called showval, and for showval you are writing some all data from parent class shown, and this we are typing common data, protected data, private data. All these three will be printed, accessible to all, protected data, private data, all things will be printed here because they are being printed from the parent class only. But then if you go for child class, in the method we are writing data of parent class shown from child. So what are we doing? SYU line. SYU line means one line will come. Okay, one horizontal line will come. Common data and protected data. If you try to write here private data, it will throw an error. So if we write here this last line, 18th line, whatever we have the private data. If you write this line here after this 34th line, it will throw an error because private data cannot be accessed from child class. Then we have common data. In the common data we have public data changed in subclass. Protected data, we have protected data changed in subclass. So this is what we have: common data and protected data. So write SYU line, common data and protected data. This is what we have. Okay, so we have this method and method. So we have this public data changed in subclass, protected data changed in subclass. So these two things we are writing in the common data, protected data. And these are the things that we have here. Then we have end class. End class. So these are the things, two things that we have. So now after this we'll write two things: data POBJ and COBJ. POBJ for parent or object for parent class, P underscore OBJ, type ref to the parent class, parent underscore class, no, parent class, and C underscore OBJ, type ref to child class. And then we have startup selection, and in the startup selection we write create object P underscore OBJ, create object C underscore OBJ. P underscore OBJ and C underscore OBJ. So once we have this, we'll say call method P underscore OBJ and P underscore OBJ. What we'll be calling is we'll be calling show val. Show val. Then we have call method C underscore OBJ. The method that we have here is subval. Now in subval, what will happen is only these two will be typed. And now see what are we doing here is we are first typing everything as it is in the child class, whatever is there, a parent class, whatever data is there, that you are typing as it is. But then later we are updating that data. We are changing the data of common data and protected data in the subclass. So we are writing some other values here. Public data changed in subclass, protected data changed in subclass. So you can change that. So we're changing the values of common data and protected data in the subclass, and then we are typing it again. So now accessible to all. Accessible to all, protected data, private data. Then here we have accessible to all, protected data. Here we have public data change in subclass, protected data change in subclass. These are the things that we have. Fine. So these two values have been changed in subclass. By default, these were the values, and those were changed in the subclass, and these are the updated data. So this is a simple program highlighting the properties of public, protected, and private sections. Now here, what we can do is we can write something. Say write directly P underscore OBJ, whatever we are written in public now, so that value we can directly type here. Common data. So accessible to all. So this whatever was there in the in the parent class is getting printed here. So what we are trying to understand here is that whatever you declare in the public data, that can be accessed outside the class also. So now if I try to access this one, it will throw an error. Protected data can be accessed only in the child class, or in the same class or in the child class. You cannot use it directly outside the classes. So if I try to print protected data in the same way as I printed the common data, it will throw an error. So it says access to protected data, protected attribute, protected data is not allowed, because we are not supposed to access it from outside the class. You can access the protected data from subclass, but you cannot access it from the outside the class. This is what we have. So we'll be just going ahead with different ways of calling the method. And it's what do you call a method, and it's and its import or export parameters, whatever parameters are there, how do we call it, as what we'll discuss now. So we'll basically go for the methods. First, let's understand how the methods been called. So how the methods are been called. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and understand that. Okay, so let's go ahead and with the program and do a program and understand it. Class E1 definition. Class. Let's say we have here public section. In the public section, we are writing this data num type I value 5, methods m1 importing ip1 input 1 type I. So we're writing methods as well here, and then we'll go ahead with class C1 implementation and class. In this we'll go ahead with method m1 and method. In this, say num is equals to num into input 1, write num is equals to 5. Okay, so this is what we're writing here. Now we will go for startup selection. Data obj type to C1 create object obj, call method obj m1, exporting ip1 is equals to 4. So this is one way of calling it. So here we are writing exporting. That's the here we are writing importing. That's the reason we in the program we are writing it as exporting. Anything within the class is importing. In the program it will be exporting. Anything in the program is in the class is exporting. In the program it will be importing. So call method obj. So here the same thing. Call method obj m1 ip1 is equals to 5. Now here we are giving the values 5. This is another way of calling the method, another way of passing the values. So instead of writing exporting, we can write in bracket on that one ip1 is equals to 5, and then we can go ahead with it. Then another way of doing it is call method obj m1 of just bracket 6. That's it. Okay, this is more cut short. Like these are the ways in which we can call the method. I mean, the calling the method is the same, but the passing the parameters we can write in these three ways. In the first step, we are giving very clearly exporting ip1 is equals to 4. In the second one, we are just giving it in the bracket ip1 is equals to 5. And in the third one, we are going to give that just the number. That's it. This is what we have. So we have 20, 25, 30. So first time this got executed, and then second time, first time it got executed with ip1 is equals to 4. Second time it executed with ip1 is equals to 5. And third time when it got executed, we are just giving the value as 6, and it is automatically passing it to it.
So why are we not defining the object before start of selection? Because last time we said that it has to be done before start of selection.
No, this data declaration, this 19th line can be given either before the startup selection or after the startup selection, doesn't make any difference. But the 20th line
Okay.
create object is something which has to be under the startup selection only, always.
Okay.
That's mandatory. So this 20th line has to be under the startup selection, and 19th line can either be before that or after that, doesn't make any much difference. In fact, like I can put, so normally what happens is that declarations are always supposed to be above the event. Before the event starts, all the declaration part should be completed, whatever it. Okay, so here we wrote exporting IP1 is equals to 4. Here the exporting we didn't write, just we wrote the brackets, and then in the internally we give a space IP1 is equals to 5, and then we just gave in the bracket 6. So this is about the import parameters, we can call it like this. So other than the importing and exporting parameters, we'll have something called return parameters. So return parameters will get the output. We'll get the output in the return parameters. So we'll see the return parameters now. Let's check the return parameters concept now. So this return parameter is other than the importing, exporting, and changing, will have return parameters. Let's understand that now. Class event definition and class. We have public section, methods, M1, importing, IP1, type I, IP2, type I, returning value, result, type I. So this is what we have here. In this, like, we have returning value, result, type I, in class. So here what we will be doing is we are going to go ahead with returning value, result. So we have importing IP1, IP2, and returning value result is result type I. So we are giving this result as a final output. So output, just like we have export parameters, we can also have returning parameters. So returning value is equivalent to, mostly we will not use this, we'll be using most of the times the exporting parameters, but in this case if we use it, how will it be is what we are seeing now. Class C1 implementation end class method m1 and method. The result is equals to IP1 into 2 plus IP2. This is the implementation part. Then we have the startup selection. Okay, so before the startup selection, we have data, obj, type F2, C1, create object, obj, create object obj. So we'll use call method, obj, m1, exporting here. There we have importing. Here we'll write in exporting IP1 equal to 5, IP2 equal to some 4, receiving result equal to W underscore MVN. Receiving result equal to W underscore MVN. Right. Sorry. Move. I'll explain you this concept. OBJ1, OBJ M1 of say IP1 is equals to some 2. Oh, it's gone. No, nothing is saved. Again, I type this. Okay, I'll do it a bit quickly. So we are just writing this return parameters. We're just discussing about the return parameters data. Say W underscore name type I class C1 definition in class public section methods one importing IP1 type I, IP2 type A, returning back. We can write in the bracket we can write the name of that value result equal to w underscore name type I. So this is what we have. So here let's write something like result is equals to IP1 into 2 plus IP2. So we are just writing this logic IP2. Okay, so this is the syntax that we are writing in the method. Okay, now let's go ahead with data. This is a data declaration obj type ref2 C1 startup selection. We have data obj no, create object obj is what we have. Create object obj. Call method obj m1 exporting IP1 is equals to 5, IP2 is equals to some 4, receiving result is equals to w underscore name. Write w underscore name. Okay, so we have w underscore name. We can type this. So we just have this receiving. It'll the output will come into the w underscore name. So this will be like 5. So what exactly it will do is it will go to the M2, and this it will first 5 into 2 10 plus 4. That's what will be the output here. So then what we'll do is we'll go ahead with the next value, and we'll call it in a different way. So we have we can call it like W underscore NUM is equivalent to W underscore OBJ M1 of IP1 is equals to 2, IP2 is equals to 3, to that's it, right? W underscore NUM, right? W underscore NUM. Then we have the syntax. So let's go for another syntax now. This is the first one. This is the first syntax of call method. Okay, so we have call method and we written that. And the second way of doing it is W underscore NUM is equals to OPJ M1. Then we are writing this directly W underscore NUM. This is another second method. The third syntax is what we'll see now. Now the third syntax would be move OBJ M1 IP1 equal to some 20, IP2 is equals to 30, to W underscore NUM, right? W underscore NUM. So these are three methods. Look, so this is the first syntax. And here this happens to be the second syntax. Third syntax. So this is what we have. And then we will go for this, right? Okay, so these are the three things and we need to understand this. So first what we did is we write normally receiving result is equals to W underscore NUM. So for returning parameter we have written here is receiving. Here we have written the keyword called receiving, but then what we did is like again we have given the value into W underscore NUM. Now here what we are doing is we are going ahead with the OBJ M1 and IP1 is equals to 2, IP2 is equals to 3. So we are, what we are doing is the input values are 2 and 3. Then we are getting this W underscore NUM. The W underscore NUM value is updated here. So these are the three methods. Okay. If you have any doubts in these three methods, just go through. Same thing, we are calling it in a different way. That's it. Let's activate this and execute. Three of them are syntactical effects: 14, 7, and 10. 70. 14, 7, and 70. These are the values.
Aditya, what's the difference between methods and functions? We are using functions in the program and methods. So what's the difference?
Which functions you are talking about, Emma? You mean to say the call function modules?
Yes, yes.
Function
Function
modules
modules.
are a method in which it's a modularization method which actually enables us to use some external data, predefined data. To a certain level, to a certain extent, it is similar to object-oriented programming, but object-oriented programming always makes use of classes. So in object-oriented programming, we always use classes. We'll make use of the classes and then do it. But where it is in the function modules concept that we are using, it's just a modulation technique which will be predefined in the program. So there are some technical basic differences like encapsulation, polymorphism, inheritance. In this, inheritance cannot happen in function modules. Inheritance concept cannot. Polymorphism cannot happen in function modules. So in this way, certain rules by default, I mean, like by coincidence, they might be satisfied, but it's completely a different concept. Function modules is just an additional support to the structured or procedural programming, but this is complete game change on the programming concept, the object-oriented programming concept. Okay, so wherein we get some more examples, I will explain you about that differences. As of now, you just think about this as here we use classes and there we'll use function modules.
And here in receiving result equal W underscore num, where the value will be saved, like in result or in W underscore num.
W underscore num. That's the reason we are typing it here. W underscore num. So final value is W underscore num.
What is /5?
It will move five length, 5 columns
Spaces.
right side
5. Okay.
in the output. Yeah. Okay. So this is these are the 3 ways in which we can call the program. Okay. Next, we'll go ahead with the static method. Static methods are something which will be called from directly from the class. So there are certain situations wherein we have to use the static classes, static methods as well. Let's take an example of a simple method in which we have a class, again class C1 definition and class public section class F and methods M1. This is how you mention a static method. A static method needs to be called from directly from the class. You cannot call it from the object instantiation. You have to directly call it from the class. So there will be certain advantages of going for the static method, which I'll tell you later. But how the static method works is what we are discussing now. In which business case scenarios we'll be using it is what I'll explain you later whenever there is a scenario. So we are defining as class hyphen methods. We will declare some value data num type I. So num is something which we're defining outside the class, but it should be before the class. Then we can make use of that here as well. Num is equals to, this is how you call a static method. A static method needs to be defined as class hyphen methods m1, and then when you are calling it into the program, you have to call like this: call method c1. This is a direct class name that we are giving, not the object, and double line and m1. So c1 m1, c1 m1. So this is what we have. This is what we call the static method. So we'll get this value as 5, whatever we have here. So static method, the way we declare and we call a static method is what is the definition that we example that we are seeing. In what kind of scenarios we'll be using it is what we'll discuss. Okay, so this is how we actually define the static method, and this is how we call the static method. As simple as that, nothing else changes. Okay, so whenever it is required in some programs, I'll explain you about that. This is how we use the static methods. Okay, so let's understand more in detail about the static methods. say A, say let's say we have some A of 10, B 20, A 10, B 20, something like that. So class, we are understanding more in detail about the static methods. C1 definition and class. It's like class methods. Okay, we need to write whether it is public or private. Public section. This is the class, static method. So this is SM1, okay, static SM1. This is static method, and then we have methods. IM1 instance method. Normal method is called instance method. So instance methods we normally call it like this, IM1, just writing methods, and then so the implementation part will not see any difference. Even for its static method or a instance method, we will be declaring it in exactly the same way. There will not be any change. So class C1 implementation and class. So here we are writing method SM1 and method. This is a static method. So we have type and static method method IM1 and method. Right. I am instant method. Instance method. Now we'll write something like data obj type ref to C1 startup selection create object obj. So now we'll write something like A is equals to, so what is A is? A is a variable that we declared here. Okay, it's a character. So we'll call this as instance method. Instance method call method obj of A. So the first one, the 29th line and 31st line are two different uh, values. So we have A is equals to instant method and call method obj A. Now what are we doing here is that A in the bracket A, so it takes us here. So value dynamic. Okay, I think I didn't write the create object. Okay, create object OBJ. And then we have this A is equals to instant method. No, A is equals to will give us SM1. A is equals to SM1. Then okay. So what I'll be writing is here simply I'm writing this SM1 is what? SM1 is the method name. SM1 here. That method name we are writing here. Just activate, execute, and get am static method. Now what are we doing is we are dynamically selecting this. We are passing this SM1 into A, and this A we are actually calling it here. So this is call method obj m1 obj A. Now again we can call this as same way as now A is equals to, you can write something like this is im1 instance method 1. We'll write call method obj A. I'm instance method. Okay, so I'm instance method has been given here. So this is create object obj A is equals to sm1, call method obj A is equals to im1 obj A. Now when we call this, so first time am static method is coming, next am instance method is coming. So in the first time static method we write it /5. That's the reason 5 it's coming after 5 spaces. 1 2 3 4 5 spaces. After 5 spaces you will get that output. Here also if you give 5, automatically that will also come after that 5 spaces. Okay, so there is another way of calling it now, the static method. So you can say A is equals to something like C1. A is equals to C1. Call method. Now A is equals to C1, right? A. Okay, so this A nothing but C1. A that you need to write in brackets. A you need to write in brackets. Nice. That static method, that is SM1. Okay, this is how you can call it. So what will be filled up in the A is that C1 will be filled up. So whenever you are writing the brackets, it means that it will take the value of what is inside that. So what is the value of A? C1. So that's what we have here. Simple.
So does it mean that static methods can also be accessed with instance of objects?
Exactly. That's what we're trying to understand. But then we can also do it like that. But an instance method cannot be called as statical. A static method can be called through instance, but instance method cannot be called as through static. So what do I mean by this? That is that this SM1 is a static method, but we are calling it with the base of instance. But when we call instance method with a static way, it will throw an error. Means what I'm trying to tell you is, if I say call method C1 not SM, C1 SM1. Okay, SM1 is a static method. Instance MIM1. So this throws an error. It says only static methods can be called like this. So you cannot write like this. It will throw an error. So for instance method, you cannot call it statically, but static methods you can call it instance. Okay, now what you can say is you can write A is equals to C1, B is equals to SM1, SM1, SM1. Now you can call it like this: call method C1 SM1. Now instead of C1 SM1, what we can do is in same thing we can write it like this. The same C1 F1, C1 SM1 can be written like this: call method bracket A plus B. Some static method is coming here. Okay, then we'll go with the method which is a default method called constructor. There can be only one constructor for a program. So we'll understand about the constructor, and there are advantages of constructor as well. So constructor is something which will be called even without you call it. By default, it will be called. I'll give you a very simple example. So in this, we'll write something like public section, methods M1, comma, constructor. Constructor. So constructor spelling should be exactly correct because that is something which is a keyword. We need to give it like that. So this M1 is a normal method, and constructor method, how it will work is what we'll see. Class C1 implementation and class method M1 and method we can simply write write normal Okay, so I need to do the implementation for the constructor as well. So method constructor and method write I am constructor method. So once it's been done, we'll go for data OB. It's not that we had to write only OBJ. I'm just habituated to write that. That's the reason I'm writing it. You can have something like O1 type ref2 C1. So anything according to the when you're working in the project, according to the naming conventions of the project, we do that. So create object O1 create object O1. So this is what we have. Create object O1. Then we have O1 type ref2 C1. Okay. Call method O1 M1. See, we cannot call constructor. By default, it will be called at the 24th line. When we are creating an object, automatically that constructor will be called. Constructor will be definitely called. So, wait, write slash here.
Vidya, actually, I have a doubt
Okay.
that how system understands that method constructor is a constructor.
This is a keyword actually. So even if you have a slightest spelling mistake, like if I miss any of the alphabets in this, then it will not be considered as a constructor. It will be considered as a normal method. So only when we have it perfectly fine, then what it says is you don't have to call it. See, we cannot call the constructor here, so we didn't call the constructor. But when we execute it, the first thing that got triggered is I am constructor methods, means that is getting triggered, and I am normal instance method is what is triggering later. So here this is a keyword with which system understands that it is a constructor. Okay, and when the constructor is declared, when you write this create object, automatically that gets triggered, and once it gets triggered, it will be whatever is the logic written in that constructor method will be executed first. After that, it will come into the program. In the program, we have one method, and that method is getting executed after the constructor. This is what we have. So I'm normally
And in output, how we are getting that CON and underline?
no, this is what we have it in the attributes. In attributes, whatever we wrote, that will come here. So in the attributes, I put here. If whatever I write here will come there. Construct. So start to and execute. So you'll get this. I am constructor method. Now this is what we have. And if at all if you don't want this constructor on the top, you don't want this heading, then you just need to write. Anyways, it will come in two places, on the top and here. So if you don't want that to be coming there, what you should do is, in the latest version, the S4 HANA version, it will not come. No standard page heading. So if you write like this, no standard page heading, and execute, so that will not be coming now. That heading will not be coming twice. On the top, we have this constructor, you cannot remove this, but here we can remove it by just writing that. In S4 HANA, we'll get it only once. Okay, so we have a default method called constructor, and then we have this static constructor also. So static constructor is something which we'll discuss later. This is a constructor that we have now. So you can practice these programs already. I've shared the book with you, so you can practice it from there. Okay, so
So other than the difference in defining and calling static and instance method, what is the functional difference?
yeah,
Where would you use a static?
the functional difference is, see, whenever we are calling a method, and when we are calling it again from one method to another method, when the system is moving values from one method to another method and going back, so there will be a system wherein the values will be initialized. For example, if I calculated the value of some C is equals to A plus B, and that is calculated, and then it was not taken forward into the next method when it is a static instance method. But in static methods, it will be carried forward. So that kind of example I will give you and explain you. Okay. So here basically, so there will be so that difference. If you understand what exactly will happen in static and construct and instance, you'll understand that. I'll take a program and explain that. But here, if in this case, if you see, class hyphen methods is what we are defining. So class hyphen method, class underscore constructor is the static method, and then we are implementing the static method here, and then we are going ahead with the calling the static method. This is what we're doing.
Okay, so
Okay, so yeah, so from here we'll take it forward in tomorrow's session. So we'll just discuss about more about the different other concepts of object-oriented programming. So we will start with the basic constructor that we had used a static and instance constructor. So what we'll do is like okay. So static constructor and instance constructor, whatever we have discussed, once we'll go through that and so, and one thing that we need to understand is the constructors cannot have the parameters, like import parameters cannot be having. I mean, like for a static constructor, for instance constructor, we can have import parameters. So let's see for instance constructor with parameters is what we'll see now. So I'll just go ahead with a simple example for the instance constructor. We'll go ahead with that. So as usual, normally we always take this as class C1, right? So C1 is easy. That's the reason we normally take it as C1 and class. Public section. We have methods, constructor, constructor, importing today, typing, importing today, typing. So we have this constructor importing today. Today is a field actually. Today is a field type D. And we have this class C1 implementation in class method constructor method right. Today in the format of DD so we're just passing the parameter. One import parameter is the instance constructor. data OBJ type C. Web object. Exporting. So we are passing an import parameter here for the constructor. So now today is 37. So it's printing today's date in this format, PDMM by format. So what are we trying to do here is we are passing a field into the constructor, and then we are typing it. So this is something which we can do for the instance constructor. But whereas in the static constructor, we cannot do that. And one more thing is import parameters can be used in a constructor, but export parameters cannot be used. Export parameters will throw an error. Okay, now let's see the exception. Raising exception is what we'll see now. So we can raise an exception here. If at all it is required, we can raise an exception. In the constructor itself, we can raise an exception as well. And going forward, we will take up some real-time scenarios in which we can understand the constructor. So we'll raise the exception now. So we'll go for constructor, importing num type I, exceptions E1. Okay, so this is how we raise the exception here. In the exceptions we have E1. E1 is the exception. Exception is something like when we want to raise any error or something like that. So we have class C1 implementation. Method. So let's say if I just give some, if number is less than, number is less than some 10. Okay. So here we say raise even, raise even. So now we'll go ahead with startup search. Data, OPG, type ref to C1. Okay, create object. Export it. Num is equals to 5. So what are we doing here is we actually have one import parameter and one exception. So we want to raise this exception. This exception will be raised when num is less than 10. So 5 is less than 10. So definitely it will be raising that exception. Then exceptions e1 is equals to, means it should raise 2. So now for 2, I mean like this, when we say 2, the size about C value becomes that value. Size about C equal to, it will become 2. Means we are updating the size about C value when we write like this. When we say exceptions e1 is equals to 2, we are updating the size about C value. Now here, after this, what we are doing is we are going ahead with if size about C equal to 2, and if write exception based exception based. So what we are doing is, so here we are writing this exception based. Now we have exception e1 is equals to 2, size about C is equals to 2. So size about C becomes 2 here, and when it comes, raise exception. Now what we'll do is here else write number is comma num. So exception based has come here. Now let's say if we change this num value as something like 11, activate, execute, and you will get this number is 11. So the exception is not being raised. Exception gets raised only when the num value is less than 10. So this is how we actually raise the event, raise an exception. Raising an exception can be done even for a normal method also. So this is a exception method that we have here. The constructor, in the constructor we have used. Similarly, we can also use it for methods. Normal methods also we can make use of its exceptions. So import parameters and exceptions can work for constructor. Exporting parameter will not work. It will throw an error. Let's go with the inheritance concept now. So those were the certain features of constructor. So I'm going to tell more about that when we have some real-time examples and all. So we have here we have something like inheritance.
Sir, sorry to interrupt, sir. In in instance constructors, can we have returning parameters, sir?
Sorry, in instance constructor.
Can we have previously we used an example with importing and returning value. So can we use like that in constructors?
In the static constructor, we can't do that. The static constructor, we can't do that. So in instance constructor only we can do that. And if we do it in the static constructor, it will throw an error actually.
Okay, sir.
Inheritance is the copying the properties of a superclass into a subclass. That's what we have it here. public section, methods m1. So we'll consider the C1 as a super class. This is a super class, and we'll have a subclass. Inheriting from C1. So when we write this inheriting from, it becomes a subclass of the previous class. So in this, like, we are inheriting the properties. We have public section, methods m1. So we are again declaring methods m1. So we already have m1 in the. Okay, let's take this as m2. Okay, so we'll declare one more method here. Let's say methods m2, and this will make us method m3. So this m2, we have to implement that one as well here, right? So we have method m2 and method, and this something like. So we are using this M3 here in the C1. Okay, so what we can do is we can inherit, once we have inherited from the C1, C2 is inherited from C1, so all those methods will come here. We'll go for class C2 implementation and class. I will explain you once again the entire program. Once let me complete this writing and I'll explain you from the beginning. Method, method, M3, and method, call method, M1, M2. So you can call that method, the two methods which we have here in the class C1 can be called into C2. Can be called into C2. Let's start at into feature type def to C2 create object. Now, if you observe here, we have not given any object of type class C1. Okay, so we are making use of only C2. Okay, let's see now. So we have two things which we have defined in the definition. There are two methods, M1 and M2, and there are data N1 type I value 6, data N2 type I value 6, 7. So this is, and these two are defined in the public section, and these two are defined in the protected section. Now we are doing the implementation for M1 and M2. So now here we have this. So now we are not creating any object type ref to C1. We are referring to the type C2. And then we have within the class C2 we have M3 method in which we are calling the M1 M2 which are from the first class. So we are going into the first class through the class 2. So we're not making use of this class C1 directly in the program. So let us understand this from the beginning. So we have defined two methods. One is in the public section, another the protected section. So if we would have done the private section, then it would have thrown an error because it cannot access the private section. So let's check that one as well. Let me just do it like this. Private section data, say M10. Okay. No, not data, methods. Now in this we have it done it. So method M10 and method you say right on private section. So we have so when we try to access this from the method, when we try to access it from there, it will throw an error. M10. It says M10 does not exist at all. So there is however a method called M1. M10 does not exist. So what it means is it is not recognizing the M10 because it's in the private section. So when we have it in private section, you can call it from the class only, not from the inherited class. Now it will work fine. So this inheritance concept, what we can do is we can take another example and understand as well. So inheritance is something in which what we understood is we have understood that in public section and protected section, whatever we have can be accessed into the subclass, but whatever you declare in the private section cannot be accessed into the subclass. This is what we have. Okay, so okay, fine then. We'll catch up tomorrow and we'll continue from here. Okay, and so we are understanding how the constructor will be reflecting in our inherited classes. Class C2 definition, class C2 definition, inheriting child,
డాడీ మమ్మీ నీ కలుపు కదా నువ్వు మమ్మీ కలుపు కదా ఎందుకు
sorry, so we have C2 definition inheriting from C1 in class. In this definition inheriting from C1, the C1 is getting the properties from the the C2 is getting the properties from C1, and we have again we will be declaring a constructor here. Public section here. Let me copy this. Same thing. Okay, so this we are inheriting from this class C1. Okay, so here we will write this. You know, we write the method implementation for this class C2 implementation, and class this like we'll go ahead with method constructor and method. So here we'll write first we'll write something like now we can write like this: call method super is a keyword. Okay? Super is a keyword. Super constructor class call method super constructor. Then we have write class C2 and class C2 constructor and class C2 constructor and class C2 constructor, and then we'll go ahead with okay class C1 constructor and class C2 constructor. So now this first the super constructor will get executed here once again, and then Okay, so here we have this startup selection, obj type ref2 c1. Okay, so obj type ref2, this c2. Okay, we are not creating anything. Create object obj. See, what we're trying to understand here is, like, by default, we have something in the constructor of the superclass, and that is this statement. This statement will be executed once, and then it will come here into the second one. Okay, so because we have given the super constructor will call, it will be called once. Because we are not creating an object of type c1, it will not be repeated. So only once this superclass constructor will be executed, and then I am c2 constructor will be executed. So two statements will be the output now. This is class c2 definition implementation. So I am constructor from superclass. I am class c2 constructor. Okay, so these two are getting executed here. Now what will happen if, like, I go for create object for the class superclasses? This I am constructor from superclass will be executed twice. If at all we go ahead with, let's say this, I will make it as obj2 or simply o2. This is o2, and we'll go for o1. See, I am constructor from superclass. I am class C2 constructor. These two are getting executed first, and after that, this I am constructor from superclass has been executed. So let me differentiate that here and go for skip 10. Means what? After 10 lines, the next output will come. So what I'm trying to explain is, like, the second one, okay, is getting executed here. Now first we created the object, C1. So first we are going ahead with this one, like, we are creating object o2. Since we are doing create object o2, that code is getting executed. Then create object o1, at the time that code is automatically getting generated, that constructor is automatically being called. This is what we have. Okay, so in this we are understanding two things. One is about the inheritance concept, and another thing is that constructor can be used as it is by using this code super constructor. Otherwise, we can also override that with something else. So if I would have not written this 24th line, it would have not gone to the constructor. It would have not gone to the super class constructor. That's about the superclass concept. See one more example in which we can make use of the constructor, static constructor only once. Okay, so we'll go ahead with this is about one last thing about the constructor. So we'll go for static constructor. So we'll see the the static constructor. So going forward, we'll know some examples. We'll deal with some examples in which we'll understand the significance of static properties. Actually, why we have to define a static method, why we have to define static attributes, in which scenarios we will use it is what we need to get a clarity upon. So we are just understanding how it works actually. So where it needs to be used, in what scenario static has to be used is what I'll give you clarity in few more other examples. So I'll go for some class father definition and class. So this is a father. So public section. In this we have class hyphen methods, class underscore constructor. So when you are writing in the uh, class hyphen methods, it should be class underscore constructor. So we'll go ahead with class further implementation in class class constructor in class and static constructor from classic constructor from father. Skip to means it will give two line spaces in the middle. So we have this. And then we'll go for class son definition in class. One second will be. Okay, so we have class son definition, sorry, inheriting from father. So class son definition inheriting from father. Now we'll go for public section, and here we'll create one more constructor that is internal to uh, the subclass. Okay, so we'll go ahead with public section of this, and then class method, same thing. Okay, I'm not changing even a single word, so the same thing I'm doing it again here. Plus, so here we have method class underscore constructor and method. So here we'll go for write. I am static constructor from sun. Static constructor from sun. Startup selection. Data. I go for my sun. Type ref to sun. And, create object. My sun. Okay, so data. Now what are we doing right now is okay, so we are only executing with the subclass, and in the subclass we are not calling the superclass. Okay, we are not calling the superclass constructor in this. Like previously we have used it in the instance attribute, right? So we cannot do that here. In method. So I'm static constructor from father. I'm static constructor from son. So this is what we have. Now let's go ahead with data. My father. Type ref to father. Create object. My father. So if you see here, if it's months executed, it's not going to be executed again. If it's a static constructor, even though you are calling it again, it's not been called. So it is called only once. Okay. So this is the difference between static constructor and the instance constructor. So let me give you a slight basic overview of the static and instance. In static, what happens is the values also will be carried forward from one class to another class, or one method to another method. Otherwise, in normal instance one, the values get refreshed. I will give you the example of that. But here, even though you're calling it twice, it's been only called only once. Even though we are calling it twice, it's been called only once because it's a static constructor. If it's an instance constructor, 2 times it would have been printed. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and discuss about the concept of interface. Interface is something which,
Sir,
yeah.
sir, just one doubt in this program, sir. So you said static constructor will be called before creating the object. So why are we creating the objects then?
Just to see if it is been repeated again. This one you're saying, right? 35 and 37.
Yes, yes, sir.
Just to see that whether it is really called only once or twice. So there is no use of 35 and 37 lines actually. Even if we comment, the same output will come, and even if they are there, also same output is coming. So once it's been executed, then again it's not going to go back and execute the static constructor.
Okay. No, sir. 33 and 37. So we are creating the objects for static constructors, but static constructors are will be called before creating the object. So what is the point of 33 and 37, sir?
No. 33 only because of the 33 only it is getting created. If we let's say if we have commented 33 and 37, it will not give us the output at all. Let's say if I commented this one and this one, then there will be no output. We will not get any output at all because create object only will trigger the constructor.
Okay.
So now when I say
Okay, sir.
when I say 37, uncomment the 37, then only I'm static from father only will be executed. If I say this one 33, I'm static constructor from father, I'm static constructor from son.
Okay, sir.
Now even though I commented this 37, it still gives the same output because once it's executed, it will not be executed again. Imna, any doubt in this? Okay, Imna, are you there? Okay, so we'll go with the interface concept. One second. Okay, so we'll go with the interface concept. Interface is something like just an include program. Just like we had include program for normal programs, we have interface. Interface is something which can be accessed from. Interface is something which can be used in multiple number of classes. You can declare something in the interface and then use it in multiple number of classes. You can do that. So let's see a simple example of an interface. I'll declare interface, a simple interface. So now we are declaring something like M1, and for interface we will not have any implementation. We can make use of this interface whatever we are declared in the classes. So how do you make use of the classes as well? Class C1 definition includes public section methods M1 interfaces I1 interfaces I1. So this interface is something which we have some declarations. We can have some 100 methods, 100 declarations and all. Most of the times we'll be using some standard interfaces. There will be a lot of standard interfaces that we can make use of and directly do the implementation for that here. So this attributes, data, declarations and all can be directly useful here. So you don't have to declare num now. Num is understood in this definition C1 because we are introducing these interfaces here. But for this implementation, we have to do the implementation. We have to do implementation for two methods now. M1 of I1 and M1. So let's see how do we differentiate between the M1 of C1 and M1 of I1. Okay, we have to do the declaration for both now. We have to do the implementation for both. So class C1 implementation in class. Okay, so we need to have the implementation for method Yeah, so here we have this data. Now, see, this is how we differentiate the a method of interface and normal method. Normal method we'll write like this, but for interface method we'll write the interface name tilt m1 when we are doing the implementation. See, remember, if we have used an interface, all the methods that are there in the interface have to be implemented here. M1, M2, M3, M4. If I have 10 methods, all the 10 methods have to be implemented here in the schema. Otherwise, we'll throw in error. So data. Um, type to see. Okay, we can call I1 tilt num. We can call it like this. See, I1 tilt num, and num is something which is a variable, normal attribute, right? So attribute can be directly called like this from object. So object is actually referring to the class, but in the class, because we have given interface, that all the declarations will be available here. So that will be declared, that will be printed, and then when we say call method, O1 M1 is one method. Call method O1 I1 tilt M1. So this is how we are going to call. This is the interface tilted method. This is a normal method. So I am M1 from 0. I am M1 from I1. This is 0. Why it is coming as 0 is because the value of num is actually is initialized to 0. Right? So we can say, we can initialize some value. We can give some value to that. Let's see if it works or not. So yeah, it throws an error saying that we cannot have the values for attributes in the interface. So you can do that in the class, but you cannot do that in the interface. So what we'll do now is we'll say, we'll just simply write num is equals to 5. That's num is here also it doesn't work. So we cannot pass the values into that. So we'll see how we will do that. How we will do that is, so we'll do it like this. I1 tilt num is equals to 5. So every time we use it, we have to use it. No, this validation, this updation is coming later. So I will give this 33rd line. So we get it this way.
So for this, can we not assign the value of num when we are calling the method?
Sorry, Rashmi, can you please repeat?
So instead of assigning the value of num in method I1 del M1, can we not give the value when we are calling the method, sir? Like call method O1.
In that, you have to give it as if we have to do that, we have to do it in the import or export parameters. So if you just beside this, we'll write it. So import and export
Yes,
parameters for a method, you can pass it like that. But this happens to be an attribute, we cannot pass it like that.
okay.
Okay, so this is a very simple example of an interface. We'll see more examples on interface in the tomorrow session, and we'll be having the session at same time. No, tomorrow is Saturday, right? So we can have it at 5:30 tomorrow. So if there is any change, I will let you know. But by default, it will be 5:30 tomorrow. Tomorrow and on Sunday also 5:30. We'll be having it 5:30. Tomorrow 5:30.
Okay.
For a reminder, I'll also send you the WhatsApp status.
Hello, Aditya.
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, can we declare interface? I mean, in down of the program, we declared in top of the program, right?
No. Interface should always be at the top. Interface should always be at the
I
top.
mean, after the class. After the class.
No, if we use it, if we declare it after the class, then that interface cannot be recognized here now. It cannot be recognized here. So before we use it in the class, that interface needs to be declared. We are making use of the interface in the 11th row. So before that, it needs to be declared something. So if you are not using that interface here in the class, and if you are using in the second class, and before the second class you are declaring the interface, then that might work. But here it will definitely not work. It will throw an error.
Okay. And actually, in which kind of scenarios we will use this interface?
See, we'll have lot of declarations. Hundreds of declarations will be there, which every time it's very difficult for us to use it. So mostly we might not use interface in the program, but we'll be using global interfaces. So if we go to SE24, if we are planning to create a class, the first thing that it will ask is, so when I say create, it will ask, do you want to create a class or interface? So interfaces happens to be one of the very important object here. So there will be a lot of standard interfaces that can be made use of in our programs going forward in the object-oriented programming programs.
Okay.
So
I
I
mean,
don't think
how exactly it is differing from others like constructors or calling from other classes. We are using.
yes, it is slightly different from the concept. It is interface. Interface is just like an include program. So what will happen is you have lot of things. That interface can be used in multiple number of classes, in multiple number of programs. Okay, going forward, we'll do few more examples on interfaces so that we can get an understanding. Okay, I think Yamna went offline. Lakshmi, we'll catch up tomorrow. Actually, today I did take the medicine, the early morning 5 o'clock. I went and had the
Okay,
medicine.
sir.
So,
Okay.
feeling slightly better now, but there's a slight cough,
All right,
and
sir.
everybody is very much afraid, like, because cough is very much dangerous now.
I know,
And,
yes, sir.
yeah,
Yes,
and I
especially
also,
during this time.
yeah,
Yes, sir.
I also had the COVID test and all because of the thing and all, but everything is negative. Only thing is because of this
That's good.
jaundice. I don't know how jaundice affected. I just doing the medication. I think I'm okay. I'm a bit
Okay.
okay now. So I need to follow some strict diet. That's
Uh-huh.
it. So and some Ayurvedic
Okay, sir.
medicine is what they gave me.
Mm.
Okay. Okay. So
But it will take some time, isn't it, sir? Like,
yeah.
jaundice will take some
Yeah,
time.
he also said he will take some time, and it all depends on the diet and try to drink or eat everything which is hot
Mm.
because it will also create some cough will be there and all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, we'll
Okay, sir.
catch up at 5:30. 5:30.
Tomorrow 5:30.
5:30.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. Yes.
So I'll create two interfaces. Interface I1 and interface. So we are implementing one interface, one method M1 in interface I1, and we'll go for interface I2 and interface Here we'll go for methods and then coming into then again here in this again we can call the interface I1. So we can make use of one interface in another interface. This is also possible. It's called nested interface. Then we have class C1 definition in class. Public section. Interfaces I2. So we're just calling the interface I2, not the I1. And I1 is been mentioned enter in the I2. So let's see if it works. So I repeat what I said, what I did. I declared one interface called I1 and then interface I2. In interface I1 we have only one method, and interface I2 we have method M1, M2. Again we are calling this I1. We are including in I2. So we have an we need to keep in mind that there is another M1 which is of I1. Okay. So purposefully I'm taking it like this so that we can understand better. So now we are calling the interface I2 only into the class C1. So let's see how it works. Now we need to do the implementation for uh, we need to do the implementation for I1M1, I2M1 and I2M2. Three methods have to be implemented in the class implementation. Class C1 implementation in class. Okay, so if we just do the syntax check, it says this is not implemented. So what is not implemented? I1 tilt M1 is not implemented. So let's go ahead with I1 tilt M1 first. So we'll go for method I1 tilt M1 and method. So this is I1 tilt M1. I have M1 from M1. Then if you do the syntax check now, it will throw error for the next implementation of next method. So the next method should be I2 tilt M2. So yeah, I2 tilt M1. I2 tilt M1 is the first. Then let's implement the I2 tilt M1 now. Methods. I'm ending from I2 methods. Not method. This shouldn't be. This should be method. Now here we have method I2. Sorry, this should be I2 tilt M1. Yeah, I2 tilt M2. I2 tilt M2 is what we need to implement now. So this is done. Now we'll do is we'll go ahead and call particular method. So we have startup script, data O1 type ref to C1. Create object O1. I1 to M1 and so since we have kept a colon here, we can write comma and we can write the second one, next one. That's it. So these are the things that we do. So I am M1 from I1, I'm M1 from I2, I'm M2 from I2. So in this way, even without calling I1 into the method into the class C1, we are not introduced I1 into the C1, but through I2 we are accessing I1. Through I2 we are accessing I1. That is how we are doing it. So you can access this program in that PDF also. This program will be there. And then we have something important concept which we will be using in the most of the real-time projects. That is alias names. So if there are any complicated names, we can use alias. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Method M1 is same in I2 and I1, right? And M1 is same in, I mean, is it different method for each interface or is it same?
Sorry, can you please once come again?
We are using same, we are using same method name in two interfaces. So is that the method is different two interfaces or same?
No. Method is different. See, even though the name is same, it does not interfere with each other because it is clearly different. System is clearly differentiating between the method of I1 and method of I2. How is it so? Is because of this I2 tilt M1 and I1 tilt M1. So with this, it is differentiating that it is different method. So we can write different logic in these two methods. Those both are not same. Even though the names are same, they are from different.
Can it be same in classes also? Can we do the same in classes concept also? I mean, if we take two classes, and in two classes, can we take same method name?
Yeah, we can take same method name. We can take it, but if it is a subclass, if you are inheriting, then it will be having an issue. But if there are two different classes, where we can have the same name. If let's say we are defining C1 and C2, then we can have the same name, no issues. We can take the same name for the method. So in case of subclasses, what will happen is, in subclasses that will be the superclass, and this will be the subclass. In subclass superclass, how it works is what I'll show you. But if it is C1 C2 two different classes, we can happily take, no problem at all. Same name can be taken, but that will be considered differently, this will be considered differently. We have to write the different method implementation for that, different implementation for this, so no issues. Let's see the concept of polymorphism using interfaces. What the polymorphism does is, it acts differently in different classes. Same method, same logic will act differently in different classes. That's called polymorphism. So how the polymorphism works in this interfaces concept? Let's see that polymorphism concept. Let's see the polymorphism concept. So I'll take one interface and one class, uh, and then I'll be using, okay, so we'll consider one interface which is used in two different classes, C1 and C2, and in C1 C2 same method will have different implementation. So how it will work in different classes is what we'll see now. Interface, Okay, then we'll go for this class implementation, class C1 implementation. In class I am M1 from C1. I'm M1 from C1. I'm M1 from C1. Now class C2 definition and class public section interfaces I1 class C2 implementation and class method element right I am in from C2 in method. Then we'll start up selection data obj o1 type ref to C1 o2 type ref to C2 create object o1 create object o2 oh so here we need to write I1 tilt M1. Here also we need to mention this as I1 tilt M1. Okay, now but we have to call because this is not a constructor which will be called by default. So we have to call the call method o1 I1 tilt M1. Then we have call method o2 I1 I2 tilt M1. So I just need to keep slash here so that it will get into another line next time. I'm M1 from C1, I'm M1 from C2. So whatever logic we write in the method will have two different implementations for the same method. The class, the method that we have M1 of class of interface I1 is common. Okay, the name is I1 tilt M1 here also, and down also we'll have I1 tilt M1 only. But what are we doing here is like we are updating that in two different classes. We are updating the same method in different ways, so it is acting differently in the output. So this is what we have: I1 tilt M1 and I1 tilt M2 M1. So method is same, but the implementation is different. That's the reason the output is also coming is different. This is the output. So we have discussed about the public section, private section, and protected section. So we also discussed that private section, whatever you declare, cannot be accessed by any other class, even if it is inherited class. But there is one class that can have that can copy the properties of a private section of a class, that is called friendship class. So a friendship class can access even the private section of a class. So let's see about the friendship class. We'll understand the concept of friendship class now. So we'll have this class C1 definition. Class C1 definition. Private section, methods M1, and class C1 implementation, and class method M1 and method and from C1 class C1 inheriting. Okay, so definition: create private friends. This is C2. Private friends. C2. And class. I'm just declaring something like public section. It's also not required actually. I'll go for this something like data type I value 10, then startup selection and data O1 type F2 C1 create object O1 create object O1 create object O1. So O1 type F2 C1 create object O1 and call method C1 no, O1 no call O2 type F2 C2. So we are already create object O2 O2 and yeah. So for friendship class, you cannot create the object O2 separately. So we need to make sure that we create the object O2 for the friendship class, the private friend within the class only. So this is a one clause that we have, for which again we have to go back to class C1 implementation, and only then we can do it there. So in the C1 implementation we can create the object actually. So it happens to be that way, which I'll explain you about this concept again. So we have to say call method, and we are trying to create object and call method in the within the C1 implementation. That C1 implementation has to come after this, in fact, like the C1 implementation has to be done later so that we can access the C2, something which we have to do. So this friendship class, as I told you, that the implementation of this C1 has to be done below this, after this C2, and in that only we have to write the create object for C2. You cannot do the create object in the program because it's a private friend of C1. So it will be able to access this method which is actually defined in the private section, but it also has to be, we also have to make sure that that implementation of the C1 is done afterwards, and in that implementation we have to write the logic, so which will do it, okay, which will do it and understand that concept. So with this, what we understood is like we cannot, if it's a friendship class, then you cannot create the object in the class. You have to do it after the within the class. So for that we have to do some slight changes here.
Sir, sorry to interrupt, sir. Why is there no implementation for a friend class?
Implementation
For the friendship class, why is there no implementation
Ah,
section for
why
friendship
there is
class?
no implementation is because if there is no method declared in that particular class, then there is no need of implementation. Okay, so
Okay.
for your question, I'll just clear it up. Let's assume that this is a normal section. Let's comment this. Public section. I'll go for the public section, and this one definition from C1. I will keep this as comment. See, M1 from C1 is what is coming. If we observe here, we are not making use of we are not calling the object which is referred to the class C2. Okay, we are not calling the object which is reference to the class C1. C1 is actually having the method. We are not having a method in the C2 at all. But since we are inheriting C2 from C1, we will get all the methods of C1 into the C2, right? So even though we have not done the implementation for C2 at all, but we are calling the method M1 from the object O2 which is referred to the C2. So this is very much possible, and it will also give you the output. So
Okay, sir.
okay, and this also clears one more concept here, that if there are no methods declared in a class, there is no need of implementation. As simple as that. Okay, so we'll do with one friendship class in which we have to declare that create object also we are trying to within the class, then only it will work. And let's do that now. So we'll go for class C1 definition deferred. Definition deferred is basically used to make sure that we first use the class and then later declare it later. So that right now we are going to use the class and we are going to define the class later. So this is how it is done. So class C2 C2 definition create private friends C1 in class predicate section data num type say num type value 5. Okay, so methods into methods into. So in the class C2 we are defining M2. Okay, then we'll do the class C2 implementation now because the C1 is there, right? So M2 is there, right? So for M2 we have to do the implementation. So we'll go for that. So we'll go for that class C2 implementation. Now we have this M1. M1 implementation we are doing in the C1 because for C1 we need to have the definition. So yeah, C1 definition, we'll first do the C1 definition here. Class C1 definition and class. In this, what we'll do is we'll go for public section, and here we'll go for methods M1, and for that methods M1, here we are doing this implementation for this methods M1, wherein we are doing this data O2 type ref to C2, O2 type ref to C2. Now we are writing create object O2, create object O2, right? Step up selection, data, ref, so O1 type ref to C1, create object O1, method O1. Now here let's see this. Now M1, in the M1 we have this O2 type ref to C2 and create object O2 will all this gets executed. And as we discussed, because it's a friends class, you have to create the object within the class, and then this is what we have done. See syntax method. Now let's understand this program, entire program once again. And one thing I want to just do is, yeah. So even though you declare it as a private section, it works. So it's not protected section. Protected section can be accessed by even the subclass, right? So we are talking about the private class. So when private section, so when we are defining this, C2 in the private section, and here the class C1, we have this M1. So yeah, what we declared is M2. M2, what is been added? I am M2 from C1. So if you see here, I am M2 from C2. I'm M2 from C2. So I'm M2 from C2. This is actually in the M2. And where is M2 declared in the C2? It's in the private section. So now C2 definition create private friends of C1. So now what happens? All the properties of everything that is declared in the C2 can be accessed by C1 because you declared C2 as a private friend to C1. But then all the section, the private section of C1 cannot be accessed by C2. Reverse is not possible. That's what I'll explain you now. So here we have declared something in the private section of the C2, and that is been we are able to access it from C1 because here if you see the down the line in the program, we have defined the O1 type ref to C1 and create object O1, and in that O1 we are calling the M1. Within the M1, what are we doing? We are creating an object O2, and then we are calling the M2. So M2, what is there? This I am private M2 from C2 is being accessed. It is not possible unless and until you declare the C2 as a private friend of C1. If you don't declare that, it will not work. So this is what we have. Okay, is this concept clear? Like, and the reverse will not be possible. That also I will show you later. So reverse in a sense, you cannot declare something in the private section of C1 and cannot be accessing from C2 because uh, friendship is always one way. So it cannot be two ways. So you cannot copy the private section of C1 to C2. That I'll show you in the next one. Okay, then like this is it.
Sir,
Yeah.
just one question, one doubt, sir. So, see, when you told that C1 can access the private section of C2, but vice versa is not possible. How will it be in inheriting class then? Will it be the same or?
Yeah, it will not be inheriting. So when we say create private friend means then it will be able to access the private section of C2 to C1. But inheritance will not come into place here because if it's a public section of it, then it can be accessed. But if it's a private section, it cannot be accessed. I will give you another example of that wherein the vice versa will not be possible. For that, I will explain you with another example. Here I'm just giving you an information about that. But here what are we trying to understand is the private section of C2 was we have successfully accessed the private section of C2 into C1. That's what we are understanding here.
Okay, sir.
The vice versa concept I will explain you in the next session.
Okay.
Okay, then we'll continue from here in the tomorrow session. And tomorrow we'll have the class at 5:30 only. 5:30 Indian Standard Time.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
And the recordings are there in the folder. You can check it. Today's recording I'll be uploading it in a couple of hours.
Okay, sir.
So we'll go ahead with the events concept here. So basically event is something which will be triggering a method So it's like in modular program we have a push button. So when you click on something, something has to happen. So that can be considered as an event. So here we're going to use a concept of event in oops. Okay, so let's use a simple event, and with that event let's trigger a method, and that's called event handler method, and then we'll write some logic in it. Just kind of a push button kind of thing. So public section events event, and event, for an event we should have method which needs to be triggered. So how we did define a method is methods m1 for event, m1 for event e1, e1 of c1. So we are declaring the event as well as the handling method both in the same class. Later going forward in the next example we'll use both of them in different classes. T1 class c1 implementation end class method m1 end method. Am event handler method. Am event handler method. This is what we are writing in the method. Now T1 is a normal method. So for normal method we'll have method T1 and method. Right. Raising E1. So here we'll go for this event has to be raised in some other method. So let's say raise E1. So whenever we write raise event, then only that raise event will be called. And this method which we are associating with the event cannot be triggered directly. This method has to be triggered through the event only. Startup selection data o1 type ref2 c1 create object o1. Now to register the method which is for the event, that we need to write like this: set handler o1 m1 for o1. call method O1 T1. So now we are calling this T1. T1 is actually the method which will be calling and triggering the event E1. So this 27th line is something which is just for registering of this a method for event. So just like we have this declaration part and create object over, both the steps are there for this object. So we have this set handler O1 M1 for O1 and call method O1 T1. Okay. So I am T1 raising event E1. I am event handler method. So I am an event handler method is something which got triggered from this T. So when it goes to T1 in this I'm T1 raising E1 is what will be done, and then it will raise event E1. So when it raises event E1, immediately the method which is linked to that event will be triggered, and that M1 is actually whatever is there, it's getting executed. So this triggering mechanism of event is extremely important when we want to link the functionality between classes. So if you want to trigger one class from another class, then event is the only way we can do it. Okay, so if it has to be linked, so when you want to make ALV interactive ALV report in OOPS, we have to have this event. Without event we cannot do it. So there are many functionalities in which if you want to trigger one class from another class, then we have to follow the events. There's no other concept. So this is what we need to remember. Let's go ahead with another example. In this coming example, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and uh, use the use a class an event in one method, event in one class, and the raising method is another class. So there will be two classes. We'll create two classes, and the handler method is in one class and the event is in another class. So let's do that now. So in this we'll create two classes, C1 and C2. So what we're doing here is like we are having this method M1 and events E1. Both we are declaring it in. Okay, we'll take this. If this is M1, this I'll take it as T1. In class. Now we'll go for methods T1. Method T1 method implementation. We have to write singular bit method in method. So here we'll have write and T1 event E1 raise event E1. Okay, this is common. Class C2 implementation in class So I am event handler method in C2. So this is C2 and the method is in C2. So in the C2 we have M1 for event E1 of C1. Okay, and then we'll go for yeah, that's it. So we'll go ahead with the startup selection. So here set handler, this is O2 M1 because M1 is there in O2, right? So we have to call it as O2 M1, set handler O2 M1 for O1. For O1. This is what we need to know. O2 M1 for O1. Because why are we writing for O1 is because the event is in O1. I mean like the object which is related to the C1. So in the C1 we have this event, right? So that is the method in which the object in which we have the object which is referring to the class in which we have the event is what we need to mention here. And this method in which class it has been assigned, I mean like the defined, that is what we need to mention here. So O2 is referring to C2 and C2 has the M1 definition, and then whatever we have here is where we have the event. The event is in this particular object. That is what we need to remember. That's what we need to understand. Now call method O1 T1. So I am T1 raising event T1. I am event handler method in C2. This is what we have. So in this way, we can maintain the event in one class. In fact, like this is how the real-time project works. Like we'll have an event in one class and they will have the triggering method in another class. That's how it works. Now let's look at the static events. Now this is how we declare the event, static event, class hyphen events, and then we have to write this E1. This is how we mention the static event, class event implementation methods. We have class and class hyphen events and class hyphen methods. So this is a static event and static method. So I am event handler method M1 in C1. So I'm T1 raising event T1. So we'll go ahead with raise event E1. Standard section O1 type ref2 C1 create object O1 set handler O1 M1 call method O1 T1 O1 T1. So what are we doing here is set handler is normal code, normal syntax. So we need to write it to declare the event, and then we have the set method O1 T1. So I'm T1 raising event T1. I'm event handler method F1 and save. This is what we have.
Sir,
Yeah.
the static events, can that be in private and protected sections as well? Because we are giving us class events even. So can it be in like in all the sections?
Yes. No. Event has to be declared in the public section only. Because that is something, if at all, especially when we are using it from when we have the event handler method in the some other class. So then we have to do it in public. And here, even though it is a static method, we declared it as a static method and static event here. What are we doing is we are calling it as instance, as an instance. But here, even the same thing can also be called like this, because it is defined, it is registered as a static. We can go for call method. We don't have to declare all this. We can directly say C1 T1. So these two things also are not required. Okay, for set handler we have to have it. So we have I'm T1 raising event T1. I'm event handler method M1 in C1. This is what we have. So now this needs to be declared in the public section if at all, if we have the handler method in some other class. Otherwise, even if you declare in the private section, it will work because within the class. But since we are calling it, we are calling this T1, right? This T1, this T1 we are calling from the program. So this T1 has to be in the public section only. So this can be, this should be in public section. So so we'll go ahead with This is in private section. This is in the public section. Okay, this M1 is private, right? So set handler method. So this M1 set handler and the handler method also should be in the public section. Yeah, this also it's expecting it to be in the public section only. Only then it's working. Otherwise, if it's declared in the private section, it doesn't support actually.
So generally events are declared in public sections because they can be used. They're mostly used in other classes. Am I right, sir?
Yes, that's right. That's right, Prash.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we discussed about this static event, and we will see in the in any examples like going forward. So how it will be implemented in the real time topics is what we'll see. So going forward, tomorrow as soon as we start the session, we'll be going ahead with the ALV report, which is based on the classes. So for that, we'll be making use of some uh, standard classes and standard methods and standard events as well. So we'll just have a basic overview of it, and then we'll go ahead with the full-fledged project in the tomorrow's session. Okay, so this is about the project in which we ERP. So what we generally do in this, that I mean, like I'm just giving you an overview of this ALV report. Uh, in basic ALV report that we have done, we declared the structure, internal table, work area, and field catalogs. And why do we do the field catalogs? Is for the positioning of data. So just for our understanding, I'll open that basic ALV also. So if you see here, just for recollecting that whole concept, we have used for field catalog SLS underscore T underscore field cat underscore ALV and SLS underscore field catalog underscore ALV. And these definitions are there in the SLIS type book. Now here, what we have in this oops ALV is, in oops ALV, instead of that field catalog, we'll go for LVC underscore T underscore FCAT, LVC underscore SC underscore FCAT. Then we have O underscore CON and O underscore ALV, CL underscore GU underscore custom underscore container. So here we have this CL underscore GU underscore custom underscore container and CL underscore GU underscore ALV underscore grid. So these two are standard classes. CL underscore GU underscore custom underscore container, CL underscore GU underscore ALV underscore grid. So these two are standard classes which we'll make use of in the program. And here it is mandatory for us to understand we should be having a good idea about the module pool program as well, because we are going to have this output in the screen. So this is how you get it, and we have to first build a screen here in SC51 transaction, and in the screen only we'll be getting the output. So that's something which we need to understand here. Okay, and this LVC underscore T underscore FCAT, we are going to do it from the scratch, yes, in the tomorrow session. And LVC underscore T underscore FCAT, if you double click on this, this is a table type, and if you double click on this structure, you will have this structure. So this is a structure with all the field catalogs and all. So we have row position, column position, field name, tab name, and all these things. And we used to write cell text underscore M, right? So that cell text underscore M is not there here. Here it will be like cell text underscore. Cell text underscore M. Instead of cell text underscore M, we'll just normally have cell text. Here. So we'll not have underscore M underscore L or something like that. So it will be by default cell text. So this way we have slight changes in the field catalogs. In fact, like even if we don't fill the field catalogs, it will still work in this particular case of scenario. I'll explain you one after the other. I'll keep explaining you this. So this is something which we have. Only thing is we need to remember this classes that we have used, the standard classes. CL underscore G underscore custom underscore container. So this program will be discussing in the tomorrow session in detail, line by line. I'll be building it from the scratch. Then we'll understand that. Just for overview, I'm just giving it. So field catalogs is slightly different, and we are not going to use the function models. We are going to use standard classes. So if you double click on it, it will have this all This directly takes us to the SC24 transaction. Okay. Okay, then this program will start tomorrow. So we'll catch up tomorrow, and we'll start sharp at 5:30.
5:30. Okay, sir.